Digital economy is crossing 900 million internet users next year. There's also a fact I was reading in my story that uh, LLMs, large language models, in simple language, Perplexity, OpenAI, Gemini, will add $3 trillion of value in marketing in the next 5 years. $3 trillion, that's almost the size of India's economy. That's the momentum that LLMs have brought into marketing today. However, what has also come is that now governments are now aware of the fact that these language models are tapping into a lot of information that they shouldn't. And that brings us to the topic of personalization. Another anecdote I wanted to share. About a month ago, I was going through my Instagram feed, and I got an advertisement from Maruti Suzuki suddenly at a car. And suddenly I go to the next page, and I get an advertisement from BMW suddenly a 70 lakh car. So maybe one of the marketers got it wrong. Either I am a 10 lakh customer or I am a 70 lakh customer, and maybe I am a 30 lakh customer. Maybe both of them got wrong. So personalization today doesn't mean just scanning through data, using that data. It means a lot. As Mr. Santanam said, ultimately behind that AI has to be a smart person and not a stupid person. But we have an amazing panel and discuss all of this. So I'll start with you, Shubham. Um, Insurance, is a trust product. We have spoken earlier about, I was listening to one of your conversations about designing journeys around human needs, not property sales. How have you reimagined these journeys so they respond to real signals rather than static profiles? And, for instance, are you experimenting with recommendations such as nudging someone towards health coverage after frequent, I know this is a tricky area, but if someone purchases a pharmacy and you get that information somehow, then are you nudging them towards a certain health insurance cover?
Okay. So yeah, let me answer that in two parts. Which am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So I think the first part of this is when we speak about personalization and how that's supposed to help our journeys, specifically at Policybazaar, right? Personally, and you rightly mentioned from one of the previous discussions I'd had, that my personal belief is that personalization is not just to increase the market or CTR. That should always be a lagging indicator. The idea is always for personalization to help reduce the friction in a customer journey, right? So the idea behind personalization should never be that, hey, if I take the name of the customer in one of my messages or in the journey, then they will, progress faster. The idea is always, if I know something about them, if I have some context from the past journeys that they've done, can I make it easier for them? Can I bring them better suggestions that can help them make a better choice? And to be honest, the intent of Policybazaar from the very beginning has been that make the insurance journeys more transparent, show every single available code to the customer so they can make a more informed choice, right? So we're staying true to those efforts. I think that's what we have now imbibed in our customer journeys as well. And that brings me to the second part where what we've also done is we have deeply integrated our WhatsApp RCS communications with our customer journeys. So what happens is if you reach our health insurance page or term insurance page for that matter and share any details, for instance, if you are a term insurance customer, I will need to know your date of birth, the city you live in order to be able to serve you the best quotes, right? I will also need to know if you're a tobacco user or not, your gender. With those details, while I will make all the quotes available to a customer for them to make a good choice. And sometimes the agents may also reach out to them to, help them with their journey. What we also do is some of the best practices of choosing a term insurance plan. What should you do? What should you not do? Which riders are good? Which aren't? These information points we always send out to the customer as WhatsApp messages as well. Many times we'll ensure that, hey, if we have tried reaching out to you multiple times and let's say you didn't take the call, then how about on a WhatsApp message you schedule the call, right? So while some of these sound very simplistic or basic in nature, what we realize is that 80% of the journey usually happens through these WhatsApp messages, and it has immensely helped us improve our conversions, right? So, like I said, conversion is always a lagging indicator, but getting that feedback from the customer that, hey, your message helped me choose a better ID for my car or a better cover for my life term plan, I think that's what we essentially look for.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm told that happy that you are not using LIC ads to so sell your health insurances where there's a Bible saying, "Wo to chalega to acha huआ." And anyway, personalization is a tricky subject. And the show of hands, I want to know you are thinking something and you go on your Instagram and suddenly that starts showing to you. How many of you have gone through this with the show of hands? That means somebody is still listening us. People have now come into effect and it has kind of put certain stringent guidelines for marketers to use. Bharti, I would want to come to you next. Airtel's ecosystem gives you a unique 360-degree view of customer behavior. How do you use these cross-service insights to personalize experiences? For example, can a user's listening habits on weak or viewing patterns on extreme help share more relevant or broadband offers in real time? And also the controversial question, are companies listening to us for better personalization and contextual journeys?
Okay. So,
And this is not going into data, so you can speak and keep it off the record.
yeah. Okay. So we'll come to the controversy later. But I think first you started from like,
Closer to it, look.
okay, closer. Is it good now? Yeah. So I can come to the controversy later, but like let's start from the first question that you're talking about, right? So this is right, like having the access to the 50% of the population which is there on like connected via media or telecom some ways, and then having the access to that large of the audiences. Yes, this is like very helpful in terms of understanding the customer behavior and then being able to come up with something that can actually help solving the people's problems. But I think at a scale like this, Ravi was also talking about the same thing. It actually takes a very, very large period of time in terms of like, building those roads in terms of like, there is a lot of data which is sitting out there in a lot of fragmented shape and not being able to like put together, read together, and then being able to come up with the insights that what to cross sell. Right. So there has been a journey for Apple, and like I'm very proud to say in that terms, like we've gone through a massive journey of years, and now being able to solve this, like putting the largest and the very strongest CDPs, customer 360s together in terms of being able to see that data in a shape and form and being able to take the insights over it. So like Apple at a scale, like there are a lot of multiple business verticals also that we are having, whether it be about like fintech, entertainment you mentioned, telco. So there are multiple line of businesses which are generating a lot of different type of data that we're trying to capture and solve for, right? So yes, now if I look into the very right example that you've picked for example, somebody has been watching Extreme, right? And this is not about like breaching the privacy of the customer. We are like the other are very, very mindful about that. But like try to read from the patterns that what customer has been watching. So for example, if I want to sell for the broadband, I would want to like look for the different segments and different time and opportunities in the different areas of the country that what time what to pitch for, right? It's very important to pick up the right context as well as the right segment that how to pitch. So if I want to sell broadband, maybe like summer vacations where the kids are there, I would like to unify these two different signals, right? One that like, now it is a time of some summer vacations coming up, and somebody who already has been subscribed to the extreme content, and there is some content which is being processed like, which is focused to the children, which means there are children in the house. Now it becomes the right moment for me to actually pitch for the broadband consumption, because summer vacations is something where the extreme consumption will go high, there will be higher need of data. So yes, these are like very, very important signal, but the most challenging part for us has been in terms of like being able to listen through different line of signals, being able to ingest them, like, and then articulate them and putting it out there in terms of customers, right? Another thing that I can say is like IPL is also another season for us in terms of like putting up broadband connections and all of that. So yeah, the larger problem sits around how you stitch all of this together. So this we've been able to solve. Now, coming to, yes, DPDP coming into picture, I think West has been has been advantageous in these terms. I feel that, like, there have been no rules and regulations, and developing countries have always been at that level wherein, like, people sort of more do the experiments over like how things happen. Like, you in US, probably, if, like, being a fintech company, you cannot process and ingest like a lot of data streams while I'm sitting in India, or if I go to Mexico. There is a lot of data that I can actually extract at a customer level, and then accordingly can say that, okay, this is the kind of line of credit that I would want to sanction for this customer for. But in US, I cannot do the same. So now DPDP coming in India is going to be like a very high level of game changer. And yeah, telcos and large companies can play a very crucial role over there in terms of, like, making sure that people's privacy is not compromised, and transparency, and like empowering our users in terms of that you be able to manage how your data is accessed throughout the brands, right? So, for example, first, I be transparent that as a brand, what is the data that I'm capturing from you? It can be like, listening through your mics, listening through your, seeing through your cameras, listening through your phone calls, but at the same time, being able to give that visibility to the customer, saying that transparently, this is the data that and you choose, you have the access to choose that if you want to access this data, like if you want to change a permission, how you want to go about it, that is going to be very crucial once like DPDP gets implemented.
And so I always say ask app allowed to track. So I always say no. I think you should also say no, because I think a lot of when you say yes, it tracks you across the apps that you are using and then uses that data.
The problem with that is what is happening is like a lot of basic features are now getting disabled with it. So, for example, I use the Pixel phone, right? If I disable my mic, then every time I have to pick up the call, I first have to enable my mic access and then I have to go about it. So this is how, like, a lot of changes will happen in terms of like seeing the access to content in a metrics way, saying that this feature is enabled for your mic access, but rest of the features are not. So, like, maybe in future I don't have to enable my mic every time I take the call, but it remains disabled for rest of the apps automatically. So this is what, like, I think I'm hopeful about, that users will be much more empowered with it now.
So Bharti, you said, and a lot of marketers sitting today, one problem that, we all face is that a lot of data comes in through, different segments. And that was my next question is to you. How do you unify it to make sense of that data? And considering advise a lot of firms, when you advise brands, what foundational capabilities do you emphasize on so that they can move from these segmented data sets and put them into context and make a customer's journey easier?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks for having me here. Good question. I was listening to Bharti and, the data in silos, right? Telcos, one set of data being for Extreme, one set of data for, probably the telcos, the SMS data and all those things. So we do have a lot of data, but at the same time, how do we beautifully use that data and how do we responsibly use that data? I being at the back end of creating all this thing, my wife thinks that any Instagram ad that is served to her, I'm the person behind it, right? So who's actually selling her data? So uh, that's not the case. Why? Because the way the personalization is working, you don't need to sort of know the person. You need to know the context. That's the most important thing in advertising, because knowing the person is not solving the problem for you. Why? Because a sort of decayed segmentation which is available in the advertising domain, pet lovers or dog lovers or internet shoppers. No, those are all data which is traditional data, right? What is more important is where is the user right now, and what is he looking at? And probably, Instagram has already cracked that algorithm, right? Basis the content you're watching. The same way the content, the same way is the data. Once we see the signals, once we start reading out the signals, what we do in a very compliant manner, because we're not interested in your PII, your email or phone numbers or names. What we try to do in an anonymized manner, we try to create a digital identity of the user, so that, let's say, Bharti wants to reach out to the broadband users. Probably she said that, people during IPLs or the summer vacation, we understand that somebody is really frustrated with, reading out certain signal, that is frustrated with probably the current the broadband that he's using. So probably this is the context now that we have got. So let's serve the ad of Airtel broadband. That's the most relevant one. Probably it is, about the paying capacity or the household composition as well. There are 5 people, 10 devices, all of them are connected. Probably is down with the bandwidth and he needs proper bandwidth. So what we are doing is suggesting a better plan to him. Right. So somebody has it doesn't mean that he'll not have another thing. Right. So that's a context which we need to understand. And this data marriage happens in, it's like an AI, which is basically working on the movements. It is a human which is trying to create the strategy of utilizing that movement.
No, no, absolutely true. I think moving from silos to context, I think today it's one of the most important things for a marketer as such. Vikram, you are in a very different sort of an industry where a customer still wants to be physically welcomed, physically thank you'd. It's not digital. That to that extent. Uh, you know, and ITC's luxury positioning, means expectations become very high. How do you digitally personalize the loyalty experience? For instance, have you seen cases where tailored pre-arrival offers or surprise in-room amenities, have meaningfully, increased bookings or guest satisfaction levels?
Yeah, I think for us in the hospitality category, see, one, we're dealing with a lot of data which is sitting at different places for us, because every hotel have their own PMS and they're storing data. There's a lot of people who are staying, but there are other people also, probably who are coming for weddings or some events or some, just dining and, stuff like that. So there are a lot of data collection that is happening. How do you get them together? First of all, that's our for, biggest challenge to begin with. But at the same time, the loyalty people or the people who are staying with us, the first party data, from that sense, for us, the loyalty factor is a huge element, because people who come and stay with us and who become our members, for them it is all about how relevant we stay with them when we're communicating with them. They don't want any nonsense, they don't want any drama, they don't want too much of communication bombarding them also. And we have seen that also, the moment we start to bombard them with multiple rounds of communication, they just drop off and they don't come back also. So we don't want to lose them. And some of these loyalty members that we're talking about, they stay with us at least 10 times in a night, 15 times in a night. There are people who are staying more than 50 times in a night with us also. So that's a very high, value kind of a customer for us. Uh, and again, what will work with them, is very different for each one of them. So again, we have to really understand what are their needs and how do we then understand those needs and then communicate back to them. A very simple example, there are people who always prefer to stay in a non-smoking room or in a higher floor kind of a room. Now, if they come and ask for it every time, it's, that just shows the customer that we don't probably know them at all. Because every time if I have to come and ask, can you give me a non-smoking room? It's a useless conversation. But because I have that information in my, somewhere in my CRM and all, if I can proactively tell him that, we have already organized your non-smoking room on a higher floor, it's just a customer delight factor that, gets built into the customer journey for them. So that's the kind of, small nudges that we need to look at. And to be honest, I mean, although we talk about a lot of contextual and, trying to be more personalized and all, what has still worked best from a marketing perspective is the birthdays and the anniversaries. I mean, they still give us the best output no matter what. We have tried to be very contextual in a lot of different ways, but ultimately those birthday communication and the anniversary communication has given us the best output. So that aside, I mean, there are a lot of other ways, but yeah, I mean, that is also equally important part, which is still very old school, but it still works.
Absolutely. I keep getting that birthday notification from ITC time to time, and yet we still chose Leela. I'm so sorry. Next time we choose ITC. Uh, Apollo's healthcare ecosystem is massive, Shashank. You have stores all around, and you get a lot of personal data. Now, that personal data can be used in ways which can hinge on ethical lines. When you integrate CRM and MarTech across online, offline touch points, what automated workflows have stood out, and how have you dealt with patient data so as to make sure that you reach to that patient, right? So, for example, if I'm using a medicine each month, right? So you give me a notification for that medicine, right? But without hampering my personal space. And so you have a lot of data which hinges on those ethical lines. So how are you managing that?
So, so first thing, so as you mentioned, yeah, we have a lot of data. Like there are almost 7,000 stores where we are doing. Yeah, am I audible now? Yeah. So we have more than 7,000 stores. We have data at each level, at a user level, which we are capturing, and not only from the Apollo pharmacy, it's Apollo hospital, it's Apollo diagnostic, it's Apollo clinic. So there are different groups where millions of users are moving in and out, and those data from a personal level to their in-depth health level, what kind of tests, what kind of vitals they have in their body, everything which we are capturing. So the first thing at the organization level, at the CRM level, which we have fixed, and we have make sure that we will communicate the data. We will communicate user only what is necessary and which is helping them to take care of themselves, not crossing the line, and making sure that they also feel that whatever we are communicating them, it's not breaching their privacy. For example, if a person is having a diabetes, if I'm talking to them, okay, you can refill your diabetes medicine, that's fine. But if I am going very deep into their diabetes, what kind of, which pre-diabetic they are, post-diabetic they are, what's their vital, it's more than 20, 30, then it's a, from a user perspective, the user will be very much restricted to use our platform. So there is a thin line which we have drawn, like for any kind of communication, till what level of layer we can touch them. And we have bifurcated our user, as you mentioned, patient. The interesting part is the first layer which we bifurcate at a user level are two types of users to whom we are dealing with. One is a caregiver and one is a direct consumer. So for us, the first filter comes: we are dealing with a caregiver or we are dealing with a patient. So caregiver are everyone we sitting here right now ordering medicine for our parents, or it's direct parent who might be 35, 40 years plus to whom we are dealing with. So for dealing a user who is 35, 40 plus versus a dealing a user who is lying in the age of 25 to 30, we have to deal very differently to those users. So different, as you mentioned, what kind of communication and what kind of channel we have bifurcated, and how we are dealing with this user is we can't bombard a user every day, come refill your medicine, buy medicine, because that's not necessary for them, and it's a that communication is not relevant. So for us, we have from all the data we fetch, we have event or signals from a data perspective when the medicine, or they have a medicine which is getting over. For example, if you have purchased a medicine for 30 days, from 27 days is my best time for you to trigger, or 28 day, or it's D minus one or D plus one. Yeah, when your medicine is almost over, and then I communicate, okay, it's a time for you to refill and take care of yourself so that you are not missing on your dose. It's something how we target an user. A user who has entered into a hospital, prescription is generated, how we make sure the moment that user reach out to their home, the medicine is there at that place. So we have a real-time data where once a doctor has prescribed and the prescription is generated, we have real-time signals with us, and then we reach out to the user. Okay, you don't have to go and stand in a queue if you are not well standing in a big queue of Apollo pharmacy or any of the pharmacy, and you go home and your medicine will be at your place with different all which has been prescribed by the doctor. So these are the touch points where we enter. If you have done a vitamin D test and you have a deficiency in vitamin D, how we can cross sell to a user? Okay, these are the different multivitamins you can order, you can place. Once you have taken that, and we know from a data perspective, okay, a vitamin D vitals take 3 months to recover. So your when will be your next time we can make you recall, okay, this is a time for you to go for a test again and check whether your vitals are normal or not, or you have to be again go and consult a doctor. So these are the different touch points where we reach out to the user.
And I think the business model where doctor prescribes a prescription and you get the signal to deliver, because I think that business model is in trouble because most doctors keep medicines with them these days. So once they prescribe the medicine, they're like bahar jaake le lo. I think you have to rethink that. But let's do a live survey. To the audience, raise your hands if you prefer personalized recommendations over generic ads. Okay. Yeah, so see, personalization is important. I mean, raise your hand if a brand has ever creeped you out with really personal messaging. Okay. Anybody wants to give an example? Okay. Anybody? No? Okay. Personalized to you. So I think it was very creepy. So raise your hand if you have unsubscribed from a brand because of too many notifications. So somewhere brands are going wrong, right? In these journeys where personalization is now getting important. Yes, see, the first question was that people like personalized ads, but there are too many notifications, too many creepy messages. Bharti, you have taken over. Yes, you want to.
I just wanted to add over the point. I saw more hands getting raised for the creepy notifications, like which is over personalized, knowing much more about me than the personalized ads. So this is where I think we were talking about the DPDP coming into the picture, and we being able to actually choose that how much do I allow you as a brand to look into my information. And once I as user get empowered about it, I will feel okay, now this is the permission that I've given you to look into my profile. So this much of creepy and cringiness is what I can I'm happily getting aboard into. But beyond that is something that I don't I don't want to compromise on. So yeah, this is where we are heading to, and this is the new chapter I think getting unlocked in MarTech.
I was going to that question. Where are we heading to?
So just
Yes,
one
yeah.
point to that, I think it's with DPT coming into picture, the good thing is that now the customers will have the power to choose if they want the brands to reach out to you or not, and how much you want the brands to reach out to you or not. So the customer can be very, very clear about their choices. Again, some brands may not be very ethical. They can still reach out to in some other way, but most of the brands will have to follow the policy, and there is no exception for the brands in this. So, as a aware customer, try to figure out which brand, how much you want them to be, interacting with you in what format. But that's the power back to the customer now. That's the great thing for from a customer standpoint.
The size for the marketer is now probably.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Again, see, we will still have enough data and enough ways to reach out to the customer. Maybe not as personalized as we want to, but I mean, we have been doing marketing for so many years now that you will figure out a way to still reach out to the customer, still drive your efficiencies the way you want to.
Yes, sir, I see you have raised your hand, but I want to take a comment. Yes.
I think we're hearing a lot about DPDP, right? And we're all thinking it's a devil which has come in, why to control a lot of things. But that's not the case being into the data, right? Because see, there's a difference between a personalization. What I always say, the new buzzword would be responsible personalization, right? That is allowed. What is happening is that there's a difference between the impression serve, which can be creepy. Why? Because probably my wife bought the diapers for my daughter, And then every app she's going to, you have a first cry coming over there. That's a creepiness, right? Because you need to understand when is the user engaged. That's what I'm saying. The personalization has to be tied to a context, to a moment. And nobody minds, sharing their data once they understand there's a recommendation which is coming instead of there is an impression, flood which is coming to them. So I think we just confusing ourselves with the DPDP. Why? Because DPDP does not, stop you to utilize your first party data in the most sort of a, a very, very organized way or a responsible way. What is more important, it is a third parties which are going to be get affected, which is platforms. Why? Because they will not be able to get into that creepiness. Why? Because the signals are not going to come directly to them. Yeah.
And I'll go to the theme of this conference, agentic AI. Personalization, I guess, will become a lot easier once agentic AI systems come into place. And that would be a final question to all of you, and you can choose to respond very briefly. Because if let's say I am a customer and I have my agentic AI interacting with the agentic AI of a company, right? Your agentic AI knows what I want. My agentic AI knows what I want from your company. Would that make it easier? Where are we on that? Where are your companies on that? So, we can start with Shubham, Bharti, Vikram, Shashank, and then Tamis.
Yeah, so I think for us, agentic AI is a journey we sort of stepped upon about 6 to 8 months back. Already, about 5 to 10% of our car insurance sales do happen through these chatbots and agentic, voice calling bots. And what we have seen is that it's a very specific segment of customers, usually on both the sides of a normal curve, you could say, where these bots end up working and end up selling the right products to the right people, right? However, particularly in a much more involved, researched, or nuanced product like insurance, there's always that middle part of the curve where you do need human touch. So what we've done is the first touch point in a lot of these use cases is for us like a voice bot or an agentic bot. However, a lot of these signals are passing back the human touch signal to us, where there's a direct line to the live agent, and usually we see most of our conversion happening there. But just would like to also tap into the previous point that was discussed, that I do understand that of course everybody would be creeped out by extremely personal notifications or a barrage of notifications, and unfortunately most of the brands tend to try to capitalize on that these days, right? What I've also realized is that one of the product features we had recently launched is that we asked people for their car number, specifically because we wanted to give them reminders regarding their POC, their insurance renewals, their challans and whatnot. Like a lot of apps are doing that, right? So of course it would sound like a Me Too strategy. However, what we saw is that if you were to draw a parallel with a communication, simply sending a message to the user and saying, "Apna registration number de dijiye," versus some feature like this, the success rate is almost unparalleled. It would be 10x, 20x the kind of response you'll get. So clearly, even if there are multiple apps doing the same thing, people are willing to do that if you're taking the right strategy. So yeah, I mean, it's all about figuring out the right guardrails and tapping into that.
Very, very briefly, I think we are very short on time for this panel now.
So I think at Airtel, we are actually a combination of both online and offline world. So while we want to go about personalizing as much as online world that we can and we have, but it also remains important, the 20 to 30% interactions will still remain to be offline. And I think the future in terms of agentic AI is like how we can actually improve those offline experiences as well. So this is what we are strategizing towards.
I think for us it will be very, very critical to be ready for this agentic AI world, because there's a lot of interaction that happens between our customer and our call centers also, which is very basic queries. I'm landing at 11:30. Can you arrange a cab for me? Is my room be ready if I'll reach early? So there are a lot of conversations which can be simply moved to an agent, and there is no human interaction required at all in that. That whole personalized way of talking to each other will come through an agentic AI solution. So that's where the focus is. More than selling something, it's more about the service for us right now. That's where the current focus is.
Shashank.
Yeah, so it's more like similar to what Shubham mentioned. Even for us, like we can't go 100% autopilot being into healthcare. So we have Ask Apollo on our app where users, so our objective is how we can ease the process and solve it faster. So before going to a doctor, you have everything checks you have uploaded there, what kind of symptoms you are having, so that when you connect with a doctor, the process is faster for you. So for us, agentic AI and chatbots is solving 60-70% of the workflow, and it's making overall process and the timeline shorter for even for a doctor and for a user who is talking over that.
I think India is beautifully chaotic, right? So AI is still, I would say, B2B, yes, it is there. B2C, it will take 10 times, why? Because we saw in the SDFC presentation, physical is the still the formula for India. So from the B2C perspective, yes, it will take time.
In my personal life, I'm not punctual at all, but today I have taken this uh, that I'll be punctual. So no questions. Sorry, sir, for this panel, but you can go into the speaker lounge and ask your question to the speakers. Anybody wants to ask any questions, they can write to us. They can meet the speakers and raise their questions. So no questions for this panel. However, we all know personalization. Everybody wants personalization. The intent, the behavior, and the company's ethics is what matters. So a big round of applause again for everybody on this panel. I think they explained it particularly well. Over to you, Saibji.
Well, I believe as I say this on everybody's behalf, that we are all abreast of all the latest MarTech trends. What we do not understand is exactly what we are here to understand. So thank you very much for your attention and thank you for your insights. Could I please encourage everyone to come forward for a quick picture? Unfortunately, due to the paucity of time, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be able to take any questions for this panel in particular. But how about a round of applause for them? Thank you. And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf to the entire panel, joining us on stage is the CEO and co-founder at ihgift.io. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Nandani. नन्नानी साहब एक सेकंड रुक जाइए दोबारा ट्राई करते हैं इस बार आई होप दैट once I call out your name it will be followed by a round of applause, a well deserving one. Please give it up for Mr. Rahul Nandani. Thank you. How about an opportunity for each and every one of you to stand a chance to win an exciting Amazon voucher? All you need to do is what we do every day, everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, in the essence, thank you very much. First and foremost, congratulations on a successful first panel discussion for the day. Thanks a lot. Kya baat hai. Thank you. Thank you. In the essence of networking, thank you very much, Mr. Pava. In the essence of networking, I'm certain that you'll be meeting a lot of new people here today. Well, I have something very exciting that I'd like to share with each and every one of you. Keep the buzz going on social media using the hashtag MarTech AI conference and stand a chance to win a gift voucher from Amazon. Take a picture with someone new. Share your best insight so far, or share any special moment that you encountered or witnessed during this event using the hashtag. Our team at the back end will do their job and pick one lucky winner and get in touch with them since we have your contact information. We will get in touch with you regarding the same. With this, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the next panelist to talk about meeting intelligence, marketing in a non-linear, AI-accelerated era. First and foremost, joining us on stage is a personality who knows how agility in marketing plays out in a rapidly evolving tech industry and how data intelligence guides their decisions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rohit Gupta, marketing lead at AMD. Very good morning, Mr. Gupta. Thank you for joining us. Our next panelist oversees marketing across multiple countries for HP, focusing on strategic growth. Join me as I welcome the head of marketing, strategic growth, India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh at HP. Please put your hands together for Megha Manchanda. Absolutely no benefit from being backbenchers today, but if that's what suits you. Our next panelist leads AI-driven marketing for Samsung's electronics commerce business. He is literally using AI to enhance consumer experiences and drive online sales. So expect some cutting-edge examples from him on agile marketing optimization. Joining us on stage is the head of e-commerce experience and AI marketing at Samsung Electronics. Please welcome Mr. Vivek Joshua. Our final panelist in his current role is building India's first made-for-students laptop ecosystem. My goodness. Optimized for learning, affordability, and scale. He brings a unique perspective on how hardware innovation and smart OS design are reshaping digital access for millions. Join me as I welcome the co-founder at Prime Book. Please put your hands together for Chipranshu Mahant. Another victim of the Delhi Gurgaon traffic situation. Completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, a seasoned content strategist at one of India's top tech media platforms. He has a pulse to both tech innovation and consumer trends. Perfect to lead this discussion on agility. Join me as I welcome the Senior Director, Brand and Content Strategy at 91 Mobiles. Please put your hands together for Mr. Deepak Veera. और हो सकता है कि आपका वो Amazon voucher जिताने वाला moment यही कहीं है. So please requesting you all to stay ready with your mobile phones. Thank you very much. गुरियाल जी बिल्कुल आपके सामने. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again, guys. Thanks for being here this morning. AI is everywhere, right? So there's really no escape. We can't really escape AI at all. I have AI in my glasses. Vivek has AI in his watch. I'm told we are being served ChatGPT outside. Consumer AI is actually very different from what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about how organizations are making use of AI and specifically how organizations are using AI in marketing. And I have an esteemed panel here, Vivek from Samsung and Megha from HP, Rohit from AMD. These are all brands that are heavily utilizing AI in their roles. And this is the ideal panel to actually discuss about the topic at hand today. Speaking of the topic I have is agility meets intelligence, marketing in a non-linear AI accelerated era. It's quite a mouthful. And frankly, it's a little beyond me. So I'm going to take the of these people to actually explain what it means and how to decipher this. Vivek.
Yeah, agility meets intelligence. That's quite an interesting topic. To me, actually, what that means is marketing that is fast, agility, and right? So, how does AI really transform our processes and our people to make marketing processes faster, more in time, as far as the market is concerned? And how do we do continuous signal-based marketing, right? How do we make micro decisions or get AI to make micro decisions that makes marketing smarter? So marketing that's fast and right. That's what I would categorize this as.
Just your take, Megha.
Yeah, I'll just sort of simplify or maybe say it in other words, what Vivek's just said. To me, agility is our ability to make decisions fast across commerce, consumer or the product. And intelligence in some ways, and in today's context, which is AI, is to decide what, how, and what are the outcomes for those decisions. So it's our ability to constantly make those decisions, and intelligence is aiding us to decide what those decisions are going to be. So it's pretty much just how and what of it.
Nice. Good. So we actually started using AI in our office only recently. And one of my first prompts was to create this entire marketing framework for the next year. I was just completely blown away with the kind of output that I saw. I mean, something that would have taken me probably weeks or months just got created in a matter of minutes and with just one click. And that was that aha moment when I realized that the kind of power and how empowering it's going to be and how transformational it's going to be for us in this sector. Right. So it's absolutely fascinating the kind of output that I saw. To me, agility meets intelligence. Let me just say the tongue twister bit. Agility meets intelligence in marketing. To me, what it means is uh, every aspect of my work gets driven by AI, and that too in real time. So every possible input from strategy to planning to execution to optimization, uh, every output from impact reporting to analysis to insights, all of this gets driven by AI and that too in real time. And I mean, this is extremely important and imperative for us marketers to realize that it's no longer optional to leverage AI as much as possible. It's literally survival for us right now in this industry. So yeah.
Well, I mean, marketing in the traditional sense used to be planned thing, right? And there used to be annual calendars, 6 monthly, quarterly calendars. But now, thanks to AI, and Dorothy, you addressed it to some extent in what you said. It's like a live operating system now, the whole, the marketing thing. So have you thought about or are already, have already redesigned your teams and processes to actually, handle this, non-linear, always on environment in your organizations, Vivek?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, but there's a precursor to this question. Before we think about how AI impacts organizations, it's very important to think about how AI is impacting customers, especially from the perspective of their buying decision journey, right? Now, I think the erstwhile traditional consumer funnel is going through a supersonic tsunami when it comes to AI, right? It's being completely redefined. The funnel is no longer a funnel. Actually, right now it's more of a butterfly, right? With the central culmination being the LLMs. So ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity. This is the center for decision making, and this is becoming the new source of truth for customers, right? So a butterfly. On one wing of the butterfly, you have brand content, which is positioning your product in the right way to the consumer, enabling them to ask the right questions, right? And on the right side of the butterfly wing, you have customers discovering through AI. So that's about indexing your brand's communication across trusted sources in a way that AI can discover so that the answers come through the right way. So it's a question and answer butterfly. That's how the funnel is changing. And brands need to ensure that they're present on both sides. So this is how the consumer decision journey is changing. So how do organizations adapt to this? First, we need to get into an AI first thinking in everything that we do, from ads to content to media. Everything has to be redesigned through a strategic framework to fit into this new funnel, right? So it's not just, okay, there's a team, okay, Vivek Joshua handles AI marketing, so it's a department. No, this has to flow into every single department, and it needs to flow into the thinking of marketers, right? That's the shift I think that's required. So we are enabling teams, processes, learning, partnerships to make this happen. So that's where it's at.
Butterfly bit was really interesting. Neha, what's your take? And to add on just a very quick thing, because you handle marketing in Sri Lanka, for Sri Lanka and Bangladesh as well. So does this thing vary across regions, or does it stay the same between, let's say, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka? These are neighboring countries, of course, very similar cultures across.
I do love the butterfly metaphor as well. So first I'll answer the Sri Lanka Bangladesh question. Yes, in some ways there are a couple of years behind us. So it's West going east, right? So how West sort of embraced some of these technologies before us, and then I mean the neighboring countries are taking a little bit of time. But that's not to say our processes cannot be designed in terms of how we market to them, right? And to build on what Vivek was saying, right? Exactly. We are seeing, to me, the way I look at it, AI is becoming in some ways our additional hands and legs, right? And everything that we do gets more efficient and optimized as we bring in AI. And again, to Vivek's point, yes, one, the consumer is leaning on AI a lot more. So our ability to be present in the LLM world, the chat GPTs is one of the must have. So unfortunately, as we've known, SEO traditionally is no longer the case, right? It's no longer keywords optimization. It's not as, let's say, as linear or as mathematical as it used to be. And to again, just to build on him, what we're realizing is that LLMs are picking up from all the sources, right? So whether it's your LinkedIn voice, whether it's how you present yourself on Reddit and Quora, those are the sources of information for how LLMs are building their opinions and serving that information to the customer. So what is critical for a marketer hence is it's no longer, I have put out a message either through a communication or through a content piece, but every way in which I present myself to the consumer, like I said, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's my social media, is what is getting picked up, right? So in some ways, our work as marketers and how we traditionally used to call the red thread becomes so much more critical. How you present yourself and how you're constantly having that one consistency in message, consistency in your approach is even more critical, right? And that's one part of it. I'll give you a couple of more examples because at least when I started sort of working on AI, I realized that AI continues to be the buzzword, but as you start applying it, it starts to show the real use cases, right? The other thing, for instance, is the whole omni-channel, the non-linear environment that you spoke of. I think AI is a great tool to help us thread those conversations. So I'll give you an example. We have, a way for a customer to call in, right? When they call in, let's say an HP World Store or an ISP or some of those, there is a conversation that happens, right? There are sometimes tools now available where I can analyze that conversation and aid the customer in his journey of making that choice. So it's not about being intrusive, but it's about aiding that journey. And what Vivek said in terms of that butterfly, right? Like when we had started looking at what we call the customer journey or the research and evaluation phase for some of us OEMs, right? It's a web. It's just so complex for the customer to make that decision, right? And I believe AI can greatly support in that decision making. So, I mean, those are some of the at least initial proof points that we are seeing in AI and how we are using it on a day-to-day basis. I'm not even going to mention things like creative optimization, things like faster turnaround of our content. I mean, those I think most of us are aware of in the room, but these are some of the newer things that we are trying.
Well, use cases are going to be my next question. So you already touched upon something, Megha. But coming back to you, Rohit, you were talking about how internal systems and processes are changing to take on AI.
Yeah, so in terms of redesigning the teams and processes, obviously the first step for us was to upskill our team members and our marketeers with the latest AI tools because it's not something that comes very organically, right? So various facets of AI tools like prompt engineering, predictive analysis, generative content. So all of this had to be trained to every marketer possible within our teams. We also, over the couple of months, built this AI dashboard, which now helps us track campaign performance, optimizations, uh, uh, competition mapping, conversation tracking, so all of that as well. In terms of workflow management, we've automated various, routine tasks like budget allocations and reallocations and creative optimization that she was talking about. And all of those are now, sort of assisted with AI now. In terms of process changes, we've completely done away with quarterly business reviews and quarterly marketing reviews. Those are no longer relevant for us. Now it's more like a real-time sprint kind of an approach where we sort of look at campaign performance very real time and try to take decisions at that moment, at that point of time. So reviewing campaigns post facto is no longer relevant, I think, for us. So yeah, those are the kind of changes and processes changes that we have done.
I just wanted to add on a lighter note. I think we need to hire more Gen Alphas. I look at my 11-year-old.
I agree.
He's so natural with AI, while I struggle how to use it. So I mean, some of the newer generation is so much more naturally inclined to this. So just on a lighter note.
Yeah, completely agree. Yeah. Yeah. So coming to use cases, I think so there's obviously a lot of theory and there's training and there's the processes that are realigning, but I think it all comes down to how AI is utilized and what is the impact. And if you guys can share some examples or use cases where you've already either used AI or maybe are planning to, if you can share some of those, Vivek.
I think in terms of use cases, we are using AI across creative content, media. But I think the most impactful use case that I've seen is on media optimization, right? So now the world of media is also changing quite a bit. It's gone beyond reaching customers, making sure that enough impressions are served, etc., to building a very solid core of first-party data, right? Signals that are super reliable, consented, which can be fed into AI systems across partnerships. And then these AI systems take, like I was saying in the beginning, micro decisions, right? So on bids, placements, audience, creative, AI takes micro decisions to make sure that the right creative is served in the right context to the right customer. And what we see here as a result is incremental ROAS, incremental lift across brand metrics. This is a undisputed result that we've seen on media optimization. And if I were to give some examples of some tools that have been working for us, Meta Advantage Plus, right? A lot of the media marketers would have used this. It's just getting better and better. We've been using AI, Google search products, AI search products that serve dynamic ads. All of these things give us incremental results, better results, but the core input, right, that defines whether this will work or not is what you feed into it. So the quality of the first party data, the signals that you send into the media optimizer, into this AI engine, define what you'll get. And I think that is, and to my mind, it's a real use case, something that all of us can immediately implement.
So Megha, you already mentioned that analyzing the conversations and that's really a very interesting use case. Anything else you have to share?
I will actually, it's absolutely aligned to what Vivek said, right? But just to give more examples, right? Again, for us, it's the journey. So our ability to know what product and what customer journey, is anyone, let's say, consumer following. And AI then enables us to ensure that there is no break in that journey. It's consistent, it's frictionless. It is also something which I think one of and sort of a conversation that I remember we were having just a few years back was this whole omni-channel marketing, right? And we were consistently talking about that how it's no longer only offline or only online. Absolutely stays true. To me, AI is our tool to bridge that gap, especially in my kind of industry, where the search might be happening on an LLM. There might be some YouTube reviews that somebody's looking at, and the journey might be broken, and somebody might have walked into my offline brick and mortar store on a weekend, right? AI is going to help me at any stage, like what he was saying from a media perspective, but from a conversation perspective, to keep a tab on where the consumer is and what is it. So is it the price point that he's sort of struggling at right now? Is it knowing the right product that he's struggling at right now? Is it the right maybe brands sometimes that he's struggling on right at the beginning of the journey. So to know what are those queries or what is the journey point where the customer has dropped off in his search journey is to me one of the best use cases that I'm sort of again seeing for AI.
Rohit, I mean, you mentioned that it's still early in the journey
Yeah.
for AMD as far as AI utilization is concerned. And AMD, I mean, compared to the other brands we are talking about, is not a direct consumer facing brand. So how does it, how do these things change for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the first step for us is to embed AI into our entire marketing function, marketing stack. And that's where we are at right now in terms of use cases, in terms of case studies, still early stages for us, right? So the first step was for us to use these AI tools meaningfully within the systems, and we're still encouraging and nudging our team members to start using AI as groups, as team as much as possible. In fact, there's a clear guidance. I mean, this is how serious that we are in terms of using AI, is that clear guidance in terms of the frequency of usage of AI into our system. And if there's a case where there's not enough usage of AI by any particular team member, there is a possibility that the license might also be revoked, those enterprise license. So that's how embedded AI is into the DNA of AMD literally right now. In terms of use cases, I mean, absolutely yes. Optimizations, real-time optimizations. Small anecdote, launch week for us in April this year for Ryzen AI laptops. And what we noticed was there was some kind of a spike in terms of conversations around video editing in laptops and AI. So within literally for 8 hours, we were able to create a few short format content using AI, were able to deploy it and execute it using AI. So that was absolutely fascinating because the ability to do that in real time in such short notice, something that would have taken us weeks to plan and execute, being able to do it, especially during a critical period like a launch, that was pretty interesting. So yeah, one or two use cases, like I said, but it's going to build over the next couple of months and years.
Sorry, I just want to add one thing, and it's a very sort of slightly different example or a slightly different route to what we're discussing right now. But so one of the things for us is as a product is the launch of the AI PC, right? Which is what we call AI on the edge, and which means that you're not on the cloud when you're using AI, right? It's something which is offline,
On device.
on device,
Yeah.
right? And one of the tasks, and that's not necessarily a marketing process, but one of the tasks also is to enable the customer to be able to do that, right? To sort of train them, to educate them, to empower them, which is to say that now, I mean, AI no longer is available only, via the chat GPTs of the world, but is also available on your device, right? The Copilot and so on and so forth. So, I mean, like I said, it's a slightly off track use case, but that's something that's a service to the customer rather than it being something that we're using actively in marketing, but that's something that we're also working on.
So, in this journey of using AI in marketing, are there any metrics that you guys personally track to evaluate whether AI is actually working for you?
Yeah, this is an interesting question. See, at the end of the day, the KPIs, the core KPIs don't change. It's about your return on investment. ROAS is a very is a central KPI, cost over customer acquisition. These are efficiency KPIs. Also, reach, brand lift on the upper funnel. All of these things remain the same, right? But I think one interesting metric that we started tracking in the mid funnel is LLM discoverability. I don't know if you guys are aware of what this is. This is basically a score that tells you how much your product or service is being featured on an LLM like ChatGPT, Perplexity, etc. Right? There are a bunch of tools that or partners you can onboard who can give you the score. It's very interesting. So it tells you how many mentions you're getting on any set of chosen prompts. and also how high you're ranking in the hierarchy, right? And then this score and these insights feed into your content strategy. They feed into the channels that you choose. Honestly, we've had to kind of rethink uh, our marketing channels from the point of view of authority, right? LLMs are the new source of truth for customers. It's undeniable, right? No customer is going to look at an ad and say, hey, I believe that. Now I'm going to go and buy the product immediately. They are going to do their research. And before, the research was done on articles, through tech bloggers, through publishers, and consumers had to go through to multiple sources to make up their mind. Now they have a conversational layer, right? It's a question and answer. And a lot of customers are choosing this channel. I was just reading a study by Accenture in 2025. Apparently, 58% of consumers have replaced search with AI, right? So that's the kind of shift that's happening. And the number of Indian consumers who are using AI is much higher. So when the source of truth has changed, something like an LLM discoverability becomes core for any marketer. And I think it's good to look at that number from time to time. Yeah.
Megha, what's your take?
So, I mean, having been in growth for a very, very long time now, for us, one of the let's say must-dos is to have constant test and learn, which is you constantly in every campaign you have a test versus control group, right? AI is helping us in being able to get um, even more sharper in our test and control groups, which is that if I would have, let's say, just persona based groups earlier, now my test control groups can be even more specific, even more personalized, right? So my ability, then going back to, of course, choose the right channel, choose the right communication, choose the right message, but my measurability of my control group versus test group is via AI is sharper, is more specific, and hence my ability to have a more tailor-made solution to the customers is much more. Yeah, I mean, the KPIs don't change, to his point. I mean, of course, we are eventually measuring, our CACs, our ROIs. I mean, all of those don't change. But yeah, the ability to get more sharper with it is only higher. Yes.
Rohit, what do you have to say?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And so we've taken a slightly pivot. I've tried to take a pivot and try to understand one metric that I'm trying to track is how quickly are we able to take decisions, right? How quickly are we making decisions in this entire funnel, entire journey? The only way that I would know that AI is working for me is right from deriving insights to strategy to planning to execution to optimization. If the time taken to do that, I've been able to reduce or not, that's the only way that I would know that AI is working for me or not. So that is one critical metric that I'm trying to figure out with myself, with my team, that how quickly are we making decisions using AI. And we can see early results and it's really positive. One other metric is talked about ROAS, ROI. If there is an incremental uh, business or incremental ROI that we were able to drive using AI is something that we are trying to track as well. So those are the two key metrics that we are trying to figure out if it works using AI or not.
So a lot of heavy duty stuff here, guys. There's a lot of data. There are tools. There's optimization and whatnot. You guys spoke about quite a few things. But AI is still artificial, right? It's artificial intelligence. So my next question to you guys is that how do you actually keep the human aspect alive in the middle of all this? Let me go in reverse order and start with address this to you, Rohit.
Sure. So yeah, so it's a very good question. And so we created this brand film. AMD has created this brand film during this festive season for Durga Puja. I really hope that you guys see it. It basically talks about this very, very experienced craftsman who's trying to create this Durga idol, right? And sitting next to him is this college kid who's creating a replica of that idol on a laptop using AI. And that and what he's creating is absolutely perfect, right? But he's sort of bothered by the fact that it's looking perfect, but it's not looking very good or as beautiful as the craftsman is trying to make. So he goes up to the craftsman and asks that, listen, mine is looking perfect, but why is it not looking as beautiful as yours? Why is it not looking as good as yours? And the craftsman replies that uh, probably mine is looking beautiful because it's not perfect. Beauty lies in imperfection, and that's what we're trying to deliver. That the message that we're trying to deliver is that there always needs to be a human element, that human touch, no matter what AI is able to generate in terms of output. And one other message that we're trying to deliver through that film was that it's not humans versus AI, it's humans plus AI, which is the future for us. So yeah.
Humans plus AI. That's nice. Megha?
I want to check out that film. Sounds like a lovely film. I think the human motivations, human fears, human aspirations, joys, they're only always going to start from a human story, right? It's like saying that see, stories have always, I mean, something that he also mentioned, right? They're supposed to build memory structures. That's what they're supposed to do. I mean, that's what brands always try to do. That to me will always be human, will be started by humans, will be created by humans. But it's the dissemination of it, it's how you take it, what are the various sort of ways in taking those stories is what AI can help you with, right? So it's like what he said, human plus AI. I mean, another anecdote we were sort of joking about in the team, it's like it's AI is like a DJ console, right? Like the song is probably always going to be written by a human, but what beat and what sort of, how like somebody, how you're going to serve it to somebody who wants to either dance to it or, sort of read to it or whatever is probably what AI is going to decide. But the lyrics and the writing and the emotion will always be human. So I don't think that's going anywhere.
Okay, so from butterflies to DJ controls, I think you have a very nice thing going on here. Vivek?
I think I completely agree with these guys here. I think taking humans out of the equation is not going to come in for a long time. But I'd like to comment on this question from two perspectives. Uh, One is from the perspective of where AI is today in making creatives, right? I think there is a very strong element today of AI artifacts. I'm not sure if you guys know about this. AI artifacts generally means anything within a created piece of content that kind of gives away that it's been created by AI, right? It could be like a light flutter of the eyes, some physics that really doesn't match. So this kind of stuff is very, very common. And to remove this, right, the amount of prompting rigor it requires to get this out and to ensure that your content is on brand, it's actually not an easy task. It requires multiple iterations. So from that perspective, AI-driven content works much better in the middle funnel, where the question is really about scale, right? You'll have to create multiple contextual creatives. Quality, not really important. Contextual creators are important. There it works really well. On the upper funnel, when you're talking about brand films, etc., I think the human element is critical, right? So, see, humans have purpose, right? Humans, the purpose of our creative teams is to make ads that our consumers love. AI has tasks. I think this is a humans have purpose. AI has tasks. So AI can help you make like stock images or get you the right transitions or make a part of that film for you. But creative human intuition has to guide that process from start to finish. And I don't know when that's changing. I don't know if that will ever change. So yeah, that's
Nice. So just my last question here, just before we wrap this up. If there's one AI-driven shift in marketing that you will bet on, what's that going to be? Rohit.
Yes, so marketing is going to be more proactive, I think, as we move forward. Today, it's more reactive, that we look at data sets, that we look at insights, and we try to react to it. AI is not only going to drive insights from data sets, but it's also probably going to forecast trends, consumer conversations. Imagine a situation where AI is forecasting what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks in terms of, these are the trending topics that are going to come in and customers are going to talk about this. And at the same time, their AI is able to create campaigns, plan, build your assets, posters, banners, etc., and able to deploy it at the same time. That's going to be absolutely powerful. It's going to literally remove that lag between deriving insights to uh, execution, and marketing will then become truly real time at that stage. It's going to be extremely powerful for at least a brand like EMD because we then won't have to wait for consumer signals from our partners, from our OEMs, from our retailers. We'll just be able to go ahead and launch and drive conversation, own conversation, and be ahead of the demand, hopefully, before the competition does as well. So yeah, marketing is going to be probably more, is going to drive more proactiveness to marketing than what it is today. It's more reactive right now, I guess.
Yes, Megha.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing, but again, from the consumer's perspective. So one is what we as marketers would want to do, but what is it that's going to aid the consumer? And to me, it's the same thing. So currently, AI comes in piecemeal. I use AI in my tech stack to do various different tasks. I think going forward, AI is going to be like this one silent, consistent platform um, across different journey points, right? So whether and then the decision that the AI will help, or the decision that AI will help the marketer to do is going to have that to ensure that the journey remains friction free. So what I mean is that, again, like I said, somebody's done a review or somebody's seen something, then somebody's like sort of talking to somebody else, somebody's going to LLM, then somebody's walking to the store. It is AI hopefully is going to be that invisible sort of voice at the background, which is going to now no longer make those broken solutions, but like making sure that there is a seamlessness and there is no drop in journey. The customer does not have to go back and start that process all over again, but he can sort of take right from where he had sort of stopped in his last search, in his last conversation, and AI is going to consistently guide him and the marketers to be able to give the right signals.
Vivek, you get to have the last word on this.
Yeah, I think my answer is kind of a culmination of what Megha and Rohit have said. I think the shift is going to happen from campaigns to conversations. This push marketing layer, right, where a brand pushes something onto the customer, I think that is going to fundamentally change. Consumers are going to have conversations with brands, and brands need to enable conversational layers across their websites and every single brand touch point. That is how the future is going to shape up. I think ads as we know it may not exist in the same way that we envision today. It's going to be conversations, and the brands that have the best conversations will win. They will create communities and they will build loyalty. So that's the future, I feel. I mean, it's early days. I mean, we're all kind of shooting in the dark, but I think that's the future that we're heading towards.
Well, great conversation, guys. Thanks so much for bearing with me. These are great answers. I learned quite a few things today. Um, you rightly said, Vivek, it's still the journey still started, and we are most of us shooting in the dark when it comes to utilizing AI. But I think the one aspect that really stood out for me was the human plus AI part of it. I think it's very, very important to keep the human aspect alive. I'm not sure how long it'll be, but I think for as long as we are able to, if we keep the human aspect alive and keep the human plus AI things going, that's what's going to change things for the better in the future. So thank you guys. Thanks for this. Thanks for having us here. Wrap this up.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah, please encourage all of you to kindly join us up front for a quick group picture. Joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf is the business head North at Exchange for Media Group. Please welcome Ms. Ekta Sood. Sajid is waiting for the applause so that she can join us on the stage. Are we in the best of our spirits or do we need to know कि बाजू वाले कैसे कर रहे हैं? It's a quick energizer. फटाफट बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? Quickly. भगवान ने दो खूबसूरत हाथ दिए, कृपया उन्हें इस्तेमाल में लाइए। बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाकर पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और अब दूसरी तरफ हाथ मिलाकर पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? क्या बात है, अब तालियों से बता दीजिए that we are ready and set and present here. Fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you very much for taking out time from your schedules, gracing the occasion, and most importantly, sharing your insights. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Attention, emotion, and influence. How Track and Gen AI is rewriting consumer understanding through video intelligence. Join me as I welcome our next speaker for the keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a true innovator. She built ConfoSite as the world's first insights-driven platform for community marketing. Under her leadership, ConfoSite now serves more than 130 major brands worldwide. About 6 months ago, the company launched ConfoTrack, a Gen AI-powered social intelligence platform that analyzes short-form videos across channels to decode emerging trends. Sounds incredible. Join me as I welcome the CEO and founder of ConfoSite Analytics Private Limited. Please put your hands together for Ms. Tamanna Dhamija.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day. Really excited to be here, to be taking the physical stage for the first time in India after having been all around the world. So thank you all for being here. Before I jump into what ConvoTrack is and the world of AI, I know there's a lot of AI being spoken about since morning and video. Let me transport you all 10 years back. So assume it's 10 years back and we have to explore a new country. What tools would you all use? If you're traveling and you have to explore a new country, what tools would you use? Lonely Planet, yes. ChatGPT 10 years back, I wish. Maps. Yeah, so Google Maps, Lonely Planet, Printed Maps, Lonely Planet. And now if you have to do the same exercise today, what would you use? So someone already said ChatGPT. What else? Perplexity. Google Maps, absolutely right. So that's the difference, right? We were relying on printed tools versus today it's Google Maps, ChatGPT, Perplexity. And can anyone tell me one big difference between the two? Yes, get the full itinerary for 5 days, customizable, fast. Yes. I think about it, the biggest difference is all of these, but really the minute a printed map goes out, it's outdated. The minute something is printed, that's a point in time information, it's outdated. Versus whether it's a Google Map or ChatGPT, it's live information. It's changing every second. It takes into account what happened over the last few days, weeks. You can plan itinerary, you can zoom in, all of that. So ConvoTrack really is that Google Map or ChatGPT of consumer understanding and brand decision making. It's a living, breathing map of consumers, and I'll show you how. Before we go ahead, I'd request you all to scan this QR code and ask any business question that you may have. We've been having some really interesting conversations since morning, and some of the questions that came up from ITC Hotels was help me understand customer segmentation for hotels. Or from BPCL, it was BPCL versus HPCL. Help me understand the content performance. So any questions, any business questions, what does Gen Z think about whatever, makeup or, tea formats in South India? I'm just giving you pointers. But just ask any business questions and you'll have the answer anytime during the day at our booth out there. I'll just give it 20 more seconds. Okay. So I asked you to ask questions because that's the reality, right, of all of our day-to-day jobs. Our day begins and ends with questions. All of the questions that I mentioned, anything under the sun on whether I have to launch a product, my marketing strategy, measurement, what did the competitor do yesterday, what is that big trend that came up in the market? And all of these questions are centered around consumer. Now let's just see, where are these consumers? All these consumers are hanging out online. The numbers that you see on the slide is India. The digital population of India is close to 800 million. And like I said, it's a printed slide, so it's already outdated. I'm sure that number has gone up. But really, 80% of them are hanging out on all social channels. You see their YouTube, Instagram, Meta, X, LinkedIn, etc., etc. And what are they doing on these social channels? And by the way, it includes all of us. On an average, 5 hours every single day are spent online. I know it seems like a shock, but that's the reality. And 80% of that time is on social. And what are they doing when they are on social? I'm going to play this video. Sorry, is there a way to play this video? Okay, never mind. We'll play it later in the talk.
AI, so real-time video comprehension, real-time video generation. That's going to be most of the load, and that's how it is for most of the internet right now. So most of the internet is video.
I'm sure a lot of you saw Elon's podcast with Nikhil Kamath. It came out a couple of weeks back, and it's been the most trending video on the internet. And he says most of the internet is video. Even on a platform like X, on Twitter, most of the content is video. So that's what consumers are doing when they're hanging out on social channels. About 60 to 80% of the content that's created, consumed, is all video. That's the currency of communication, and that's the world that we're living in. So, and this is again the volume, right? 4.5 billion posts shared daily. TikTok alone has like 4 trillion posts every month. And 500 hours of video is consumed on YouTube every minute. So it's insane amounts of content. So our big thesis is, on one hand, all of us have lots of questions throughout the day on consumers. Those consumers are actually in all these online social spaces, creating content, consuming hundreds of millions of daily interactions. They're already answering all of those questions. The answers are already present. We just have to sift through them, aggregate them, and package them, and we'll have. And that's our thesis. That's essentially what we do. That's essentially what ConvoTrack does. But what we saw, and the reason we built this, is what we saw in the market is that while all this information is present, we're still resorting to very old means of understanding the lay of the land, consumers, whether it's just interviews, surveys, or doing outdated studies. And oftentimes, by the time we get the answer, it's already too late. The consumer's moved on. So that's ConvoTrack, where we really say consumer intelligence at the speed of curiosity, and think of us as a capability, a core decision-making tool where any business questions, and I would encourage any of you who've asked, or even later just stop by and ask any business question, and you'll see how the answer appears in just minutes. All data-backed, quantified, contextualized from consumer data online. Let me jump straight into a case now. Just gonna jump. So this is something we did for a very large FMCG brand that wanted to uncover, just understand the complete lay of land of protein. How many of us are getting more into a protein mindset? Me for sure. I'm still trying to figure out how much, but and I'm surprised because, as a consumer, like I never looked at protein honestly 4 years back. That shift has just happened. So they wanted to uncover all of this, right? And you see the question is complex: protein consumption patterns, motivations, content resonance, all of that. But basically tell me what is India talking? What do they think about protein? Why do they think about protein? How do I do something meaningful if I'm launching a product in that space? This was the problem to be solved. How did we go about solving it? By the way, before I get into this, how long do you think doing a study like this to understand everything around protein and also look at what sort of content would resonate? How long do you think a study like this would take? Okay, 3 months. Even now, even today, with all the tools, with ChatGPT that we have. Anyone? One month. So it'll be at least days, right? And if someone can say it's less than days, then I would love to talk, but I'll show you how do we look at this. What you see here is this kind of screenshot of ConvoTrack. But all you do is you ask this question: which specific protein consumption motivations are driving consumer choices, family health, whatever? And it can be a very broad question or a very specific question. And what the engine then does is it goes across all social and online. So Instagram, YouTube, Meta, X, Reddit, also some e-com, open web. It goes across everything. It looks at text, video, image, everything, and then it packages and produces pretty much like an answer and a report for you in minutes, which is the first sort of directional report that you get. Whether it's 70% there or 100% there, it depends on the level of question, and then you can do further digging and ask more questions. But I'll show you the answer. All of this that you see here, this is exactly what you see on the platform. That's how the answer shows up. So essentially, what you see: protein consumption motivations amongst Indian homemakers. Family health takes center stage. Protein confusion, the daily dilemma plaguing Indian consumers. And I'll get into the final findings, but this is exactly, it's like how if I'm doing this study, I'll first go across, collate data. Even if it was a survey, I'll collate all the data, then I'll try to put my research hat on and just write, like what are the big takeaways? This is everything that the platform does. Like it'll do all of that job in minutes. The how much crisis, the protein amount confusion. How many of you face this confusion? I'm like in that zone now where I don't know how much protein to have. And this like resonated with me even as a consumer, because the ICMR guidelines are like 0.8 grams per kg of body weight. Fitness influencers are like 1 to 2 gram. Gym trainers are like just 2x, right? And then there's confusion because international sources do say pounds versus kgs. And then the timing error, when to eat protein. So this is not the entire report. It was just some of those screenshots, and it's showing you how much. So it quickly went, it scanned everything, but then the most relevant data that it found was these, 2,600 posts, 84,000 conversations, and these are both video and text posts, 320 million views. So that's all the data. When I started, I said that all questions can be answered, are being answered by the activity all of us do online daily. We just had to create that capability, the conduit to bring those answers alive, which is what we've done for faster and better business decision making. So this is the engine. It goes and it does, goes and crawls and does all of that to get that output. And it's all quantified. You can click and see the post, the source of data. So there's no like, it's not just an English report. It's both quant and qual. 22 million engagements were there on these posts. So which means consumers were resonating. And after you get the answer and you can ask 5-10 questions, you can then click and create a PDF or PowerPoint in like another 3 minutes, which then you can edit. Again, that's the first directional answer, whether it's 60, 70%, 100%, it depends on what. You can ask any question. You can say, okay, compare and contrast this whole thing now with US or Korea. And I'll tell you the most interesting things now that we found in the study. The awareness of protein is actually higher in India than the brand assumed. They assumed a lower awareness level, but the actual awareness is much higher. So people know that I need to integrate protein. It's not a good to have, it's a must have. But the big confusion kind of paradox, that's what came out. I know I need to have it, but when to have it, how to have it, in what form factor, because there's also vegetarians, and then how much. These three came up as big, things that need to be solved, where there's a lot of confusion because of these conflicting sort of sources of information. And the big thing that came out there was that most of the non-sort of gym goers, they want to integrate protein as a part of their daily life. And I'm sure as consumers, like it hit home for me. Because, and daily life means the kind of meals I'm used to eating or in my routine. Which is where the incidence of if I'm cooking, things like idli, wherever, is there a way to like put in protein there? Or can I buy a dosa batter with protein or like a pasta which is higher in protein? And what also came out is that the biggest sort of influencer, believe it or not, is this homemaker hero. So there are fitness enthusiasts that look out for themselves. There's lifestyle seekers, health gardening, but the homemaker hero is the biggest influence and can really make protein as a part of the family food basket. So, an end-to-end study which showed first what is the lay of the land, then what are the gaps that the brand can go and target through any products that it's launching and through communication, which is all coming out here, right? Fast, functional, and flavorful protein. Integrate and don't educate. The more we help consumers integrate it in their daily life. So, and again, this is not the whole report because it's very, very specific. What to do on which channel, all of that end to end. And can anyone tell me that if you were to do this on ChatGPT versus what I showed you, what is the difference? I'm asking a lot of questions right before lunch, but
Ladies and gentlemen, for this to become a truly immersive experience, you have to interact. In case you have the right answer or a ballpark answer to what she just asked, simply raise your hands.
yeah, so he said it's more nuanced and it's, ChatGPT is more generic. Okay.
So just to add on, I think what the question that you asked, I think ChatGPT, when we are asking these kind of questions, I think it gives us answers, but then there are, first, I think too much of content comes out, and from that content, we are the ones who have to make the decision whether it is right or wrong. And at the same time, it is not a strategic one. It looks like that they have given us more data pointers, more questions, and then we keep having this question answers round only with the ChatGPT. Whereas here I see a lot of things being presented in the format we are actually looking forward for. So it's more analytical and more strategic. That's what my take is.
So consider ChatGPT the espresso machine. You will need a filter at the top of your cup for the actual taste to grow, right?
I think he wants to say.
So I think my point is that ChatGPT might be decoding only the textual content, but whereas your answer might be decoding the video content too.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you actually to all of those who answered, and we will we'll have a giveaway for all of you because really it does, and it's pretty bang on. So one, ChatGPT does not look at video. It cannot look at voice, visual, all of that. And I'll show an example of what I mean. It only looks at text. Second, which you said, right, nuanced, I'll tell you why nuanced, because ChatGPT only looks at, and not just ChatGPT, Perplexity, any LLM, 90% of what they look at is open web data. So blogs. Some LLMs do look at the metadata on like YouTube, etc., right? Like just the metadata of a post. So that's why it comes as nuanced, because we look at all social. So think of this as your social video GPT, if there's a way to think of it. We also look at open web, but you can take out open web and only do, because our strength is social. That's where the consumer is talking. The consumer is not coming and writing blogs. And we triangulate it with consumer comments. And the third thing which she said is also true, which is the packaging of the answer. It's packaged from all of this is trained on all of your minds. We've done thousands of reports, looked at thousands of questions from brand heads, CMOs, consumer research professionals, CMI heads, all of that. It's been trained on that. It's your brain which is verifying the answer before it's shown to you. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you. Like this is, whenever I ask this question, very few people, but you guys have really captured the essence. I did want to show that. Just one thing, and then I'm going to wrap. This is not moving. Actually, I'm going to play a video here. I just wanted to make the point on video. Okay. Just last question, I promise. Wear your brand research, digital, whatever hat, right? And look at this video. If you were a part of that team analyzing health, protein, whatever, and this was one of the videos, what would jump out when you see this video, even just as a human? How do we play this? Sorry, okay. So what jumped out? Yes, that she is. She's on an agenda to do the reel in a certain amount of seconds. Yes, she is speaking fast. Yes, please. Chaos. Yeah. Okay, I'll repeat. He said she's promoting multiple products. Just 10 seconds. She's speaking directly to her followers who already trust her. So you see how the human brain is? Like we're taking the information there, but then of course you already know, right? Like influencers talk to the trusted followers, and we try to, each one of us will pick up different things. Like I picked up, the brand of the protein bar. This is the last thing, but this is the information, and all these are screenshots from the product, where from every video, what will come out is the audio transcription, and in this case, she was talking in English, but any language. So there's 100+ languages. All those languages will be converted into English. So first I took Zandu Pure Honey, there was a buy. So like you said, right, she was going too fast, but all of this was captured. While on diet, it's possible to eat guilt-free chocolate, all of that. But then look at this, the right side. This is the video description, which is everything from voice to visuals to text. It's almost like converting the video into a story, because every video is analyzed in frame by frame. Even a 20-second video can have tens or hundreds of frames. So video opens with a young woman smiling, waving at the camera. She's wearing a brown tank top and jeans. text overlay reads healthy snacks from Blinkit. So now you know that that was the call to action. When you take all this information and then see, got all the brands, even though she didn't say it. Zandu Pure Honey, True Elements. Now this is at one video level. I did want to show you this because when this is done at thousands or tens of thousands of videos, posts, comments, the answer that you saw, this is the bottom-up way of getting to that answer. Thank you all.
Well, I have to tell you this, had I not been here doing my job, trust me, from a layman's perspective, this all is supremely interesting. Thank you very much for joining us, sharing your insights. This is absolutely transformative. And to present a small token of appreciation, joining us on stage is the man of the hour. Please put your hands together for Mr. Brit Pava. And in the essence of getting mementos and freebies, ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that you capture your favorite moments at the event, or maybe a selfie with someone you just met or had the chance to meet for the very first time. Thank you, Pamela. Thanks a lot. Post these across your social media platforms. Please do not forget to use the hashtag MarTech AI conference and stand a chance to win an exciting Amazon voucher. With this, we are headed towards the next keynote address for the day, Agentic Marketing, Solving Marketing's Impossible Problems. Joining us on stage, our next speaker oversees operations at Netcore, which is a global MarTech SaaS company born out of India. Netcore Cloud is known for its AI-powered customer engagement platform and for innovations in email and personalization technologies. He has over a decade of experience in driving marketing transformations for businesses. He is passionate about using AI to solve what often seems like impossible marketing problems. Join me as I welcome the Chief Operating Officer at Netcore Cloud. Please put your hands together for Mr. Siddharth Gopalakrishnan.
I just need the clicker. Thank you. Yep. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm so glad that Tamanna went before me because she actually covered a lot of at least what technology today could do. I think people said Netcore Cloud, we are a MarTech SaaS platform which actually covers everything from search, contextual search to channels to powering customer engagement and using insights. But today I'm not here to talk about that. Actually, what I'm here to talk about is, what we think is the future of marketing and MarTech, as we are calling it, agentic marketing. By the way, it's not just us, it's something that Forrester and Gartner, after a lot of research, believe that they're going to rename all their omni-channel playbooks and say that, the next wave of marketing is going to be agentic. And what we believe it does is it helps solve some of the currently impossible problems of marketing, or what have been there as impossible for decades. To start with a quick clue, does anybody know what this represents? 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. Anyone? There are some visual cues, of course, but does anyone have, whether you want to take a guess what this represents? Sorry? Close, but track and field runner of many different kinds, but 3:59.4 was in 1954. Roger Bannister, or Sir Roger Bannister as he was called later, was the first man to break the 4-minute mile run. Decades of running before that, but nobody had broken the 4-minute time for a mile, right? And it was considered not just something that it was just impossible. It was just considered physically impossible to do. So much so that there was a lot of research that a lot of people in the medical field did to say what really happens. Why should people not try to break this barrier? Because your heart rate actually goes up quite dramatically high. Your lactic acid. There's a whole bunch of science and theory around 4 minutes. You cannot actually run a mile. Did in May of 1954. There were 10 other runners who did it by
August, or not August, October of 1954. And in the next 6 years, there were 300 athletes who actually crossed the 4-minute mile barrier. So it is considered, what was once considered a physically impossible problem to solve. And one person did it, and then subsequently, the world never looked back. Incidentally, the current record is 16 seconds before, faster than this. So we are in a similar situation here where, customer behavior has changed quite dramatically, and it's changing much faster than organizations can respond. This has been true forever. I think it's true even faster right now. Today, if you think about the marketing funnel, usually you're bombarding a lot of this with Google and Meta ads, and you have a very wide catchment. You then have low relevance in terms of the communication, and therefore conversion is actually a trickle. But where it really is headed to today, because of what people said since morning, a lot of your search itself has become far more sharper. People are not actually Googling anything they want. They're being much more specific about what it is. So much smaller catchment areas is where your funnel starts. Goes to a much higher relevance. Therefore, you need to communicate with much higher relevance and therefore drive much higher conversions. Right? This is where we are actually headed towards in terms of marketing. But a lot of things today as marketers, we are sure that you are actually grappling with. Some of this is nothing new. This is all something that, people, at least when I speak to a lot of marketers, they actually tell me, number one, can we move away from the vicious attribution loop that we actually are in the world of digital? And, whether the email got us the lead, whether the Google ad got us the lead, whether the web got us the lead, there's a lot of time being spent on attribution. Second, can we really create actionable micro segments and personalization? Great thought, great theory, n equal to 1 has been spoken about for the last 5 years, but who's going to create the content for it, right? How can we do this without overwhelming the teams that we have today or the content creation teams that we have as an extended arm in with respect to agencies? Finally, cross-sell, upsell. Banks talk about this a lot. Cross-sell, upsell ratios are still very poor today. Why? Because the space limited is very limited. Which product to sell, when to talk about it, how do you actually make it relevant continues to be a big challenge. So these are what, at least today, we consider are impossible problems of marketing, right? For example, in e-commerce conversion rates, repeat rates, CRM revenue, these are the 3 biggest metrics that matter. But most people hover around the 2 to 4%, a 25% repeat, and a CRM revenue of 10-12%, at least a lot of marketing brands that we work with. What if this could actually pivot and actually move towards 60% repeat purchases and 40 to 45% CRM revenue? This is what turns around profitability for e-commerce players, at least as we believe it in any of the marketing things. So what are the current barriers? Lots of dashboards, but no real action. So you are actually, and MarTech platforms are known for dashboards, but not really great actions. Limited bandwidth for content and limited space, too many things to actually talk about. What is new growth needed for BFSI? In BFSI, lead drop-off rates continue to remain astonishingly high. Activation rates, cross-sell rates, sub 20%, right? And this is the same, and these are the problems. And I think over the last 5 years, a lot of investment has gone into digital and analytics, and I think we're still seeing a little bit of the plateau. And a large part of the reason is because we're just still not able to pull in data from all the other sources and actually use it to drive intelligence and actions. Same way, if you move to slightly other sectors like auto, real estate, which are much more omni-channel, much more higher involvement, longer decision cycles. They are multi-touch, but not multi-aware. If you walk into a real estate, site today, you will be asked the same set of questions which probably you actually researched online. The same is true for automotive, right? And it has not changed while there have been a lot of efforts that actually have been made, primarily because the funnels are still siloed, lead qualification criteria are different, and context is actually missing when somebody actually walks in and it's not real time. And therefore, while a lot of things have changed, still digital revenue contribution continues to remain at sub 5% levels. What we believe really agentic unlocks are 2 things. I mean, there's a lot written out here, but 2 things, scale and relevance. I think these are the 2 fundamental things that we are seeing already being impacted using agentic AI.
Individual agents, a lot of you must already be using. People use things to do segmentation. People use agents to actually drive some content creation and insights. Question is, can you actually have a collective of these agents come together to drive a particular marketing objective? And that's where at least we believe the world of agentic marketing is headed. So with one prompt, can we actually create many more micro segments? Can we create much larger set of creatives while being personalized across channels and real time with an inbuilt trust layers, right? This is the impossible problem, or this is our 4-minute mile equivalent at this point in time. So what has already started to happen is, across say e-commerce, proactive journeys are already, starting to, I think a lot of you are also contributors to this. People view 3 different shades of foundation, but the recommendation can actually be exactly of what they've actually seen, right? Beige color, very specific to that individual. So any recommendations across your WhatsApp or RCS channels should also be reflecting what they've actually done online. But that last mile bridge is very tough to actually crack, is being cracked today. I will talk about Crocs, and in a particular example in a video that I'm going to show you, which was actually done. And micro segmentation is something where people are getting to. If you take BFSI, a customer in Pune is ignoring your renewal calls time and again. But what the people interpret this as saying apathy, they really don't want renewal. What data is actually missing is the call center conversation that actually happened maybe 3 months ago, happened in a different language. But are the prompts to that consumer actually done in those languages? Not really. So your other channels are not really privy to what has actually happened in the call center and the conversation and the kind of tonality that was there. But can this actually be done today? Absolutely, yes. This is what at least AI and agentic AI is allowing brands to do today. Not everybody has done it, but a few people are actually seeing early messages. And the same thing reflected in what could be an RCS message in a vernacular medium, right, with building a badge of trust. I think these are small things which actually make the messaging so much more relevant to an individual. And that is basically the opportunity that we all have to get to. Similarly, if you take cross-sell, upsell, FBs are maturing in 30 days. Assume friction is none. Real friction is that, it means different things for different people. So can you actually continue the journey of that individual to something else? And can it be done across the board? So what is really changing? So a lot of people spoke about the why, or, what is the problem? Here is where we think are the solution areas. Number one, multi-agent workflows. I think for us, we are seeing this as a reality, and I'll actually show you an example of that. 2 very different pricing models out there, right? Can you really tie it to outcomes versus think about attribution? And third is basically creating a sort of a value delivery hub where you get expertise and both around solution architecture and around what campaigns matter, and in a very business-like way. And that's basically the 3 pillars of focus that we believe marketers should have, and what we are trying to mimic as a MarTech platform as well. So if you could, this is something that we actually co-created around when we worked with Google Cloud. So we are Google Cloud's Partner of the Year. Audience insights allow us, and real-time audience insights allow us to create 100x predictive segments. If you use that for creative generation, now there are a lot of content creation tools out there. VO3 is one of the engines, but there are others. And if you actually have a confluence of them, ability to drive automated briefs, ability to drive basic adapts and at least statics, great. That world has already moved. A lot of the banking and e-commerce players are already using it. I'm sure some of you are as well. But content creation, auto-generating multiple X content pieces at scale, already a reality. Using that to drive things across your paid channels, so using those same audiences across what you're doing in paid channels on Google and Meta to all your own channels. And this is where the game is really changing. How well are you using your own channels? Are you paying, according to us, it's analysis that we did, 70% of the marketing spends that you're doing are used to acquire the same customer that you had potentially acquired, probably acquired some time ago, but they got lost out, went back into the field, stopped engaging with you, and you're actually using that dollars to actually acquire the same customer again at a very high price. But when you use own channels like web, app, email, WhatsApp, etc., to really drive that part of it. And finally, the feedback loop, which completes this entire new operating model. So here's what we actually did along. We worked closely, and it's full credit to Pulkit and Nitin from the Crocs team to actually do this. So Crocs runs this buy one get one offer free, the BOGO scheme every quarter, right? And it drives a large part of value for them. Question is, how much of this, did they actually use in the next? And so they wanted to do it for this last quarter in a very, very different way. They had tighter budgets, and therefore they wanted to see with tighter budgets, if we were to allow agents to actually take these actions, what could these actions look like? So they started with a prompt by saying, what could be insights from your previous campaigns? And you'll actually see it live on the video now. So before that, just a preamble. Starting with Insights Engine, what insights came out of the last 20 campaigns that you did, or the last 20 BOGO sales that you did? Two, therefore, which segment opportunities did you miss? And what if the agent were to design a campaign for you, what would that campaign look like? What would be the segments? What would be the messaging? What would be the content that gets created? And finally, what is the right time and optimized way to send it out? So this entire thing, what people would take, maybe an 8-10 member team would take a week to put together, can be done in minutes. And that's basically what we actually will show you. Can you play the video now? So this is Co-Marketer, which is the central orchestrator of all the agents together. It looks at the historic data. And of course, dashboards are available, but what is actionability, right? So past BOGO sales uncovered 3 insights. Number one, large untapped segment, 27% of your customers. Men's category, and the fact that people are buying in bundles, particularly kids for their kids, is a big part of the untapped segment that you do. It asks the marketer, shall I build this into a multi-layer campaign? And the marketer, all of you, will say, yes, go ahead and make the strategy. And so here's what happens. So the platform actually is plugged into attribution, loyalty, CRM, ad tech, product catalog, and analytics. So the segment agent is using data from all of this real time to actually come up with which are the segments. So they uncovered about more than 20 segments, high value fashion enthusiasts, style switchers. It's actually labeled them saying, what is people who have clicked the Meta and Google ad in the last 10 days, but not added to cart. So there's a bunch of segmentation that it comes up with and says, if you approve, let me go ahead and build content for it. The content agent then is called upon, and the content agent then first asks you a few simple questions that if you like to continue, how much tailored content do you want, right? So answer the questions. The marketer then fills out a very small, you need to communicate to teenagers, enthusiastic tone, focus on WhatsApp as a channel, and you could have done ad push, you could have done anything, and then the generation of content starts. Now, when the generation of content starts, an automatic brief gets created in the platform for ChatGPT in the basic sense, your own content libraries, which are the brand content libraries, and we also then use the Google Power Engine to do VO3 for video content generation, right? And for every single segment that you saw out there, it actually starts to create the content and even a caption for what that content would look like. I'll be done shortly. So these are the static content that gets created. And then there will be a video content also that gets created. I'm playing this perfectly slowly because so that people get an opportunity to at least see. You can do video. This is, by the way, how the panel also looks. So this is how actually the interface looks like for marketers. Created some basic content, clogs, slides, flippers, limited sale, shop now. This all gets created, and then it also does the checks for grammatical errors, spell check errors, content check, which is there. It then will send it for WhatsApp for whitelisting, which is also a typical challenge that all marketers face when you have to actually push out ads on WhatsApp. So it follows the brand color palette, the product visibility is clear, the logo is currently placed. So it is checking for brand guidelines, which are very, very essential for all of you. And then the scheduler agent comes to actually say when should these campaigns be launched to whom, what point in time, which channel first versus second, and so on and so forth. And this is the co-marketer bringing all of the highest performing sector together to say this is how your buy one get one offer launch or your campaign needs to get launched. And then the flow is executed. You can stop now. Thank you. Yeah. So this is basically what is possible today. This is something that now has been deployed. It's in beta. It's been with across BFSI, e-commerce, as well as Asian Paints as a digital migrator customer. There are lots of it happening, but how will it really bring it to life? The new pricing model, fixed consumables and an alpha, which means happy to tie all the fees to real business impact and what revenues you actually drive. And that's basically what we are set up to. This is a bit of the under the hood, what kind of data stack is typically brands and marketers should aspire to create today, both around the data layer, the decisioning layer, activation, which is across channels, and then the feedback loop, which gets created. And this stack is an important one for all of you to think about as you start, redefining the way you want to do your marketing. And that's it. We don't have anything else. Thank you. If this is of interest, please happy to have conversations outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siddharth. That was crisp and on point. Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Could I please request you to stay back with me on the stage for a little while longer to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf? Joining us on stage is the senior editor at Exchange for Media Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ruhail Amin. मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप सभी का हालचाल ठीक होगा या वापस से जानने की जरूरत है. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. This brings us to the third panel discussion of the day. Decoding consumer emotion. Can technology capture nuance and empathy? Join me as I welcome our panelists. Our first panelist has led product and tech at Upgrad. Product and tech at Upgrad, one of India's largest edtech platforms. As someone at the intersection of product, tech, and consumer experience, this particular personality can share how understanding user emotions improves digital learning journeys. Join me as I welcome the transitioning CPTO, Chief Product and Technology Officer at Upgrad. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ankur Dhawan. My sincerest apologies for the slight delay that we are experiencing. In the meantime, let's welcome the next panelist. An industry veteran and now an entrepreneur focusing on humanizing technology. My goodness, his company's name says it all. Formerly a chief strategy officer at a global tech firm, he brings a visionary outlook on blending human empathy with artificial intelligence. Join me as I welcome the founder and CEO of HumanizeTech.ai, Mr. Jagdish Mitra. And the first thing I'm doing, getting off of stage, is Googling HumanizeTech.ai. Join me as I welcome our next panelist. He represents Virtuos, a leader in programmatic advertising. Virtuos works on cutting-edge ad tech solutions, and his insights will be valuable on how ad tech platforms can interpret consumer mood and intent to deliver the right message. Join me as I welcome the Vice President at Virtuos, Mr. Gaurav Modi. Gauravji, absolutely, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you. Time to welcome the final panelist. Currently in his role He leads Fujifilm's regional growth across imaging, technology solutions, and enterprise innovation. He brings a cross-industry perspective on how brand trust, customer experience, and technology adoption evolve in high-precision categories, offering valuable lessons for marketers navigating fast-changing digital ecosystems. Please welcome Mr. Nitin Gupta, Managing Director, India and South Asia at Fujifilm Sonosite. Completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. With a rich background straddling marketing and communications, this particular personality brings experience as a CMO in healthcare. He deeply appreciates the role of empathy in consumer communication. Join me as I welcome the integrated marketing and communications leader, former CMO of Max Healthcare, Mr. Rohit Tapua.
Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you and to the panelists for today's theme and this session. I think this session is a very important one, especially in the context of AI in today's world, because the theme of this session sits right at the intersection of marketing, human behavior, and tech. Can consumer emotion be decoded by tech? Can we actually understand empathy and nuance by leveraging tech the way we are doing today and the way we plan to do in the future? This question is pertinent because today India sits at the cusp of an explosion in AI-led marketing. Close to 900 million internet users, more than 100 million online shoppers, and a super fast growing digital payments ecosystem. India has never had it better, bigger, and faster. But even today, if you ask marketers and business leaders in the room, do they really understand how customers and consumers behave? They're at a loss for words. They know how they behave, they just don't know why they behave like that. And is our dependence on AI to decode that for us too much to ask? That's something that we'll delve into today. India is a very complex market because one movie release, one Instagram reel, one cricket match, one ad film going viral for all the right reasons, something getting cancelled for all the wrong reasons, anything can shift consumer sentiment overnight. And all the work that we've done, all the intelligence we've gathered can come to naught. The question now is that with AI, machine learning, sentiment analytics, neuro insights, and a lot of the buzzwords that keep floating around, especially in marketing circles, we have unprecedented intelligence more than ever before. But for that very reason, Indian consumers are demanding unprecedented empathy. We have an august panel with us today who have built brands, who have built deep emotional connections with audiences, who have built technologies to do that across the country over the years. So without any further ado, let's dive straight in and see what their take is on decoding consumer emotions and whether AI is really capable of that. I'm going to start with Ankur. Ankur, Upgrad as a business helps people transition over careers. They help people upskill, reskill. Tell me, with all the sort of millions and lakhs and millions of people going through upskilling in their journey, in their careers, is technology really capable of capturing Indian cultural nuance? Are we overestimating what AI is capable of in terms of understanding the context and being empathetic towards something that a person applying for a course is looking for?
Yeah, so question if the question is for today, I think no, it's not possible. The AI has been majorly trained on whatever is available online.
And a lot of India is not available online. So if you talk about the dialects and the languages and the kind of diversity we have in our country, it's not possible for AI right at present, the models which we are using, all of us, to identify with the person in terms of the language, the culture, the state, the city, and maybe the very, very small locality is coming from. It's not possible. Leave aside that, I think I have seen when I asked because we have a chat bot which helps learners to study, and when they have a question they come to it, and some of the learners are frustrated as um, the only thing I could find through the AI chatbot today is that whether the emotion was positive or negative. If you go to the next level and ask is was he frustrated, was he sarcastic? Was he and sense of humor anyway is missing completely from the AI. You ask it to make a joke for you, and you will you laugh at what kind of poor joke he's writing, and he's trying to ask you this question: did I make you smile? Not even laugh. So I think the emotion part will not always, but at present I don't see because this has been trained on all the available material and not has gone at least into depth of the India. It has not gone. The government is working on the initiatives. Maybe in future we will have those models who will understand. At present, what we see, it is a good tool. It helps you if your aim is to get learning. If you have some questions which are something which it can answer, but once you start becoming friend with it and you start asking question, oh, I'm missing exam, what should I do? Then it will not be able to answer. Or if someone is sending a frustrating message, okay, I have asked this question multiple times, you are not able to answer it, then it just fails. It will further frustrate the person back giving the same reply. So it's a tough. It's right now at this point, I think it's a very tough journey to capture emotions.
Thanks, Ankur. Ankur, that's a very interesting point you raised about sarcasm, frustration. With that, I'll segue towards Jagdish. Jagdish, we've heard of techifying human behavior, but you are humanizing tech. Help us understand, can AI sentiment analysis truly capture in a country as varied culturally, linguistically, demographically as ours? Is it possible to capture all the English sarcasm in multiple languages, the cuss words, or is it something too much to ask?
Firstly, thanks everyone. Thanks MarTech AI for this discussion. And like you said, Rohit, it's a very relevant discussion about how AI is going to play a role. Yes, our brand is called humanized.tech.ai, primarily because we strongly believe in the power. We're building, by the way, enterprise grade AI agents. So it's not necessarily only about marketing, but across the board to help enterprise work through CRM, through business process and ERP. But in that whole journey, what we are trying to do is to make sure, I really don't like the term human in the loop. I think what we are trying to do is human at the center. And I think we are trying to combine two things, deep tech and human acumen. And that's what I meant by saying that you can humanize tech. It's not meant necessarily from an empathy angle, but empathy obviously has a very strong human view to it and sentiment analysis. To your point about can AI do it, my humble opinion on this of what I can tell is India is probably the most difficult market to do this. We've got 22 official languages. We've got many dialects. We have got English, bang. I am being a bong from Bihar, living in Delhi. I don't know what Lish I speak, but I think I speak a combination of all these three. Then there's Tam English. So you don't know what people are speaking. And the younger generation, to your target audience, my children or anyone of that group whom we are trying to sell to, they speak a common set of language which is very difficult to codify. So, for example, kya scene hai in Mumbai versus Delhi can mean a very different thing. And, so we have to be very, very careful about how this is today addressed. Answer to it is, can AI understand? Yes, the language and the codify. Does AI understand our culture? No.
And you can't give, sentiment analysis unless and until you are able to understand culture. But there are solutions to it, and we can probably address it. The solutions are not overnight. Solutions are about building data sets which are Indian. Solutions are about training the data set on languages that are Indian. And it's a huge market. I mean, I think like everything else, everyone will bring the latest Indigo crisis as the case study for every example. I was going to do the same. That, at the end of the day, that for a company and a brand of that nature, did the empathy or the sentiment analysis show? I think if I ask a question, the answer will be unanimously no. So it didn't train the chatbot, it didn't train and they have a pretty good conversational AI chatbot like what we were discussing about Upgrad. But it didn't train it, and so it didn't result in it. And therefore, ideally, that's where the problem lies. AI will tell you the code, but if you don't teach them on culture, it will never give you the sentiment analysis. And in India, it is the most complex market to deliver.
Agree with you, Jagdish, entirely. I think you were right. India has dozens of languages. It has hundreds of subcultures. And if you look around, there are actually millions of micro moments that determine how we feel every single day. There are demographic, audiences very different from the ones in this room, and they're subject to all of this. Now, sentiment analysis is a nice sounding word, and like Jagdish said, yes, if you work with different data sets across the country, and you have you have models that work for each data set, it is possible. The question then is, as consumers, we all want personalization, but we don't want to be tracked. We don't want to be monitored. And we don't want to feel that someone's intruding into our space. So my next question to Gaurav is, are Indian consumers becoming more emotionally expressive online, or are they becoming now more emotionally unpredictable?
Thanks, Rohit. Actually, I would say they are being both. They are very much vocal about what they feel about any brand, any activation which is happening around them. And they are very emotionally vocal also about certain things that they don't like. As Jagdish recently mentioned about the Indigo crisis. Like there have been millions of posts on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, everywhere about the issue that they're facing. So they're very much vocal. This generation is more, I would say, meme savvy. They know what is happening in the reel, what is trending. So the brand have to be very careful in terms of what they are promoting. They have to be very agile in terms of managing their customer and audience and being more relevant. So, for example, let's say what Amul does is pretty nice with their topical ads. They have been doing it for more than 40 years now. And they have been very relevant to the current audience, the previous audience, as in the Gen Z, the millennials, and everyone, because they have been playing right with emotions, they're playing right with the trends also, and they've been very relevant in the market as compared to the other brands. The brand have to be very, very much consumer centric with regards to data also, which you mentioned. They have to be very visible. They have to be very transparent. People like to get personalized messages. So I use Zomato, I use Zepto, but I want to know like which are my best the products that I like more. The data has to be very transparent that they are tracking. It shouldn't feel very creepy to the consumer actually. So it's very important and how brands are being transparent about what data they're capturing, how they're capturing, and how they're retargeting in terms of how relevant or what value exchange they're providing me as a consumer for them.
Thanks, Gaurav. Let us pivot a little bit into a different space, a space which is close to my heart. I think we're all talking about the Indigo crisis, food ordering apps, consumer emotions, branding, communication, all of that. It means different things to different people, depending on what we use and what kind of products or services we consume. But the one thing that touches every life in this country in the same manner is healthcare. So I'm going to segue towards Nitin, and I'm going to ask a question to Nitin about the business that he is in. where has AI started taking over human touch and human connect? Do you think there are spaces where human connection, human interface remains irreplaceable? And where do brands actually go wrong when they try to automate something that is essentially human in nature and it backfires?
Hello. Thank you. First of all, thanks MarTech team for having me here. And I think we are discussing a lot of about AI, and healthcare is something which is very sensitive. We know like it directly touches to the patient and the clinician, and like no, the marketing aspect of healthcare has to be very, very, I would say integrity wise, very good. So coming to the main question, I think probably AI is helping a lot in terms of delivering healthcare, I would say. And like no, there was a time that each X-ray has to be scanned by like no a doctor. A time is spent, and now we have like no AI solutions available which can segment like no probably 60% of normal X-rays. So a lot of time for clinician is saved, and the delivery, healthcare delivery has like no gone more efficient with it. Coming to the marketing part, I think probably healthcare again. I would say I think previous panelists said, I would say the predominant thing is empathy. You are dealing with a human emotion. Saying that knee replacement ratio success is 70%, the person who reads feels part of a transaction rather than saying like no you do this and then you can live the life you want. So I think empathy is there. AI is certainly helping it. I would give one example which I read last week. I think there was a particular ethnicity lady, and she was like no going for some mental health condition, and she was visiting like no doctors. But when you are there in face to face, like no doctors also get biased and like no with that ethnicity, and she was frustrated and she tried the chat also. But chat also, I think there was a provision to like you can disclose your ethnicity. Like no, if you disclose, the answers were again biased. There, I think we have to be very, very careful how we use AI, because AI is all about data. And if data is not like integrated, and or the data integrity is not there, then we will get these kind of biases. Because you can like no understand a lady who is like no getting bias in a physical environment and all. And again, like when she uses a AI agent where she trusts that it's an automated system, it should not have bias, but again she's getting the bias result. So I think things are evolving, but healthcare, I think let us be very like no careful. It's a regulated space as well, so I think human touch is directly involved. So I think with care we are moving in right direction, and healthcare brands are also doing a great job.
Thanks, Nitin. Ankur, coming back to you, you mentioned how difficult it can be to really delve deep enough to understand what is the aspiration of someone looking to, undergo a course on the Upgrad platform. My question to you is a little connected. Obviously, as a business, you would like to understand as much as possible about everyone who's coming to the platform, no matter what their background is, what their aspiration is, what are they looking to get out of the course that they will undertake. How do you balance the hyper personalization with which you address each of these people who come on the platform with privacy intrusion, concerns?
So if the data or the interactions, whatever they do on platform is used for improving their learning, I think that is a good use case. So current focus is more to understand, let's say how often he comes to study, at what time of the day he will come to study, how much time will he spend studying on that day on platform. Is he struggling with a particular concept which a video is reviewing again and again, or is he not doing well in certain quizzes? And if I can figure that out, that this is the place where he needs support, and I give him that particular moment, the concept note or whatever, the additional support which I can provide him, or I set up a TA with him, with a real human, not the AI. That's a positive use case of leveraging the data. And I think these are the surprises we want our learners to get when they come on the platform. Okay, this tool understood, this platform understood that I'm not able to get this particular module, and it is telling me, okay, what else I can do. Is a positive use case. Now, if you start using the same thing, and one of the negative use cases which comes to my mind is that when he goes for a job interview, or when he's applying for a particular job on the portal, and we start sending some of the data that this guy was not very highly motivated, he was very infrequent, he missed all his assignment, then it's a negative use case because obviously maybe industry is also my customer and I want them to recruit the best of the guys. But do I really need to share this personal information which I know because he has been studying on the platform? So that part we have to be very careful. How do we leverage the data, whether it is being used to help him or whether it is being used to help someone else. Similarly, if you're trying to do marketing on the platform, someone has completed the course and then you're saying, okay, I have a personalized course for you. Maybe it's ambiguous now, whether it's a positive or negative. Obviously, as a company, we want him to enroll in the next course. But if you become too much into his data and start giving him creepy stuff, then obviously he will come back and say, why are you using this data to tell me that, okay, I am not good in particular things, so you should I do this additional code. So you have to be very careful, but honestly, data is being captured. The person who's going to use the data has to be careful. We are not stopping from collecting the data that everybody, I was just talking to some gentleman outside and he's saying that I can tell you about student on your platform who have not even told you anything about what they were watching in Netflix yesterday. So that gives me a privacy concern. Why do I need to know what was you doing in a Netflix yesterday when I'm here to teach him? So we have to be very careful in how we use this data.
Thanks, Ankur. I think you touched upon a very important point that we will come to in a bit, and I'll probably ask all the panelists about this. How much of the way marketers use AI to decode consumer emotions is self-regulated, and how much of it is by virtue of the regulatory frameworks and permissions or disallowances that we work with. But let's just go a little ahead on that subject. Ankur, you spoke about how when somebody comes to the platform, we try and capture a lot of the nuances behind what they're looking for from the platform. My question is to Jagdish. Jagdish, how can brands ensure that by virtue of collecting all the intelligence that they're doing, they don't end up actually empathy washing when they talk to consumers?
Absolutely true. And first thing that I think we all, as people in marketing or in and around marketing, need to realize that empathy is not a campaign. Empathy is a demonstration of a behavior. And we sometimes, I think, make the mistake of realizing that it starts and ends with a marketing department. And that's where it will become washing. And it's probably the way to use digital is to tell you what you need to do and how do you need to make sure the data points that need to be addressed. Like, for example, if you're, all of us in our corporate worlds immediately talk about on Women's Day women empowerment. But does the culture really reflect women empowerment? That will define whether you're actually using or you're demonstrating the brand's empathy or you're washing. Similarly for green, I mean, it's the most commonly misused term for sustainability. And you'll go around and see in the company that there's hardly anything being done to do sustainability except 3 days when you have to switch off the power or green day or something like that. Now, there are brands, and I'm sure there are many, many of them that actually live the world. And the question to ask ourselves is that, at the end of the day, how do we use technology to help make sure that, what we are promoting today as empathetic and it's true for individuals, but we are not here in personal coaching mission. But if the brands are talking about being empathetic, then they have to also demonstrate actions and the role of there. I think the role of tech in that is extremely significant. It can tell you what is your target base, what do they feel about the brand today, how do you leverage and sentiment analysis using the first question that you had, how do you know whether what you're doing is actually changing the behavior? Because if you're not doing it, when you're doing it, ticking the box and saying, I'm running a campaign, and it will not change any impression about your brand in the future. So to me, empathy washing, most important fact is to realize that it does not start and end with the marketing department.
Very valid. In fact, that reminds me of a very popular quote, which I think every MBA would have heard at least once in business school, is that marketing is too important to be left to the marketing department. Moving on from there, taking a cue from what Jagdish just said, we hear of terms like, Gaurav, this is to you. We hear of terms like neuroanalytics, neuroinciting, emotion AI, eye tracking, voice analytics is something that's picking up some momentum now. What do you think are the main AI tools that you see over the next decade or so being leveraged more and more, especially to capture as much as possible of the human sentiment?
That's a very great question, I would say, Rohit. The thing is, in the next 10 years, I feel most of the service industry would be heavily dependent on all the AI tools, be it healthcare, whether so now there are companies who are working towards detecting cancer at an early stage. There are AI tools which are helping. Since AI is, I would say AI is taking care of all the left side of the brain for us, where all the calculation operational right now they are pretty much helpful. The right side is where we need all the human empathy, we need the creativity that has to be taken care. So I would suggest the service industry is where AI, all the AI tools would be utilized, be it eye tracking. For example, let's say all the brands right now are pretty much peculiar about what kind of packaging that they're offering. And because your packaging has to be eye catchy at times, especially when you're designing for kids or you are designing for any other segment. Similarly, healthcare is another place where a lot of developments are happening, not only in MRI setup, which already Nathan has mentioned, but even for diagnosing and figuring out the data. So, for example, let's say if some cancer is not treatable right now, maybe future down the line in 5 years or 10 years, because of the past case history, which is humanly impossible to understand across the globe what has happened in different cancer situations. But AI can provide that data set pretty fast to us, and it can help us to make the right judgment call in terms of operating a patient. So I feel it's going to be very evolving in next 5 years, and a lot of places are going to be heavily dependent on AI tools, be it banking, be it quick commerce, be it e-commerce, even for agencies like us, where creative adaptation, creating videos, there are certain misuses also, like deepfakes and all, which are creating certain issue in the market. But then obviously, everything has plus and minus both. But I feel there is a lot of things which are going to happen in next 5 years, which we'll be witnessing soon.
Thanks, Gaurav. Um, Nitin, Gaurav mentioned about healthcare. And as I mentioned earlier, healthcare is a subject that touches all of us because irrespective of age, gender, social background, we all need healthcare support at some point in time. Uh, can you share any specific example of how technology was able to interpret human behavior in your business, positively or negatively, and you are surprised by the way it did that?
I think a quite good question. So I would say I am surprised positively in healthcare delivery. Certainly, we all know like no radiation equipment, which he just mentioned, like targeted, like no, if you have cancer, then targeted therapies, CTs, and all. So now AI has helped and like no reduce the radiation to a level, and I think there is a lot of awareness among the patient as well, which has resulted into like now you see hospitals and diagnostic center mentioning that we have AI equipped equipment which gives less radiation. So that is, I think, probably one of the use of AI, and finally it's benefit patient. And like no, we have like no, not that I want to promote the Fujifilm, that we have like no AI run center in Gurgaon itself named as Neura. It is totally AI driven, and I think in 3 hours you get all radiology, pathology training, testing done, and you walk away with the report. Like it was a big surprise for me when I initially heard the concept. It is run by a different team, but you enter almost 3 hours of like no, there are different tests, radiology test and other stuff, and you walk out of report. That is purely possible only because of AI is there, and that's such a short turnaround time, which I think if you really go to any hospital and do all these things, it will take a day. So one is your time is saved. Probably in a 3 hours you are able to do all the things. Second, it gives you very predictive analysis, which I think he mentioned. what are the chances? You may be okay today, but what are the chances of breast cancer maybe after a year? So every year there is a scorecard. I was really amazed. Of course, it's a Fujifilm solution, so I am happy also. But this is amazing, and if you see the predictive analysis, it will clearly tell you what are your chances of getting into tough diseases, what are the precautions needed, and every year if you do it, there is a scorecard automatically done everything. I don't think if you collect this data manually and analyze, it will at least take 2 days. So to my surprise, I think Neura is something. Maybe you can go online and see it is something. So these kind, my point is not only Neura, but these kind of things which are happening, which is helping clinician. I always say healthcare AI cannot drive. You can do CT scan through AI, and interpretation has to be done by the doctor. It is impossible that AI will give you the full result. So I think healthcare, I am very excited because I am a healthcare person, so I keep talking about healthcare. But a lot of things are happening which will benefit each one of us because we are part of healthcare delivery system either way, either the receiver or the giver.
Thanks, Nitin. Very, very exciting. An excellent example. Thank you for sharing that. As we come towards the end of the session, I would like to wrap up with the entire panel very quickly in one sentence, no more than that. Your take on the subject of can AI decode human emotion?
Right now, no, and I think that's why human at the center has to be there. We can't outsource marketing to the AI.
So I feel we are evolving pretty fast, but I would say still human touch is very much required.
We are on the right path and we are yet to reach there, but I think human intervention will definitely be required. It cannot be automated because empathy cannot be taught to AI.
Yes, it can. It's only a matter of time. And I think it can decode emotions, it can't decode culture yet.
Thank you. While we wrap up this session, I think just to summarize what we've spoken so far, very clearly what's emerging is that tech and AI can help capture attention, but it can't help build affection. And probably in today's technology heavy and technology led business scenario, that is really the competitive advantage that businesses have if they're able to leverage human interface, the human sense of judgment, culture, empathy, along with all the reams of data and predictions that AI models do for us. That's the advantage, the competitive advantage that we stand to have. And probably that is really the last bastion of human supremacy that still exists today. So with that, a big thank you to all the panelists and to MarTech AI for organizing this. Thank you, everyone.
And lastly, to you, gentlemen, as well for your time and your valuable insights, could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf is the Managing Director, India at Teats. Please welcome Mr. Karim Umbat. Thank you very much. Thank you. How can you forget the moderator? And with this, it's time for me to address the elephant in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the final session before we break for lunch. Rebalancing the marketing mix. What happens when AI optimizes beyond search and social? Joining us on stage is the Advertising Account Director at Fabula. Please welcome the moderator, Ms. Vidhu Anand. दोबारा ट्राई करते हैं इस बार थोड़ी एनर्जी के साथ या दोबारा से आपको हाथ में आकर जानने की जरूरत है कैसे कर रहे हैं लोग चलिए विभू stay with me for a second quickly बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप अब दूसरी तरफ हाथ मिलाइए और उनसे पूछिए कैसे हैं आप and if zara taaliyon ke saath or either with a bang on the table, tell me that you are in the best of your spirits. That's what I'm talking about. Time to welcome the moderator from the fireside chat. We have with us Ms. Vibhu Anand in conversation with the CBP and head D2C business and digital brand at Axis Max Life Insurance. Please welcome Mr. Sameer Jain.
Hi, Sameer. Okay, the topic today says rebalancing the marketing mix. What happens when AI optimizes beyond search and social? I think for decades we've known that the dependency of marketing mix has been too much on search and social, primarily because it's familiar, it's comfortable and measurable. But more often than not, that we've seen comfort leads to a blind spot, right? And especially when you have fragments of attention and user journeys spanning across thousands of surfaces, heavy reliance on two options start showing the limitation really soon. And having said that, in today's time and era, AI is pretty much fundamentally shifting on how we understand our audiences, where they're spending time, and what are the moments that are actually driving outcomes. And this shift is very critical, I think, for categories like yours, where the user journey is very complex and every step comes at a measurable cost. So I think the conversation today is going to be largely to understand what happens when marketers look beyond traditional marketing mix, how AI-led platforms are trying to build confidence again in planning and performance, and basically how you are now planning for outcomes and not just comfort anymore. So with that, my first question is, we've spoken about concentration of budgets in search and social. From your vantage point, what signals tell you that relying too heavily on just two channels may not be enough anymore?
Hi, everyone. So basically, what's really happened is about 3 to 4 years back, a typical planning exercise would be, okay, what's the category intent, search intent on Google? What are those trends? How is your category intent growing in the expected to grow for the next year? And basis that, what are the kind of growth estimates that you're planning out? So how much will you spend on search? How much will you spend on social and other channels, right? So that was the typical planning process. And we had a very standard TG. Okay, so you're looking at 25 to 45 age, income greater than 5 lakh, ITR filers, and so on, right? That has now completely gone out of the window, and the planning exercise is not so linear anymore because the consumer path to purchase is no longer linear. The typical erstwhile path to purchase was that you discover a brand or a product on display, followed by search, followed by conversion, right? That's no longer true. So discovery could happen anywhere. It could happen on a GenAI platform. It could happen on a news website. It could happen on social, YouTube, or wherever, right? And post that, you could actually interact with the brand's communication on WhatsApp, go to the website, go to aggregator platforms, and hence it's very complex and no longer predictable. So trying to figure out what's the path to purchase is and planning our media according to that is no longer a viable option. And hence, we are now more and more increasingly dependent on algorithms to solve this problem for us. As long as you have a business objective and you have the right signals flowing back into your marketing campaign, the heavy lifting is done by the algorithms, right? And that's where we are at, right? So just to give you an example, the search intent growth for insurance as a category, online insurance, last year versus this year, the growth was around 15 to 20%, but our business has grown by almost about 50 to 60%, right? So that is no longer a definition of what category intent growth in your category is, and that's what's changed.
Okay. So you're in a way also saying that while you've heavily depended on intuition-led planning, understanding where your users are of a particular demographic or in market to buy, let's say insurance or investment, it's moved to more intelligence-led planning in your media mix. Now, you spoke about your dependency on algorithms and how they are doing the heavy lifting. Do you have an example of where AI surfaced something unexpected or changed the direction of how you approached a campaign or a media mix? It could be a launch of a new product or anything that you've done recently.
I give you an example. Uh, uh, there was so we do a lot of creative generation through influencers, which is fueling our performance marketing. There was a Telugu influencer that we worked with, and that creative really picked up on across all performance channels. So much so that the cost of acquisition for the next couple of weeks came down to almost half. And what really happened was that majority of the spends during those 2 weeks for which the creative really worked happened in Telangana and Andhra. And we didn't target for that audience, right? It was the creative. Once the creative picked up, the algorithm figured out where to serve this creative, right? And majority of the spend happened in that region. The conversion of leads coming from this campaign was also twice, and the cost of quality lead generation was also half of what we were experiencing, right? So this is completely different from a very linear thinking where you do geography based planning, that this is how my media money should go across North Indian markets, Maharashtra, South Indian markets, right? Because for that period, almost 60 to 70% of our marketing spend was happening in 2 states, right? And it gave a fillip to the overall business. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I just want to ask that, okay, so this is understanding, which is very influencer-led. So I'm assuming it's social platforms which are driving that. Have you had any learning that you've been able to apply or replicate in the open web, or how we're leveraging AI on the open web and building that to our strength?
Yeah, so on the open web, we are reliant on interest segments, in market and interest segments, and contrary to our typical belief of what segments will work for our category, there was a learning that we had where, let's say, I'll tell you one segment that we discovered new was that people who were interested in self-help were high converters for insurance, right? And this is not something which we would have typically figured out through linear thinking, only because the algorithm was optimizing, and basis that we figured out that majority of converters were coming who had an interest in self-help, right? So, and come to think of it now, it makes sense, right? So if you are worried about your own health, and you're investing in how you look or how you groom yourself, then you'll probably also attach a higher value to your own life and more likely to invest in an insurance product. But linear thinking wouldn't have gotten us to this realization.
So it's essentially identifying those micro pockets of audiences which we are not reaching out to when we have a set or a traditional media mix. Just adding on to that, when I talk about platforms like Realize or the open web that we're working with, marketers have a tendency to treat us as a solid performance environment, right? And instead of a secondary layer, something that could actually build onto your media mix that you're working with right now. What behaviors or signals have you seen on the open web that you simply cannot pick up from search and social?
See, search and social increasingly are becoming black box, right? If earlier, let's say I had 10 campaigns on search and 15, 20 campaigns on social. They are now almost aggregating to 1 or 2 campaigns. Maybe in another 6 months, there will be just 1 campaign on search and 1 campaign on social, where you give an outcome or a success event to the algorithm, and what is your expected cost of acquisition for the business, and then you feed in creatives. Everything else is done by the algorithm. So there's very little control with the marketer or the business as to what conversation do I want to do with which consumer in what context, right? So we're losing that control, and increasingly the algorithm is figuring out what to do with it. Whereas in the open web, we still have that control, right? So you can be very sharp. For example, if somebody is reading up about Ukraine-Russia war and the impact that it has on India and what is happening in the global south, how is India preparing for what it could face in future if China becomes stronger and all of that. You know that this person is worried about the changing global dynamics and probably is also a little risk averse, right? So in this context, if you show up a creative which helps him diversify his portfolio and makes it low on risk, right? So move away from riskier investments to lower risky investments. It's becomes very contextual and very close to what we want to do when we want to get to 1:1 personalization. This is now no longer achievable in search and social.
Okay, so I have two follow-up questions. One, I'll come back to the contextual one later. The first one was you spoke about places or moments where you're actually capturing the audience attention. So how do you deal with where discovery moments that actually don't show up in search queries? When I'm going to tie in the contextual piece. So when a user is reading some sort of a topic, you spoke about the war, or it could be any other relevant topic in terms of a lifestyle. How are you compensating for this, which is not actually showing up in your search queries or results for you as a brand?
Yeah, I mean, so I think the answer lies in your question itself. We are it makes sense to always have a decent mix, media mix between open web, search, and social, because we don't want to lose this. Ability, this marketer's ability to have very contextual conversation with the consumer on what is he looking for at the moment and what is the conversation that the brand wants to have, and hence always be very mindful of are you getting over leveraged on any one platform or not, right? So even if it means more work for the team, right? So often what happens is if let's say 80% of your budgets are going to search and social, and the team is lazy, right? So they would probably say कि यार क्यों इतनी मेहनत करनी है, right? And continuously trying to make the open web platforms work, because the amount of effort involved is pretty much similar, right? In any platform. Your creatives need to be tailored. What algorithms will work? How will your campaigns get optimized? The effort is pretty much equal. So the idea is that you stay at it and ensure that you're not getting over leveraged on any one platform.
Okay. I do hear the buzzer going out, but I'll probably just take another question. Everything that you sort of mentioned is where AI-led planning engines like Realize are pretty much turning open when consumption data into predictive guidance or for budget allocation. Having said that, do you foresee any shift in your planning? Something that's going to make you refine on how you think about audiences, outcomes, or planning confidence in the business outcomes that you want to drive in the year to come?
Yeah, so from a platform backward planning, we are essentially shifting to a consumer backward planning. If the consumer is there on a platform, we have to be there, right? If they're consuming a certain media, a certain kind of conversation, they're indulging in certain trends. Let's say there are topical trends that are that the consumer is indulging in. We have to be present there, right? So that's the major shift in terms of planning from a platform backward planning to a more consumer backward planning.
Okay. And my last question, which I asked you earlier, and it was, what do you think goes in constructing an ideal marketing mix? And your answer was?
Yeah, so there's actually no ideal marketing mix, and it's changing so rapidly, right? So let's say my marketing mix was something in April. If I'm setting in October, it could be completely diametrically opposite, right? Because it's quite possible that one channel cost of acquisition has halved and the other has doubled. So that's the dynamic nature of how we are working in, it makes me realize, every year till a few years back, we would try and do channel level planning. So once the annual plan is frozen, we would task the teams कि अब तुम channel level budgets बनाओ, how many leads from each channel conversion and so on. It's defunct because from an annual plan, we've now moved to a monthly plan because what we will end up doing in the next month, how much we will end up spending in which channel is a factor of how was last month, right? And there's no way to foresee this at the beginning of the year. So there's actually no ideal media mix.
Right. Thank you, Sameer. I think my key takeaways from this conversation is instead of being a platform led, you're going more to consumer led. And I think diversified mixed thinking and confidence in balancing scale with efficiency is what comes to the top. So understanding where you're diversifying your budgets and looking at reaching the right consumer, whether it's contextually relevant in the right environments and not just what we've heavily been dependent on previously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Strict questions followed by measured answers. Talk about a fireside chat. Thank you very much, Samir and Raghu. Thank you for joining us. How about a quick round of applause for this very interesting fireside chat? Could I please request you both? How about we, for the just a tip next time we place them horizontally so that it's not really a problem. All right. Requesting the moderator to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of appreciation to the man of the hour. Thank you for joining us, sharing your insights, and being a part of today's conference. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Do not be alarmed. I am not going to request you all to shake your hands with the person sitting next to you again, but I am going to request you to quickly wash them and head over to the buffet area. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting each and every one of you to kindly join us for a delicious afternoon meal. Requesting all of you to join us back in the hall at sharp 2:30 p.m. for the next session to begin. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch. Hoping to see you all back in the hall at sharp 2:30 p.m.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize in the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events, and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Requesting everyone to kindly find a suitable seats. Please do not forget to put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Hello.
Well, I've not met Shiva yet. I'm like, I'm. Yeah, I was planning this now.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are stuck with search.
We should create something like this.
But some teams experience
Run them.
with real and overnight. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI.
Maybe we can just make
you don't
one or two more announcements for people to come in.
I
I can see the impact. The food is very good and they have such good desserts. People just say, "Khai liye the stall." केरला में जा रही हूँ हाँ बट है 2 दिन तक शादी है No, husband. Wait for 10 minutes तो और लगेगा ही लगेगा for people to come. चलेगा बीच. People will just dance. But once the plates are picked, you just picked up, no, there'll be no extra. Yeah, we should think about.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. But some teams experience growth with Realize and the open web. With 600 million users across a vast network of premium publishers and AI that makes sure you don't lose your prospects, you drive them to conversion. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
Check, check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Could I please request everyone to empty out their hands and stand for the next 30 seconds? I'm sure fine people such as yourselves must have had attended, if not 100 then a million summits such as this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a proven fact कि lunch के बाद थोड़ी सी difficulty हो जाती है concentration को maintain करके रखने की. So please, what I'm doing with my right hand is what I would request for you to do with both yours. Let's quickly shake off the energy. Both of your hands, let's quickly shake off the energy. Fantastic, fantastic. अब फटाफट बाजू वाले से हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? और अब जरा टेबल से बाहर आ जाइए और दूसरी तरफ जाकर उनसे हाथ मिलाइए और पूछिए कैसे हैं आप? All right. और quick 10-second networking के बाद जरा जोरदार तालियों से welcome back to MarTech Summit and Awards 2025. You all may kindly be seated. Please do not assume that this was a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. My intention is clear. Once again, requesting all of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. This brings us to the next panel discussion of the day. Agentic AI in marketing, autonomous campaigns and decision systems. Join me as I welcome our panelist, Head Performance and CRM at Housing.com. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul Mishra. Head of Brand Communication, Digital and PR at Oriflame Cosmetics India. Please put your hands together for Abhishek Chakravarti. The Vice President of New Business Development at Single Interface. Please welcome Mr. Gagan J. Singh. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, the Managing Director at KIE Square Analytics. Please give it up for Mr. Kamaljeet Anand. Mr. Anand, right over there is Mr. Gharial. Kindly be mindful. Thank you.
I can see that it has already started and started. It showed 25, but it started with 20. So there is some trick around it. Thanks so much. We are going to get on to technology session here. Because we all have been introduced, so we will not go into the introductions anymore and we'll straight get into the topic here. We are talking of an age in which so many things are being bombarded at us. As consumers, we see that there are so many options when we, I mean, as a student, you can see that, you can use GPTs for progressing so fast. As other professional user also, you can see that your work at office has become much easier, much faster. All of a sudden, when you go back to your boss with a quickly turned around work and he's very impressed, you feel happy about it. He doesn't know that what all you have used, but I think, it's just picking up slowly. So imagine what may be happening behind the scenes when you are looking at adopting technology. So they must be just also kind of jumping on their seats. They must also be, very happy about the scenario. Maybe, actually, maybe not. Because when you have too many choices and you have to spend your real money on that, it's not an easy decision. And these are technologies which may be replacing legacy systems which have been there for years, decades also at times. So are we at that transformational cusp where we can make that long hop, and go to the new side of technology? If I talk about statistics a bit, if we look at the demand side and the supply side is of the capabilities. So today the market is flooded with capabilities, flooded also with skill sets. So there are a lot of people providing these skill sets. But if we look at demand, the demand is growing slowly. It is judging, it is evaluating, because it's right now not probably that sure that is this the technology we are looking to invest in, or we wait out some time and look at that. So that's probably one of the cusps which is there, but it's a question right now, of course, to the entire panel, and we will go in and discuss this aspect definitely. But I'll start with a little more build up, and I'll go back 10 years on how one of the areas which purely works on real money being invested and real money being taken out of a system, this was a hedge fund corporation. Hedge funds deal with millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and there is a high velocity of turnaround through the same money which is there. It gets turned around several times during a month, essentially. So this hedge fund that we are working with, they had multiple instruments on which the money could have been put. And were using that money, using certain technical analysis, which has become a commonplace word these days, but it was not 10 years back. Not many people knew that you can enter, decide on stocks, which stocks are good for you, and you can exit in a certain period of time. So we were working with Indian data at that time, and the Indian data was at a second bar level. So bar level basically has a stock data of in a industry, in a stock trading, you are entering and you are exiting at a certain frequency, and algorithms were being designed to be able to do that. Now, when we were very happy that we developed a system which could enter with the real money in a minute, and you could exit within the same minute using the same money. So within 1 hour, actually, technically, you could use the same money 60 times. So you enter, you exit, you enter, you exit, and you make more money out of that platform. Now, we were startled to know that in the US, the data was at millisecond level. So when it was at millisecond level and this high velocity of transaction, actually you can enter and exit within the same second also, velocity is high. So how many times can you transact within an hour, technically? 3,600 times you can actually enter and exit a market, and I'm talking of real money and real velocity of movement. Now, if this was 10 years back, and I went back to the same guys recently and checked with them, well, we did this like 10 years back. Technology has evolved, agentic AI, a lot of new data guardrails have come. Would you want to make a migration and do a system which is, AI-led? You know what his answer was? The answer was, I don't know about this technology. I don't know what AI does. It's a complete black box. I don't know what is on the other side. So I'm not sure that I would put money on this system, because this is my real money, millions of dollars. I'm not going to put the money in and then take it out. I'm not sure about it. And this is not an answer I got from one play. When we talk about marketing money, MarTech, we are talking about, a lot of places, the same kind of resistance has been there. It'll be very interesting to learn from the experience of the marketers here with that background that what is very definitive has a great value. What is not so definitive, does it not have that value, even if it has high speed and agility built into it. So we'll start with, the thoughts on this. Maybe we could start with you, Gagan, to begin with, because you have done some implementations as well. So let's hear what are the current systems that you have seen. We will baseline the system with both other gentlemen with us here, and then we'll try to build on that.
Hi everyone, my name is Gaganjot Singh. I am VP Single Interface. I lead business. See, at Single Interface, we are an AI retail tech platform which enable brands having physical locations, whether it's a retail store or an automobile dealer or a restaurant, to make them more discoverable online. So most of the brands we work with have 100, 200, 500 to an extent of 10,000 stores pan across India and maybe in Asia Pacific as well. So I would say after the advent of AI, we have seen there's a lot of jump in queries coming where they want to scale their both marketing campaigns as well as draw insights from places which are tier three and tier four towns. So just to be a little more specific, a large retail electronic brand here in India, where we handle probably 3,000 stores, for each and every location or a physical store, there are 8 agentic AI flows. Now we all understand that generative AI used to is used more for generating content, maybe text, images, but agentic AI is more goal oriented. You have to give them a goal. They work on complex data systems, and then they come out with an output. So imagine one store in Rajasthan, probably Jhunjhunu, and their 8 agentic AI flows are helping that store grow their revenue. So just to give you some sense that it also detects that what are the other retail players doing in that particular area. What are the images customers are posting for a retail brand or a mobile brand? What are the kind of reviews coming for the new technology like a smartphone or maybe AirPod? So imagine a brand has launched and spent maybe millions of dollars on a TV campaign during an IPL or maybe a football World Cup, but the last mile is at the store or probably another channel which is e-commerce or a quick commerce. So these agentic AI workflows work in a manner where they give you next best actions, because we all understand that we are moving from AI curiosity era to AI accountability era. If I have deployed AI for a customer or a large enterprise client, then gone are the days when they were so happy that they're using an AI as a technology. Now the question comes, what is the ROI and what is the accountability? So to answer that, I think some of the actionables which came out, because we all have built dashboards and insights, but hardly people talk about what are the actions and next steps. So as next steps, very, very interesting insights came out that some of the stores were opening their store a little late in the day, say 10:30, 11:30, typically in a tier 2, tier 3 town. So they were losing 20% of the customers just because they were opening their store 1 hour late. So they started opening their stores early, and they have seen a rise in a jump in their revenue. Very, very small insight that most of the comments or reviews were coming about the hygiene and to a smaller kind of a detail like that parking is unavailable at the store. So these are the things which we have trained AI at scale, multiple locations, and these I'm talking about maybe 4,000 physical touch points. We also work with brands which have a agent force or a life insurance advisors which are 50,000 feet on street in India.
Right.
So we have given, in fact, them certain goals in AI. Right. So the point I'm trying to make is that wherever there is scale, you require AI, you have to give the right output.
Right.
And right
So
goal.
I think that's a great example of how you have seen some implementation already going into the field. So it's not that it's completely dry. There are fields in which that implementation is happening. It's a technical topic. The moment we talk about agentic AI, many times people feel that, oh,
we don't know what's the new beast in the room.
Yeah.
So it's also, I think, very important to know when we talk about agentic AI, what actually we are talking about. It's very important to, kind of indicate that. And I'll appreciate, Rahul, if you could, speak a bit about, what agentic AI is and how does it compare with some of the standard technologies. And talking about that, if you could also baseline what you are currently doing, that'll be helpful.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Rahul this side. Good afternoon. I know it's post-lunch. We'll try to keep you awake. Uh, so again, before I get into the topic of AI, again, I have a very anecdote what I tell my team as well. What's an AI? And just a small example. I'm from a tier 2 city. My dad was a government employee. I still remember in my childhood, we used to go to one single tailor who used to, do all the clothing for my entire house since my KG to my 10th standard. It was not like there was no other option in the market, but my dad never went somewhere because the tailor knew so much about us in the family that even he knew that which class I was in, whether I'm getting promoted, not promoted, what height. So the personalization was very much accurate. When we talk about AI as a business, what exactly we are seeking for? You are actually seeking for that local shopkeeper intent that doesn't treat you as an event, they treat you as a moment. It's about the moment of you, what stage you are, how you are doing it. And it's it's kind of a tough to do it at a scale, and that's why AI. Because all those minute piece or other macro moments which happens on your platform, right? It's very hard to judge and try to create a moment for that, but AI can help you. Now, housing.com is a classified section, right? We don't sell house. We let the consumer explore, come to the platform, look for a better property, connect to the developers. And it's one of the decision what a family takes once in a lifetime, or hardly, I would say, I would say it's one of the most expensive decision what a family takes. The consumer journey is very fragmented. Consumer goes from app to web to, I would say, offline. Sometimes they talk to the broker. So because the journey takes a longer time, right? And that's why we thought, let's see. So again, AI is not a buzz for us as such, because when you deal with such a fragmented system, it's important for you to collate everything in a way. 6 months back, we started with a pet project called Optimate. Now, what is Optimate? We created our own in-house performance marketing co-pilot, right? The infra is very simple. It's not very jargonish in a way. All the past data for the last 3 years for all the campaign internal attribution data ingested into a system. Meta provides you open LLM called Profit modeling, which is a time series regression. And you set up your own guardrails because as a human, as a marketer, we know that what's the tendency. I know that in Diwali, the CPC will spike. So you don't have to take decision on that. So some guardrails around your brand tonality. And entire thing gets ingested to the goal seek. I guess that's what Sir said. So the goal seeking part. So goal seeking is just a method that you tell the system that I want X CPC in ends in Y budget, right? Now let the system compute. You have given your past trend, you have given your guardrails, you have given the time series modeling where they can see that what the forecasting, let the system optimize. And we did that. The initial results were that around 70 to 80% of our goal, if I say that, hey, I want to achieve in, suppose in Chandigarh, I want X leads in Y days and this is the budget. With all the campaign optimization, it was able to achieve around 70 to 80%, which was good for us. And it was a moment that, we developed something in-house. But the part was that, was it reliable for me to go and take action? Or shall I tell that agentic AI just go and make the changes? Still, we are not there because even though we had the results, we informed the team that go and please check all the campaigns. The recommendation, whatever the model is suggesting, is it accurate or not? So still we are in developing phase. But if I talk about, apart from your conversational bot, I guess everyone knows that on bots, you're doing it on creative. But for performance marketer, when you think about how do I optimize, if something has broken at midnight, 2 o'clock, you want a co-pilot to just be on top of it and try to fix it on its own, right? And that's the aspiration what we thrive for when we are building our own internal model.
Thanks so much. I think that was comprehensive and, it does reflect on, you want to reflect on that to some extent?
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Abhishek, head of brand communication, digital and PR Oriflame India. And Oriflame is a very unique brand. I mean, in a way that we are into social selling or direct selling, I would say. So we have two parts, not one. One is product side, one is through product. entrepreneurs and business owners are created. The other thing is with agentic AI, from the product side, I was talking to head of R&D. He's based out of Ireland, and he was saying, formulations through formulations, the product creation are so fast. Just with AI and with integration of agentic AI, it's going to be faster, way faster with the time. Now, this is not even part of MarTech, not department. So each department is doing their bit, and agentic AI is empowering the industry as a whole. And second bit is, see, it's not an option. And, agentic AI overall transforming the way we are working. So, I was just talking offline, off stage that, what happens? Like we all are, I mean, some way or the other managing or managers or directors, and our fundamentals are, control and command. So we command and then control a job. Now, with the onset of agentic AI and hiring, it's like hiring another being, if not human, but a being. Then what happens? Basically, from command and control, it is more like, as Rahul and Sir rightly said, that it become more goal and observant. So managers' job will transform and change completely. Now you don't have to say कि ये काम क्यों नहीं हुआ, rather you have to say कि ये काम कैसे हुआ, and you need to have guardrails because agentic AI is a brain in itself. So you have to have guardrails. Say for example, I'm taking care of brand guidelines, one example, and suddenly brand tones, and suddenly one of the agentic AI is saying, okay, this is not a great thing and it's bad. Maybe from the big data, something is said. So negative guardrails need to be taken care of. So those, little things matters. So it's about how we manage a great transformation and technology that matters the most. Yeah.
Definitely. So again, thanks for bringing that context in. Are there some examples that you would like to quote, which you would have heard or seen, or you think has a potential within your own organization? You may not have done it today, but that's a piece for the future from an agentic AI standpoint.
Sure, I would say human aspiration is unmatchable. Whatever you aspire, you can, and that's how we grow, right? In real estate, obviously, it's the decision, what a family takes, it's multiple explore, you always, platforms like us want to be more relevant for a consumer, not to be repetitive, not to be sound kind of a, in a certain tone. We want to be warm on that because that's how the brand feel is. Let's take an example how our CRM is working right now. And I guess I'm sure everyone in all the market will relate, right? A customer comes on the platform, looks for a 3 BHK in Gurgaon, and he drops off. System goes behind that, right? The CRM system is event oriented. After 5 minutes, send a message. After 10 minutes, drop a follow up. After 15 minutes, if he's not calling, maybe just give a call. You become so pushy, right? And suppose if customer ghosts you and he's not coming back for 5 days, right? And again, he came back up on the 6th day. Again, your journey starts. Again, your journey starts from that day saying that, hey, the customer is back. This is the event and let's make them see. And, they'll just block you. The aspiration for me is that event to moment, right? A customer was looking for a property, he dropped off. Now he's coming back after 5 days. If he's checking the same locality, if he's checking the same project, he's looking at the price point more. He has downloaded the brochure. He has also seen some competitive properties in the micro market. It's typical CRM thinks it's a silo event, but an agentic can understand it's a moment for a user that the customer is back in the market, back in that micro place to find out the property and he's keen towards, right? Then the communication shouldn't be autonomous saying that, just like whatever flow you have. But the agentic AI should develop that he is looking for the property with these amenities. Let's morph it. So it's not about the template, what you follow in your CRM. It's about the context, what you follow in the CRM. Template doesn't makes any sense. It's about the content and the context to the consumer, what will impact. And I guess agentic, if applied properly, that your event to moment journey is fine and you're able to understand, things will nail on that.
Great. Any big example, Abhishek, you want to talk about which you think can have a major impact on the marketing space? Especially there are softer areas also, like brand, for example. And you want to make sure that your communication, what you stand for does not get violated at any point in time. So are there any things, any solutions or any areas for agentic AI in that space?
Okay, I'll just not name, there are too many softwares and too many aspects. But, as Rahul rightly said, I'll give a very quick example from our own brand. So there is a small tool which can, predict your skin in next couple of years. And imagine you see and you actually understand that, your skin may get wrinkled in next 5, 7 years with, the kind of blemishes you may have. And now we have, understanding of how you may experience it. Now I'm talking about very micro level and imagine it in macro level with agentic AI. Now we understand that this person will have certain implication with the current state of skin. Now, we can see that such kind of customers may be searching for anti-aging and travel for last 3 days together, anti-aging, travel, and sunscreen. So we may actually, through agentic AI, and imagine in millions, different set of, usage. And imagine that we create bundle automatically. Agentic AI is creating bundle and sending it to the customer, saying even the person before buying the flight ticket, that they have option that if you're flying somewhere, this is your skincare row, otherwise skincare pack, otherwise your skin will get tanned or XYZ. So this is exactly, how agentic AI from offline experience to online experience is completing a 360 with personalized, feedback loop. So that's, I think, very important.
Excellent. So I think that's a great point again. So what we heard just now that from my earlier part that I was speaking that there's great supply. I'm sure that you have experienced the same, that there is good amount of supply. We have already seen that there are some good use cases which have been there, and you do see that agentic AI can help, and other kind of CRM automations can also certainly help. But the adoption definitely is not at par currently. So what do you think have been the key pushbacks? And if we can have quick, like two-line reaction to that, starting with you, Gagan, because you are implementing, and then from both of you, Gagan and Abhishek, from Rahul and Abhishek. Sorry.
I think this challenge is faced by not only this technology, AI, but any new tool adoption becomes a real challenge, and that too at the ground level. So we did a survey, only 20% of the stores I'm talking again about the physical locations, physical stores. Now their livelihood depends upon that sold store, but still they are not adopting the latest technology which can help their business grow. Right. So I would say the adoption is one of the biggest challenge, and it's a mindset problem that there are so many tools are available and technology available in the market. Which one to adapt, and which one to lose. So I think if the adoption increases, then I can see it giving. Then probably from AI accountability we move to a lot of.
What do you think, Rahul?
So I guess for me, the other challenges like data, those things can be fixed, as I mentioned, right? It's about the fragmented ownership. I run a org, I have a product team, I have a CRM team, I have a tech team, I have a legal team, right? The ownership for the agentic AI, legal doesn't want to automate, or maybe, legal has some their own apprehension. Product wants more control, CRM wants more recency to be on that, right? So this ownership for a one agentic AI to cater all the departments, automate a decision layer is something which is, again, it's a cultural, or I would say the mind shift problem. It's everything can be fixed. Data can be cleaned. Data can be segmented. We did that as a small level, right? But to apply to a larger pool is something which is, across all the departments so that they get aligned to the goal. And second part, if the agentic AI response is probabilistic, we are skilled in order to read a dashboard. We are skilled to do RCA. But when your responses are probabilistic, still I could say that skill set needs to be developed in the market. That how do you judge when the response is probabilistic, not deterministic in that?
Great. Last one line.
So very quickly, I think Rahul and Gagan already answered. I would say, it's fundamentally mindset. So anything which is new will always get a pushback, but we don't have choice. So mindset need to be shifted to, let's do it. Yeah.
Great, Abhishek. So thanks. I think, we have at least seen the potential of what agentic AI brings on the table, the great choices that we have in terms of supply, but in terms of making a real adoption mindset, I would say the quantum of change it can bring, that is also a fear in a way, and definitely the fragmented design that we were talking about. So I think with that, we are good to conclude, and we hope that agentic AI and other kind of AI interventions take on and are being and are well adopted by the marketing and other spaces. So look forward to that. Thank you so much, panel here.
Gentlemen, although it is not my place to compliment your your oratory skills at the moment, but I will take this opportunity to thank you all for ensuring that you provide the best of insights, proper information to the entire audience within the time limit. Thank you very much. Any final words from the moderator? Anything?
I would just say that because there's a new space, anybody, if they have a question, we could have maybe one question if that's okay.
Unfortunately, due to the paucity of time, we cannot take questions right now, but I am sure over a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, one-on-one conversation is something that we can do.
So we are competing against something which is non-mitigable. So we will conclude here. So thanks so much. Pleasure being part of this. Thank you.
Could I please request all of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture and to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for their time and their insights. Joining us on stage is the CEO and founder at Conversite Analytics Private Limited. Please welcome Ms. Tamanna Hamida. With a round of applause, of course. Thank you. I'll help you. Thank you very much. Once again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to offer a loud round of applause for the entire panel. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dhanija. Thanks a lot. Depth of dashboards, from data chaos to decision clarity, the new architecture of marketing intelligence with DV1. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage is a dynamic entrepreneur who has been at the forefront of marketing intelligence and digital innovation. She founded DVO Digital, a leading digital marketing agency, and also built DVO One, an AI-driven marketing intelligence platform. If you're wondering what Mesh AI is, that's another venture of ours in the AI space. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage is a lady who wears many hats and all of them fit her at the same time. Please put your hands together for Miss Sonia Iyer, founder of TVO Digital, TVO One, and Mesh AI.
Thank you. Thank you. Audible? It's a delight to be on the stage with you all. Very good afternoon to you. I will start with this question that's likely to intrigue most of you, where I'm saying why marketers must stop reporting. Okay, sounds bizarre. Okay, if you're not going to report, where you're going to get your information from and where are you going to get your insights from? Let me demystify this for you. For some context, DVO Digital is a marketing and technology company that I started back in 2011. So we grew quickly. We grew to become one of the largest independent marketing and technology companies working in the areas of brand, web tech, and growth marketing. Now we expanded globally, became one of the, perhaps arguably the only independent marketing company to have a multi-country presence. So a presence in over 6 countries with revenues from international markets that exceed more than 50%. Now, as we were scaling this company, we were working with brands across retail, healthcare, e-com, sports, entertainment, and a lot of digital first businesses, right? And while we were working with them on their top funnel approach, a lot of our work was in the mid funnel and the bottom funnel. And as we were working to scale these organizations with leads, app downloads, and customer acquisitions, we saw a growing challenge. Okay, and especially, I mean, there was a challenge in our global markets, but more so in India. Maybe sort of get a show of hands in terms of people who are directly engaged in some kind of marketing for their organizations over here. Okay. All right, super. Now, you will resonate with what I say when I say that one of the biggest challenges is that you're working with, let's say, a Google, to Google, Meta, affiliates, LinkedIn, TikTok in case of some of the international markets, influencers, and then when you're activating all of these channels for your, lead gen, for your customer acquisition, what are you doing when it comes to reporting, right? So you are natively reporting. So Google has its own native dashboard, Meta has its own native dashboard. And when you're activating all of these channels together, you do not fully understand. And as many data analysts as you would have on your team, you do not fully understand what is the correlational causal understanding of activating these multiple channels on your bottom funnel, on your sales. Okay, so this was one of our biggest challenges. And we worked with multiple data analysts within our organization because what we wanted to do is save money for our clients, right? We wanted to get the best bang for our buck. And as we sort of worked with this, we realized that there is a sore need for the data to be unified in one place where we can actually make sense of it, right? And think about it, like some of the marketers who raised their hand, if you went up and you reported to, let us say, your CEO, you're likely to report on CPM, CTR, which makes no sense to your CEO, right? So different people within different organizations, all they want to know in the organization, it's the CEO, they want to say, what have you spent and what are the sales that you have got, right? And then when you go and say CPM, CTR, you lose the audience over there. So these were some of the sort of glaring issues that we had, and we said, let's just go back and do some thinking. Those of you know DVO and have engaged with us in some capacity will also know that we're very well known for actually building an incubator ecosystem internationally, which means that we incubated ad tech and marketing tech companies over the last 10 years. We've sort of helped these companies, these startups, these platforms, we've allowed them to go into international markets with our clients, and we've sort of integrated their services with our clients. And because we had access to some fantastic talent, right, with all the CEOs of these incubating companies, we said we need to find a solution to this. And we said, let's go to some first principle thinking. And we said, what is it that we want? We want data to be unified in one place. And we don't have to work with our BI dashboards the way we worked in the past, because we are really working in an AI native environment right now. So we have to be able to reimagine how we look at data, right? We need insights, and we need them quick, and we need to take the decision very, very quickly. So those were some of our asks. And then we said, more importantly, when the data is unified, should we chat with our data the way we chat with ChatGPT, right? We should. I mean, it's our data, and we need to get intelligence very quickly. So we made a list of things that we need, and then the kind of questions we wanted to actually ask our data is, show me my top 20 performing campaigns, for example, right? What if I move 30% of my budget from Google to Instagram? Yeah. Which audience segment is showing me the highest ROAS? Which creatives can be reused, let's say, on YouTube Shorts because it's doing very well on Instagram? Which channels drive the highest profit, not just the lowest CPC? That's what a CEO is likely to ask. What is the true ROI of our marketing this quarter? If we shift 20% of our budget maybe from one channel to another, what is likely to be the revenue impact? Okay, where are we leaving revenue on the table? Now, these are the kind of questions that we wanted to get answered. Now, we had some of our best minds, and when we actually explored, if something can solve this problem for us off the shelf, right? Are there any platforms or tools that can help us right away? We saw that the few options that were available in the market were largely some of the international companies, like, I don't know if you're familiar with Improvado. I think a whole lot of you guys are in tech, Supermatrix, Funnel.io. They were solving some of these issues. But and sometimes at prohibitive cost, and without fully perhaps understanding the complexity of what we require as as a media ecosystem. And India is a fairly complex media ecosystem. I'm not saying other markets are not, but this one especially is fairly fragmented, and we need to be able to make sense of all of this data. So we said, let's come up with, we built a platform over the last 2 years, launched DVO 1 2 years ago with some brightest minds which were working on solving this problem, like this almost like $1 billion data problem. And we said day one with DVO 1, which means that if you have worked with data in the marketing ecosystems, you would know that it takes you months to build Power BI dashboards, right? And even more time before you can actually mine insights from it. And with DVO 1, we said we're going to be able to do it on day one. Now, let me show you how we're doing it. We build connectors, okay? So which are the channels that you're likely to advertise on? You have Google, you have Meta, you have your LinkedIn, and then you have your CRMs and CDPs, which are also working along with you. So we said we'll bring all of those connectors at a simple click in a way that you can populate all of this content in one place. Now, when that happens, all the data is unified, the data starts to come together, and you have one comprehensive dashboard where you're able to see your Google campaigns, your Meta campaigns, your affiliates, your sales data from your CRM, like maybe with Salesforce or HubSpot or whatever it might be, and all of that is in one place. Now, as the data comes into one place, you are going to be able to chat with your own data. Now, think about this. I'm asking, identify the bottom 20% of the campaigns and give me a campaign level ROAS analysis, right? So it's giving me a fairly comprehensive input real time based on all the connectors that I've used. At a click of a button, what is my opportunity cost? Right? What are the key insights that I need to work with? You could have saved 10% of the total media spend by pausing the worst 15 campaigns with minimal impact to the revenue. Right? And then I'm saying simulate reallocating that budget to my top 10 performing campaigns. And then the simulation works in such a way that you have the top 10 performing campaigns that it's identified, and it's proposed the reallocation plan in a predictive way. And then it's giving you a projected impact summary on your bottom line. And finally says 85% confidence interval. And the key insight says zero additional spend required, diminishing returns accounted for, paid search is your gold mine, and what are the quick wins, immediate steps that you need to take. And all of this is happening in less than probably 5 minutes, right? So this is the power, and then the CMO decision summary. It's saying that you could have saved so much money and not lost out on any revenue, and if at all, you could have scaled this revenue. Now, this is possible because all the data is in one place, and we are allowing you to chat with your own data. And typically, what tens and hundreds of data analysts would do, and the more complex the data, the better it is for AI, right? Which would otherwise not be the scenario when you're working with analysts and you're doing manual work with this. So we've sort of reimagined data analysis and powering it with AI in the context of DVO 1, right? And then there's a whole lot of other things that you can do with it, which is you can do your creative analysis with it. You can map your competition. You can just map your competitors into the platform, and then you're going to be able to see competitive insights. What campaigns are they running right now? How are their campaigns performing? Which are the best creatives that are running for you? Which are the best creatives that are running for your competition? Also, creative recommendations, helping you build content calendars based on the inputs that you're getting from the tool. And so therefore, in summary, what we're saying is skip the data grunt work and keep the insights, right? It's made for marketers with data science handled behind the scenes. And as we're speaking about all this, obviously data compliance is key for us, right? And therefore it's privacy first, no personal identification, aggregated insights only. And we're working with Snowflake residency in the business of your jurisdiction, right? So therefore the data doesn't rest anywhere else but in your own jurisdiction. And if your question is, can it sit on top of my CDPs and CRMs? Yes, that's the whole idea. It sits on top of your CDPs and CRMs. It's one operational layer for marketing data, working across cross-channel reporting, competitor intelligence, and all stakeholder alignment in one place, right? So the impact that we're seeing is time to insight is probably better by 60 to 80%, and most, I mean, in more cases than not 80%. Operational hours saved in data analysis is probably more than 40%. And the media efficiency, the hard numbers that we are seeing is you're able to build efficiency in your media spends by upwards of 25%, right? And that said, just to give you guys a sense of what our future looks like, while we started off as an agency, we had so much of vertical understanding about what the market requires. We're now building a bunch of horizontal and vertical solutions as product and solution. And this is a business that is, the way I look at it, is products for the globe. Yeah, so India now needs to really rise up in terms of the kind of SaaS platforms that we build and take it to the world and not just work with products that are coming from outside. And that's sort of the vision that I'm driving. And for those of you who'd like to know more, that's my colleague Vivek over there. Feel free to reach out to him if you have any questions. It has been an honor and pleasure to present to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks a lot. That was quite informative. Could I please request you to join me in the center stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf? Joining us on stage is the producer at Exchange for Media Group. Please welcome Ms. Deepika Chauhan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. This brings us to the next panel discussion. Next Gen Customer Data Platforms, Real-Time Identity and Orchestration. Join me as I welcome our panelists, co-founder and Chief Digital Officer at Charter. Please put your hands together for Mr. Satish Mittal. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Up next, Head of Loyalty, CRM and Partnerships at ITC Hotels. Please welcome Mr. Dilpreet Singh. Right, now we take the other hand, right? Place it on the top of the table. And in case we are unable to bring both of our palms together, we just do this, right? We welcome people. They've taken out time from their busy schedules, just like you have, to be here, share the insights, and chart the discourse of our new future together. Up next, Group Head MarTech Products at Novartis. Please welcome Mr. Murthy Pandey. Our final panelist, the Chief Marketing Officer at Aviva Life Insurance India. Please welcome Mr. Vineet Kapahi. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, the Senior Editor at PW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Please welcome Mr. Ruhail Amin.
Okay. Okay, I think that would be, they can identify exactly. Yes, yes, okay. Just remove the other one and put it here. Thanks. We had a panel discussion and a lot came out of that. I think stage has a different energy and stage is a different beast altogether. So I think let me quickly, we have 30 minutes and we have a lot of questions to deal with. We have so much of insights, so many insights on customer these days, real time also, that it becomes so much excessive that to a point that it becomes scary. Where do insights stop and that scaliness begins is where we draw the line is precisely what this conversation will be all about. And let me start with you, Mr. Kapahi, right there. Tell me, how do we really make insights into something which is about understanding customer and without crossing that line where they feel they're being monitored? How does that balance happen? What is the story of your brand in that?
Thank you so much. I think in today's context, there's a very fine line uh, by which you can actually separate what is the customer's need and what is intrusion. Actually, if you ask me, uh, you know, for us, the values are basically. I mean, I can start off with giving an example. The values are we uh, we looked at a customer who was looking at a product uh, in at night sometimes and was searching for a very simple basic term product. And you know, we thought that it is a great time to sort of go back and pitch to a consumer. But if when we deep dive, we found out that a customer is actually looking at, and he quite consistently looked at adding a nominee to the policy. So you know, one way of us is that I go back and flood him with a lot of messages, which is basically talking about, marketing, giving new products and others. The other is that I actually find what is the problem and empathetically sort of solve it and give him a call back and tell him, listen, you were looking at, putting a nominee name there rather than actually selling him a product, which most of the marketers usually do. We draw a simple line between what is the customer's need and look at that empathetic sort of a solution rather than flooding marketing messages, which most of the marketers' job is. For me, if the guy is managed through that empathy call rather than me reading a diary and going and sort of intruding into what you know sort of comes across through the smart AI, basically shifts the entire line from being smart to being empathy.
So I think this is a question that is sector agnostic. I would have anyone who wants to add to it. I mean, some viewpoints on this. Mr. Singh, you want to add to it?
So I totally resonate with what Vineet has said. So I believe there has to be there is a thin line between the personalization and the privacy part which is there. Just to give an example, so like coming from the hospitality industry, let's suppose you have been very regular to any of the restaurants. So like if I'm getting a message from any of the restaurant, hey, Mr. Singh, we know your love for North Indian food and here is offer for you. I'll be fine with that. The moment it turns into, dear Mr. Singh, we know your love for butter chicken with butter, naan, and blah, 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 something like that, then the issue would be there. So hence, as a responsible brand, you have to make sure that whatever data is available, it's not a mandate to use every part of the data which is there.
Right. So, I mean, you don't reveal that, but you don't reveal it not to scare the customers. Mr. Mittal, tell me, how can identity-driven insights help brands build deeper emotional connect in your thought? How can this happen according to you?
Sure. Just to set the context, I represent a segment which is for last mile EV drivers. This is a segment which is not digitally enabled. This is a segment, English is not the first language for them. A segment where they are not comfortable in typing, they are comfortable in talking. Right. And similarly, a segment which really loves to go to the next door neighborhood to get their problem solved. So I'm talking of that segment. And here now the question which you here asked is, how do you really bring AI ML into this segment? Right. And we have actually found very interesting ways to connect with the driver, and the use is simple. That how do you bring an intelligence which matters to the driver? Right. Let me give an example. That's we found now by talking to these drivers as well as using a lot of data behind it, that there are drivers who run 100 kilometers a day on weekends. And that may be in the cities where these are the tourist cities. Like if I go to Mathura and Jaipur and Agra, the drivers run more on the weekends, very natural, because we have, let's say, traveled to these places. But if I go to other cities like Karnal and Panipat and Ludhiana, the drivers don't run on weekends, right? And has that personalization, that do you provide your service centers more open to these guys during when it matters to them? Not really because of your own convenience. So these are some of the examples over here. Yeah.
There's another, while we use the latest tech in understanding customers, Mr. Singh, to you. And of course, the interaction between AI and the human side remains a question, perennial question. So in that mix, how do humans still add that irreplaceable value according to you when you're dealing with MarTech and all those AI-based latest tech engines? How does human element remain important in all this?
Well, fortunately, the kind of industry which I am part of, so it is by the people for the people. So like again, human element is something which you will definitely not be able to kind of take out. That is one. Second is like data is a kind of an enabler or a driver, which would help you to kind of enhance the customer experience. Just to set the context here, so like again, when I was coming here, so I just met a gentleman. He just asked me that you are from the hospitality industry and you are part of a panel which is talking about CDP. So I don't see any relation that it's just a kind of a operation driven and the service driven industry. So like how the data or the technology is coming into the picture. So now that is something which is quite interesting because like it's been, and I will not shy away from the fact when you're talking about the hospitality industry, it has been a late adopter of the technology also. And when it comes to the data-led decision making and everything, so we are late adopters. Uh, However, in this regard, so like again, we as in the hospitality industry has come a long way in terms of understanding the importance of the data. Because like the good part of like the kind of data which we are having, it is not only the demographic or the social data which is available, but it's the real-time interaction data which is available. Because at the end of the day, no matter how strong your processes are or how good your technology is, at the end of the day, you have to deal with people. So in this regard, so like human element plays a very important role. It's like you are going to a restaurant. So there, if you are just understanding this thing, obviously, like there is one person who is aware of your dietary preferences, one person who is aware of your food preferences, and one person who is available for your any allergy or something like that. So the purpose is defeated. So you need to have one system where all this information is available with you, and then human is someone who is kind of making that enablement for you. So at the end of the day, like when you're talking about the data, so data will definitely be giving you the signals. But what kind of sensitivities are attached to that? So human will come into the picture for that.
So human, I mean, those who always talk about human AI, this puts it in the right context. Mr. Pali, you are part of a very sensitive domain in that healthcare is involved. Tell me what capability gaps do companies face when they are shifting to real-time GDPs, and how can leaders build agility across that funnel, according to you?
Yeah, so our industry is very different. We are actually looking at life-saving medicines, right? If you look at the entire commercial model, it starts with getting a prescription from your doctor, but it doesn't end there. It actually goes beyond educating the patients on how beneficial is your product is going to be, right? So with that, now what are the biggest challenges that you actually face when you actually look at adopting some of the CDPs, and should really pharma adopt the CDPs? If you look at it, a very human nature, our doctors and patients are also digital natives. That means that they are going to go to the digital channels to actually get their information. So that means if we are missing on that particular bigger channel, we're actually missing the entire point there. So one of the biggest challenges internally that most of the pharmaceutical companies are still trying to look at is how do we embrace the commercial model of FMCG into a pharma world which is highly restricted, but with the same guardrails. A couple of examples is that how can you be present in your digital channels without across the empathy map of your HCPs, and ensure that they are getting the right level of information that they actually need at the point in time. Yeah. So that is one challenge. The biggest the other dimension of that is technology can solve a lot of these problems. But how do you change the marketer mindset? And to Dilip's points that how do you intelligently use your data to make those empathy maps much more really work for your brand? Yeah. So for me, technology can solve all the problems, but technology doesn't know how to do marketing. And marketers typically don't know what is the art of in actually getting the data to the right use in a much more ethical and within the guardrails, right? I think this is where the pharmaceutical industry is actually evolving, and I think it's a continuous journey.
Please feel free if you have a counterpoint, you're all free to put that up. Mr. Kapai, tell me, how should a brand's personality and core values influence the type of data that it collects and the way it orchestrates experiences, according to you?
See, it's not about the quantum or not about what data do you have. I think it's a function of what's the usage data that you can put to place that benefits the consumer. I can I can collect and overload a lot of stuff to a consumer, but ultimately, if I'm not able to give any substantial solution to a consumer, it doesn't matter. I have to be very, very clear of ensuring that what I do with the data and how does it matter to a consumer. That's the most important sort of solution for us. If I'm not, if I'm able to sort of uh, let's say if I'm able to at a certain point of time meet a consumer need. For example, let's assume there is a celebration, there is something else that's happening, and I'm able to actually go and greet a consumer at that point of time. That makes sense to a consumer. But if I continues to sort of get into his private space by bombarding him, that really doesn't make a difference because that's a data point that you have. But from a usage point of view, uh, it's nothing that really matters to a consumer.
Right. Mr. Mittal, we talk of biases, hidden biases in identity resolution models. How can organizations ensure that fairness is reflected across their practices and this biasness comes down? Any thoughts on that?
I will give examples around my industry, which is last mile drivers industry. I think some of the uses of this data to remove the biases we have used is the problem statement is these drivers get a financing at an extremely high rate of interest. That's the reality of life. The drivers who delivers at our home in 10 minutes is not able to make even $10 a day. Right? The reason is financing cost is high. His service cost is high because these are batteries, and if the battery goes down, the driver is out of really earnings. Right? And then third part is the vehicle life is always more than the battery life. So the driver has to buy batteries multiple times in the life cycle. So we have solved these three through this unbiased data approach, where instead of worrying about what that driver is, we worried about what are these problems. And the beauty, Ruhel, is that once we solve it for the driver, we solve it for the ecosystem. It means once we have solved it, we are able to provide 100% uptime to the EV driver. It impacts directly the NBFC defaults. So he runs more and hence he pays well. So this is so beautiful. And we call it situational defaulters versus intentional defaulters. So we are able to really segregate between the two. There is a driver who could not pay because there was a service issue, or there is a driver who could not pay because there was an intent issue. And we are able to segregate it very nicely. And once you solve it for the driver, the NBFC started loving this solution. Hey, this is something which is useful to me. So that's the example I thought I should give. Yeah.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh, we talk about real-time data and creativity. There's a correlation we talk about, but do you have any practical example where data actually sparks or elevates that creativity in maybe, understanding or telling better stories to customers?
Absolutely. So like again, talking about the hospitality industry. So like again, we are into the business which is of comfort. So like many people misjudge this thing because like it is only for the business traveler or for the leisure traveler, but it is for the comfort. So like you are coming to the hotels whether for business purpose or leisure purpose just to get the comfort. That is one. Now considering that, so like again, a few years back we got this data point where people were complaining, not really complaining, but they were giving the feedback in terms of because like a particular type of mattress or particular type of the pillow is not suiting their body type, which is there. So considering that, so like very extensive research was done. Basis that we came up with a new product by the name of Sleep Boutique. So Sleep Boutique is something which is a range of linen, wherein like today when you are going to any of my ITC hotels luxury collection series, which is there. So there you are getting a choice when you are entering into the room or the pillows also or the mattress also. That is one. Second is again based on the data which is available, you are having a full-fledged sleep menu. When I'm talking about the menu, so the menu consists of the ingredients which actually help you to get X% or more deep sleep, which is there. And that is something which has been scientifically proved also. So there is a R&D team which is working, which worked on that thing and basis that this product was created. So again, like the complete exercise which was undertaken was based on the feedback which was given, the data which was collected, and then the product which was developed to help the consumer get the experience.
That's really a great example. Mr. Pali, the regulatory layer is always there, it might strike any time and we are functioning, of course we have that freedom right now, but it can strike any time and things can go in a different direction, especially in a category like yours. Is there a fear of the regulatory part when you are building technologies or when you're deploying them for customer data?
Absolutely. At least in the pharmaceutical world, we are even more regulated as compared to most of the industries. We actually follow the most stringent GDPR criteria, even for non-markets where there is no GDPR, right? So this also goes back to the brand value, which actually talks about, how do you give a transparency, fairness, and trust of the data, and also give an option for them to opt out when they don't want to use your data, right? So most of our platforms typically go there. I think it actually goes back to, how do you build your brand trust? It actually shows up in how you use the data of your customer.
Mr. Kapai, I want to get your point on this because you're also kind of somewhere, this relates to what you do.
Yeah, so like the pharma industry, I think as industry is also extremely regulated, and customer data is something that we. So at every touch point, and as a marketer, it's a very big challenge because our job is to talk to consumers. Our job is to reach out to consumers. While regulations come on the other side, which says don't do ABC, don't be intrusive. What do marketers actually do? If you don't reach out to consumers, I think there is a cloud cover that somebody can do, but looking at the way digitization has happened, personalization has happened, AI has come in, other things have come in. I think it's all about the bullseye, reaching to the right consumer and all that. And if we don't have the consent to reach to a consumer, then I mean, what do we all do then? I mean, it's a tough call, right? So I mean, sitting here as a marketer, it's not a very glam sort of a thing. You really have to be very, very selective in terms of what to do and what not to do, looking at especially the regulator environment. For us, I mean, at every point of time, yes, we do take consent from a consumer because that's something that we have to have. But what you do after you take consent from a consumer is something that matters. Now, are you able to translate that consent into something which the consumer is looking at from a point of view of actually giving him his requirement, earning his trust, and finding a solution? See, look at it from a category. We are not a category which basically we are a category of risk. It's nothing. It's not joyous moments or something else, but it actually translates into those moments if you are actually servicing and giving. If there is an occasion, somebody has a child, you look at child plans. If there is a death, you have to be there, right? Are you solving those problems at those empathy moments for a consumer? Yes, there is a lot of trust. No, I believe then it's a lost case where it just remains a data point, and the consumers don't sort of have any faith in the category and the company.
Mr. Mittal, you spoke about how your tech deployment makes it a very empathetic, kind of approach to what your customers are going through. But what are the pain points which tech is yet to solve in the last mile operation that you are in? Are there any such pain points?
So honestly, the pain points, or let's say the adoption is still low simply because I said this is an industry where the drivers are not digitally enabled. The good part is in last 3, 4 years, we have seen the smartphone penetration by its own has really increased significantly. At least we are seeing now there is one smartphone almost in every family, even in the driver's family. Sometimes the driver carries it himself, or sometimes it is his son or daughter who is a school going child who carries it. But there is a smartphone in the family. But it's not penetrated 100% that every driver is on smartphone. Third one, which is I think beautifully being sold through the again ecosystem and thanks to UPI, that almost every driver start using UPI either to receive the payment or to provide the payment. So that is how the digital enablement is happening. We would love to see that a bit more faster pace so that these things start moving faster.
I need 30-second thoughts. This is my final question to all of you. Maybe I start with you, Mr. Palli. In your view, what should never be automated, despite all the progress in AI? Is there anything that you feel because of ethical reason or some other reasons that this thing should not be automated?
So at the core, we are humans. Humans are much more creative, much more evolving. And what I think is that we cannot be automated is your empathy maps and understanding emotionally how your empathies are changing. You can use the data to actually draw insights on how your empathy maps are changing. But understanding that empathy at emotional level, I don't think AI can do that. Yeah.
So I would say decision making is something which is very subjective, and we should not be leaving it to the in the hands of the technology. Because like again, there would be multiple nuances attached to that thing. So yeah, so like considering the subjectivity and also decision making.
I will double click on what Mr. Bali said. Empathy, honestly, should remain with the humans and not should be transferred as of today, at least to the AI. Again, let me give that example again about the drivers. Let's say it's very normal that if a driver delays the payment, you start changing the person, right? And we found it through multiple interactions that if you look around us in Delhi, NCR, there are a lot of migratory population which drives this. The people who come from, let's say, Bihar, UP, etc. And they go home during, let's say, Chhat Puja. So for 5, 6 days, they are actually not there. So it's not an intent that they don't want to pay or they don't want to run the rickshaw. Hey, it is their celebration time. So that empathy that, okay, this is nothing going away. This driver is going to come back and he will pay on time. So it's okay. For us now, it's 5 days delay is also on time because it's for the right intent. I think that is the empathy I would like to really continue to extend that. Yeah.
I think transactions where consumers need efficiency is something that you can actually automate with AI. But transactions where consumers really need to speak, to somebody uh, with regards to is something which still, I mean, I believe should remain with the humans. You're not really looking at efficiency. You're looking at posting out your own listing to somebody who can relate and listen to you. I think that's an area that should still continue to remain with humans.
I will double click on this as a consumer. I feel very irritated when you go to an IVR and you say press one for this, press two for this. You press two, then it says press one for this, press two for this. You completely harassed, right? And then you are harassed further by that so-called machine. So yes, I think I just want to talk to the person. I listen to me. Yeah, that's it. As simple as that.
Yeah, add to that. After that, says, I'm sorry, it's 9 p.m. So come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think boss need to get real time and contextual in that. Like we finish on time, and I think what it's the main point is that real time identity and AI can bring together tremendous potential, but it has to have an human oversight that can never be overlooked. Thank you all of you for joining us and sharing your quick thoughts in this short and quick panel. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here. Thank you.
On time, as always, Mr. Amin. Thank you very much. Could I please request all of you gentlemen to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture? Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this productive session. Joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation is the founder of DBA Digital Video One and Mesh AI. Please welcome once again Ms. Sonia Iyer. When we bring our palms together, it prompts the blood circulation, sending more oxygen to our brain, thus helping us focus better. No lies, just facts. I'm in awe of this fine, fine audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. How about a picture together, all of you? How about a picture together? And just like this moment, I'm sure you must have had, if not until now, then through this fine day, you will find multiple opportunities to take pictures. In case you manage to capture a special moment with a fellow acquaintance, with a fellow attendee, please do not forget to post that picture across your social media platforms and use the hashtag MarTech AI conference. Ladies and gentlemen, once you post these pictures across your social media platforms, you stand a chance to win an Amazon voucher. Our team will get in touch with the concerned winner as soon as possible. But for this procedure to begin, you need to start clicking your pictures and start posting. This brings us to the next panel discussion. I'm certain that you have multiple questions, but some of them, I'm sure, are the creative tech stack, Gen AI, automation, and the future of content production. Join me as I welcome the panelists. The head of MarTech and brand at Fast 24 Australia. Please welcome Mr. Saransh Bhattacharya. My sincerest apologies. Marketing leader and founder ex Aditya Birla Fashion and Taswa. Please welcome Aradhika Mehta. With a round of applause. Thank you. I have an appointment at the tattoo parlor. I'm going to get pleased with a round of applause right here on my head. All right, quickly on to the next one. The Chief Strategy and Business Development Officer at Bata India Limited. Please welcome Mr. Petri Binwar. Up next, the marketing leader, former marketing head at IDP Education. Please welcome Mr. Ashish Gupta. The final panelist, CEO Digital at ITV Network. Please welcome Mr. Akansh Yadav. And joining the bandwagon of unique names, time to welcome our moderator, the independent marketer and former CM of HMD Global, that is Nokia Phones. Please welcome Bernard Jenner. Once you're done with this immersive panel discussion session, I will have to get in touch with you to understand the meaning of your name at least.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Make it nice and crisp. Okay. The time is a little bit on the shorter side. So, interesting topic. I think from the morning itself on different panels, you'll be talking about AI, and it's become so all pervasive that I was just chatting with somebody that till last year, forums like this used to talk about personalization, data privacy, and all these kind of things. And now every context, it is about AI, and from healthcare to engineering, we cannot escape a single hour without listening to AI. But fortunately, our topic is very crisp into marketing. We are all marketeers, business leaders, and fortunate to have a very interesting cross section of people with me. And within marketing, of course, again, there are multiple areas from research to media, but we are going to talk about creative production. and creative production, as we have known, some of us in our early and mid part of our career to now, the change that is happening in the last 12 to 18 months. It will be interesting to get the perspective from of everyone, that how is it really changing, and a few questions, short questions along with that. With that, I really invite all of them, starting with Radhika, to kind of give a brief introduction to themselves apart from what is written behind them, and we'll start off.
Hello. Hi, I'm Radhika. I, like has been mentioned, ex Chief Marketing Officer for Tesla at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. I run my own full service marketing agency today called The Brand Architects. And yeah, I think I'm a solopreneur, so I'm learning much more to be on the other side after 25 years of making agencies run after me. This is a time when I'm running after brands, and I am really learning a few things about how to, chase some chief marketing officers. So yeah, maybe it's God's way of getting back to me. I'm taking it in my stride.
Nice. So I think what's written behind, I will look after operations and marketing for Bata. Apart from this, I think what I'm really passionate about is how AI is shaping and the way content creation is going to really transform. I think that neither agencies or clients still know it as to how it is going to unfold, and I think that's the reason why I'm here.
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashish. I've been a marketer from the last 20 years, working with different industries. From the last 12 years, I'm in education space. And for me, AI is actually, enabling a lot of new opportunity for the students who are planning to study abroad. We'll definitely have a more discussion around it at the later stage of this conversation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akshan Chadha. I am the CEO for ITV Network. We own now a lot of new iconic news media brands like the Sunday Guardian, the Daily Guardian, Music's, Indian News, so on and so forth. We are the most tech-savvy, AI-savvy media group with products that are completely run on AI, like legally speaking, Professor X, so on and so forth. We'll deep dive as and when Prathad takes us through this.
Okay, excellent. So quickly setting off on that. So we were having a pre-chat as well. I think the context for this is that you see the two contexts, really quickly putting that, is that the demand on marketeers and CMOs to produce more content, that has really gone up phenomenally. And we ask why. Because of social media, because of having your own D2C, because having to reach out to consumers. The earlier days we used to produce one content after a lot of research and some adaptations, and used to run its course, let's say 2 to 3 months, or even in some cases 6 months. Now the sheer ask on content has really gone up. That is really one. And secondly, there is also a sense that is prevailing, although like Badri rightly said, that nobody has really fully understood it. It's like riding a tiger at times. But the demands of content, I would like to make it more a little specific, and probably Akshay's case, you will be a little more unique than to the typical product or service marketing. Is that where do you see whether it is, let's say, a new announcement or a new service or a new product launch, and therefore the pressure of going to market? Or there is the existing communication, the thematic communication, you want to extend it through regionally or geographically, and therefore make smarter and faster adaptations. Or it could be the social always on, or you have to, let's say, retarget consumers at a hyper personalization level. So at which level do you see the demand from CMOs really, or demand on CMOs really coming across to execute and use generative AI and all the automation tools regarding to it?
I'll take that up in that case, and then the forum is open. News media, has been one of the biggest enablers per se. When I say enabler, it's not here to take jobs, to take jobs. What used to happen in if you have to do one particular video on a topic that needs a lot of research, you'll need a couple of people who will design the graphics, who will churn out the visuals from archives, who will do their own deep diving into it. With the AI coming into the picture, the visuals, all the archiving, all the cataloging is simply out there. So if you have to say that from the production table to going live with a particular news piece or a news video, the time has drastically come up to 90-95%. AI has been a big enabler there. On the second part, which you mentioned that AI has been really helpful when it comes to running always-on campaigns. You can just A/B test with thousands of creatives, thousands of copies, so on and so forth. So AI basically last 3 to 4 months has changed the game completely, at least in news media.
So I'd like to add something there. I think the point of inflection or the biggest enabler, if it was to be the traditional, I'm talking about the conventional chief marketing officers and the marketing heads, is in the personalization and the hyper personalization and driving it at scale. Plus, India really needs a whole lot of vernacular adapts. And I think that is really getting done because some of my friends and my own work is really reflective that with the kind of complexity it used to take earlier, it used to be a big challenge, a big nightmare rather. But today with AI, that is an easy, the most, to me, the lowest hanging fruit. Content to a certain degree, yes, everybody is dabbling, but I think I agree with Badri completely that everybody is still figuring that out. And I wanted to also be the devil's advocate for you, Akshansh, sorry. While you say that, it's become so easy for media to pick out these visuals, etc., I want to cite a recent case, which was, I mean, you can be the judge because it was spoken about a lot. When Piyush Pandey passed away, Forbes India did a picture of him, which was AI generated, and it looked nothing like Piyush. And Forbes, like, I mean, so there was so I'm also bringing out that doing content or driving content generation primarily with AI has its pitfalls.
See, that is where I started by saying that we are the most no, I'm just saying
now the panel is really wondering.
That is what I'm saying. Thank you for inviting us. I can at least go on record and say that we have a better LLM than Forbes out there.
You rest assured that if at any point of time I'm buying any media, I'm coming to you. I'm not going to Forbes.
Okay, I think just to add, and I think the perspective here, I think the way at least I look at it, and this is not necessarily to just talk about what Bata believes and what Bata does. I think the way landscape is changing pretty fast. Right, I mean, we all have been, marketeers. We have all, uploaded pictures and creatives on Facebook and Meta, and we've seen that size adaptations, translations, all has been possible, right? Suggestions, etc. They have been possible for last 2-3 years, right? I think the new frontiers that are coming now, right? The fact that you've shot something, already you have a shot ready and you've got a video content, you want to do a vernacular as she was talking about, right? Lip sync, it's possible now and it's been done, right? Possibly not in-house, but there are agencies in India as well who are, doing that extra work to kind of stitch it together. So that's possible, right? And we possibly used it last quarter where we wanted to go in different languages and we shot with a celebrity shoot and it did a lip sync absolutely perfectly. Then second is, I think the plan B, right? What I mean by plan B, I don't think we've reached a stage where your plan A is AI. And I think that is where we are forcing our team now to think that plan A for 2026 will be AI. And there have been instances where the plan A fails or the output is not good, and you suddenly say that, okay, let's see what AI does. And it's turned out pretty good. So I think the crux of what I want to say is that, I think both sides are right. This is a fast evolving space, right? What was possible 3 years back, I think we all use it in, day out. we possibly don't even realize that AI is working behind the scenes. And there is a new frontier that every quarter is getting unlocked, right? The challenges of how do you create a creative content through AI? What is a problem, let's say in quarter three, is getting solved in quarter four, right? So that's the place, and that's the place where I think we all have to be, watchful. Likewise for agencies and likewise for clients to understand as to how this space is changing and what are the possibilities. And possibly his team has cracked it. And the idea that was coming to my mind is, can I go to his office along with my marketing team, because it will be good inspiration for my team to learn as to how we are doing it, right? Yeah.
On that part, we actually launched a tool which enables a lot of people to, and this again is an accurate use of AI. We have been speaking. You can just do all of your litigation, be it on getting a notice for rent or a rent agreement, or lead that into FIR to send a legal notice for which people pay bonds, or even to get an FIR from a police station, you have to go to a lawyer. That is something we have automated using it. Another case in point being that our LLMs are so strong that major media also, without naming them, ran a lot of fake news pertaining to recently the Minder and before that during operations and those. Our AI was the one which presented that there is no credible source which say that we will not go ahead with the news. So I think AI is an enabler to put the right narrative as well in the market.
Okay, just to add here, the marketing automation part, what we realized that personalization is very, very important in terms of student placements, right? Because every student has a unique choices, and especially when they are searching universities, they actually understanding what type of courses they are looking at. By hyper personalization, we can send a very personalized message to particular student as per the criteria. Again, the content part, if you talk about the production, see, there are a lot of things happening because of the policies, especially, when the Trump came into the picture, especially the destination like US and Canada, there are a lot of news every day coming is, we are taking a lot of help from AI to just generate the content. The only problem what we are facing is the authenticity of the content. And because of AI, there is a lot of extra content available on social media. This is the only thing which is actually we are facing challenge. But if you see the entire funnel, we are taking help in every aspect from AI, starting from face to pre-departure till the time student goes to particular destination.
Thanks, guys, and very interesting perspective. And really, Badri, when you say, plan A has to be AI, I read it as a very significant mindset change across organizations and leaders that we need to plan for that in 2026. And glad you kind of mentioned Piyush. It would be very interesting to know that, had he lived on in a few years more, what would his take be on AI? And in the interest of time, actually, I'm skipping one question, and I'm now getting to something which also, kind of always in my thoughts, that while there is the demand to be more efficient, fast, quicker to the market, it is never really, black and white at every level, as much as everybody is going. And in India, for example, thanks to the telco participation in that, the average consumer, when all 800 million of smartphone users are probably, it's up to them. So they're really all using all forms of Pro Plus kind of AI tools, and therefore there is a when things like Nano Banana and Ghibli kind of things happen, it's really getting people accustomed to the early AI, and people are also getting very discerning about AI, because the moment that you put something over there and there are 1,000 comments and the first 100 comments would be AI, and whether it is termed as a positive or negative, you don't really know. In that context, I actually want to just spend only one question and get people's perspective, because we have all grown up and built our careers in the non-AI era. Now, there is the dichotomy between
we produce content, and there's certain content which needs to serve the purpose of the day, of the week, of the month, and they can very well be, CTA driven. They can very well be, a short duration. But when it comes to original storytelling of the brand, and the sheer you produce something and you want it to be a little more enduring, you want it to resonate with your core, brand values, and therefore the debate between, trust and authenticity, and whether to be, viral or for the sake of it, or whether to, stay true. And there will always be crosswinds, there will always be, backlash of some kind of people. So how in your own domains you kind of, guard against, while you embrace AI when the market demands it, what are your individual guardrails that you keep in mind that okay, this is something we need to be watchful of when producing out a content, in completely made in Gen AI?
Can I take that?
Yeah.
I think to begin with, and I will speak about image creation or moving or static either. I think my own experiments have led me to believe, and at this point of time, I'm like everybody's saying, it's an evolving space. So therefore, I will change my mind maybe, but what I've come to realize that the guardrails are extremely important, because until you keep them, there is a huge tendency for whatever tool you are using to take it beyond. So the story or the brand authenticity has to be something that you have to keep absolutely watertight, and the initial story ideas or the storytelling, what should I say, big idea has to be either yours or it has to come from serious consumer insight. And you may or may not take the help of AI to research that, because AI is also going to throw up only that much as the research is. And you do know that in India, I mean, if you will talk just about the census itself, how long back was the national census done? We don't know enough about the consumer group. So therefore, until you're keeping your story absolutely tight, I would give this an example of something like, you need to keep your framework, very much in place. And if you think of AI as a spider spinning a web, but you need to clearly define the boundaries. If you do not, and have the brand authenticity, the key insight in place, it tends to go all over the place. That's
Just to add a small bit is that as the regulations are also firming up, just like, with the influencer space, somewhere the regulation stepped up and saying that you have to disclose paid collaborations. Similarly, we will have to have made with AI as a disclaimer in most of the contents that we also put out.
So far, so sorry.
It's already
But
started.
so far, I think wherever we have reached, and in India so far, I think it's people are discerning enough to be able to make out what is AI generated, because we have not reached that seamlessness yet. But yeah, I'm sure, there we will need
happen.
some sort of a clear, benchmarking or a indicator that says that this is an AI generated creative.
So in my mind, I think there are two parts to this question, right? One is from brand side. I think, there in my mind, it is no way different to how you would treat your agency partner or your director, or, the way you create any creative, right? So your brief and your idea has to come alive in the true sense, right? So that's the guardrail. In my mind, the brand guardrails are the guardrails, right? You can't, generate it through AI or through a actual shoot. You have to ensure you are true to, brand guidelines. And I think that's what Radhika was saying. The other side, I think the possibilities. Let's say you have a brand ambassador. Right? Now, brand ambassador has given you 1 day of shoot, right? And he's given you or she's given you 1 year rights. You can create whatever you want. Earlier, you could, you needed to shoot, go to that place, take. So I think that is the other side of the guardrail that I think as marketeers we'll have to kind of understand, connect with our, celebs and, talent to ensure we have the rights. Because today in a AI engine, you can create an avatar if you have the permission. I mean,
contracts need to be reimagined as well.
Exactly, right? So that's the other guardrail. I would say that, that's the other side of the coin.
Yes.
Which I mean, I don't know if you recall, there is a Rado ad You guys would have
Oh,
seen,
yes,
right?
of course.
So I'm saying so far we've not seen everybody familiar with the Rado ad?
Hrithik Roshan,
Hrithik
Katrina Kaif.
Roshan and Katrina Kaif. Hrithik is looking at London and Katrina is looking at Tokyo. Sort of, they're not looking at each other. And during the course of the ad, several times their hands exchange. From right, it becomes left. She's wearing a ring sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right, and so I'm just saying that so far we've not had an example of how seamlessly perfect maybe AI can create something like that. And whatever bad examples we've had have also thrown off a lot of
I think it's
CMOs and
part
other
of
things.
evolution, but whatever
But
both of you
brand like
are
Rado
saying,
to do something
yes,
like
absolutely.
that too with the country's top stars having paid them whatever
Absolutely.
crop that they would have paid.
They have money. But at the same time, you have, brands like Coca-Cola who,
That's the
that
only example everybody talks about.
maximum, and they were told as well, but they still had the gumption to kind of, go ahead and say that, okay, this is how you want to do our
But I
Christmas.
think it's so more about we want to be the first ones to have done that, sort of stated to the world that, okay, we have the first AI generated, 100% AI generated creative. Yeah, and that moment, to take that space. It was that vanity, the vanity metric.
I think the crux of this is I think we are also talking about the possibilities, right? And I think this is one space where as let's say a CMO, it's easy to follow this space and get your teams to try and do it. I think my advice would be get your hands dirty, right? Subscribe to some of the tools, put your own prompts, do it yourself, and you will understand how this space is fast evolving. Because there are tools today which exactly solve the same problem, right?
Absolutely.
And it is fast evolving where they take care of from one scene as an input in the next prompt for the next scene, right? So I think the tech space and tech people understand our problem and they are trying to solve it. Some tools are already there, and you can LinkedIn and I can share those tools with you, which are solving some of the problems that Radhika said. I have not spent time to create myself. Possibly next weekend, that's the task, Radhika, to see. Yeah. So but it's possible. It's getting possible, right? Is what all I want to leave as an encouragement, that get your hand dirty and try it out, right? It doesn't.
That's the next assignment now. We'll be creating the new creative or for us the tool that you've chosen.
We could actually be, yeah, absolutely. I think you kind of preempted that as well, because a lot of times that it's not only as marketeers, we work with a lot of different agency partners, but the time has come to when you're saying that rewrite all the rules, etc. And typically, it's a certain way that it probably existed. There are these 7, 8 kind of agencies, and within our own team also there is a certain hierarchy. There are people who are more proficient in media or brand or let's say activation, rule, etc. I think I would ask that: is there when you typically hire a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old in your teams, that because so much of creative is externally driven and so much of creative thinking is also internally generated, is there any particular skill that you look for when hiring youngsters, whether it could be prompt engineering or whether it could be, I mean, has it reached that stage that you actively look at those skills?
Just one thing, while we were discussing the brand ads on Coke, it might be vanity for them, but for a lot of D2C players, it's about survival. A lot of ads that I see on Insta or maybe Facebook have been generated through AI. All the product cataloging is actually happening through AI. And I think there's a big market for prompt engineers today. Creativity is
Also effective.
creativity, how beautifully can you write a prompt and then what sort of output can it generate?
So just to take that question, I think till now I have not been able to get somebody who's already a prompt engineer. And in my mind, this is, as I said, that this is a place which is fast evolving. And but this is something that I think in hiring, this is a trait that I am really actively looking for, as to whether you have a tech bent of mind and are you trying it out or not.
No, I think there is a term called AI generalist now. Yeah, everybody is now AI
Absolutely.
journalist and everybody is looking for AI journalist now.
Yeah, it's
You should
bound,
at least understand that.
bound
you
to
know what-
happen in a country like ours, and I think probably the specialists will come. But one thing that was, unmissable, even though it was probably not intended or not intended. I mean, when Akshanj, you were saying that, mentioned that we are the most advanced in the last 3 to 4 months. You mentioned that, it's all recency. So we are all talking last 3 months, last 6 months. I think that's the exciting part of this journey, and probably once we meet a few months down the line, things would have really changed beyond recognition. Thank you very much. I think time's up. The red sign is there. Thank you, and thank you very much once again.
Thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And on behalf of the audience and MarTech AI and Exchange for Media Group, I thank each and every one of you for sharing your insights and joining us here today. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick picture? And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, joining us on stage is the CEO and co-founder at ImageKit.io. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Nanwani.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The measurement dilemma, attribution, incrementality, and marketing ROI. If any of your friends are still outside chatting with their acquaintances or newly made friends over a cup of tea or a cup of tea, I'd quickly request you all to drop them a text or give them a call, request them to come back and join us inside the hall. It's titled The Measurement Dilemma, Attribution, Incrementality, and Marketing ROI. Every marketer has faced this. Half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. The trouble is, I don't know which half. Well, let's find out. But for that, for us to collectively find it out, I'm going to have to request the hospitality department to open the gates so that I am audible outside. The summit is on inside the hall, not at the buffer area. Join me as I welcome our panelists. First and foremost, the Vice President and Head of Data Platform Engineering and Personalization at Make My Trip. Please put your hands together for Mr. Piyush Kumar. My sincerest apologies. And in the meantime, वर्किंग का इंतजार करना अच्छा लगता है और किसी का इंतजार नहीं किया जाता. In the meantime, since I am dressed as an elf, consider me a female Santa Claus for this one instance, because I come bearing gifts. I will call out one random item. If you have that item in your possession, you are to simply run towards me, place the said item on my hand, and collect your freebie. No tricks, right? Right? The first random item is a passport size photo. Passport finger first की तरह सबसे पहले पहुंच जाएंगे तो गिफ्ट ले लेंगे जनाब. फोटो ही चाहिए, बटुआ नहीं. फोटो ही चाहिए, बटुआ नहीं. And this is the first picture that I received. A round of applause for this lady up here.
I can just speak or hand you the name.
All right. I really want to be branded as a biased MC, so I'm going to take a stroll about the entire area. And the next random item is a silicone strap watch. The next random item is a 20 rupee coin. It has to be a coin, sir. You have to run. We'll see who wins. क्या बात है, क्या बात है। प्रीमियम को चेक की इतनी खुशी नहीं होती जितनी सिक्के की हो जाती है। This is for you. And this is for you. क्या बात है। Lovely, lovely. The next random item. PAN card. नहीं, आपका पैन नंबर ये पैन कार्ड नहीं है मैडम, वो पैन कार्ड ही है सर, पैन कार्ड ही है, मेरी इंफॉर्मेशन कम है। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। गिफ्ट कम नहीं है सर, आई एम जस्ट गोइंग टू टेक माय ऑर्डर्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट। अगर समय है तो 2-3 गिफ्ट और बांट के जाएंगे। Well, that's that. Let's hope no one else is on a delay so that, well, let's hope that people are on a delay so that we get opportunity to win some exciting prizes. With this, join me as I welcome our moderators, our panelists, the head of corporate banking and analytics market at ICICI Bank. Please put your hands together for Dr. Rick Chakrabarty. Up next, the Group Chief Marketing Officer at Narayana Health. Please welcome Dr. Ashish Bajaj. Our next panelist serves as the Chief Architect and Data Scientist at Yatra Online. Please welcome Dr. Shakti Goel. Joining us up next is the Vice President and Head of Data Platform Engineering and Personalization at Make My Trip. Please welcome Mr. Piyush Kumar. And returning to the stage is the audience favorite. Please welcome Mr. Bridge Pava, the moderator. I was hoping कि energy थोड़ी सी better हो जाएगी after a few gifts that we had a chance to win.
A big round of applause for all the doctors here. It looks like more of a healthcare battle. Anyway, thank you so much for persisting throughout the day. It's been a very, very technical day of discussions. We have had, kudos to Rick. He has been sitting since morning and listening to all the discussions. Yeah, thank you. I think we have Shubham who has been listening since the first panel. Shubham was speaking in the first panel. Congratulations on the book, by the way. You have very recently launched the MarTech Playbook. It's an amazing read. ROI. I think it's one of the topics which marketers have always faced an issue with, and they've been asked questions from the leadership कि आप ये कर तो रहे हो पर इसका रिजल्ट क्या है, right? How many marketers in the house right now? The raise of hands. Great. So this question comes in the mind of every marketer. You are taking budgets from us. Where are you using those budgets, and how is it coming back to you or profiting the company? So that's my first question. Very easy, very simple. In the age of intelligence, how easy has it become for you to face the leadership and tell them, sir, ROI ye hai?
Not easy for sure, right? So AI is more complicated because the overall, right, you have now one more channel to track, which is your chatbot through which you are generating good amount of conversations and than overall. But like in short, right? So we have moved more from channel level ROI to user level and trip level, so to say, matrices. And hence, right? So that is translating to overall share of wallet, and hence some of the good looking dashboards are getting consumed by top leadership, and then we are able to see, right? So how the marketing dollars are resulting into how many trips cross sell, and then the overall health of the system itself. So which is not to like all the traditional matrices are still there, which is LTV, which also helps you gain. But at the end of the day, right? So the business numbers, right? So what you contribute to from all the dollars which you have spent onto various channels across is which everybody wants to see. In the age of AI, there are things which we use to write a lot of SQL, etc. But with natural language to SQL generation, right? Some of the dashboarding has become little easier. But as I said earlier, right now people want to see a lot more cuts, and hence the nuances are still there, which you need to keep on bringing. But as I said in the starting, right? So moving away from just looking at channel level ROI, which earlier used to be, right, which is saying, okay, here is the Google spend and here is what the performance marketing has yielded to, and moving to one customer view, etc., across journeys, trip level has helped us overall. Yeah.
Okay. But I believe marketers are now more accountable, especially now that we have data sets to actually take out, ROIs. Rick, you are also in the ICICI leadership team, apart from heading the MarTech vertical. What are your thoughts on this?
No, so I think banking is one of the industries where the value builds over time. So, for example, if some customer comes to a website and he or she sees a home loan, it's not that tomorrow he or she is going to take the home loan. And what we in ICICI Bank particular, we believe that the relationship builds over time. So essentially, the entire MarTech. So I am part of a data science team. So MarTech is one of the vertical which I handle among other responsibilities. So what we truly believe that MarTech and digital is a force multiplier. So wherein, and these points some of the speakers have already mentioned. So we are using that to remove the friction. So of course the ROI matrix is there. So basically the A/B testing, the control group leap. So what we have been talking about. But we truly believe that we do not value the quick gains, but the long tail. So essentially that is how we track it. So how the customer 360 is happening. And typically, like Ravi mentioned at the beginning also, so banking works in a phygital manner. So from that perspective, we are collecting all the signals from various sources. It is the failed transactions that also gives us insights, right? So that is very important. So if a customer is already irate, so definitely I am not going to pitch him a cross-sell product, right? Rather a service product I am going to do. So those are the kind of models which we have. The data science team, they create the model such that what is the need of the customer. So we have two verticals in place. One is of course the customer in center, and then of course our relationship team. So that is how we typically address that in our organization and in our line of business.
So full conversions also.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Bajaj.
See, again, like he was mentioning, that it's not about converting tomorrow for home loan. In our case, we all see as healthcare brands, you look at something that is an immediate need, but that's only 25% of entire healthcare dollars that are spent. 75% is still planned. Plus, I'm not going to do that, something very similar to saying that tomorrow morning I'm going to go Narayana Health. That's not how a user think.
Yeah.
But tomorrow morning I'm going to buy an iPhone. That's how a user think. So you are under so much of stress while you are making a transaction or giving your money to a healthcare organization. But coming back to the point in terms of course, the signals not only people coming to your platform and reading about certain aspects of, let's say, diseases, to giving us signals from what is happening in right now Kolkata as a disease burden will be very, very different to what's happening in Delhi as a disease burden. So if you are able to map those events, create those customer journeys in terms of communications for information, not scaring. And that is where scale with AI at personalization can help you reach out to all 15 million of my users and telling them this is what is supposed to happen in next 3 months. Please take care. So that is how we are looking at driving value prop for us.
Dr. Goyal, you are a data scientist. And you have been in the scene since a long time. I mean, more than 2-3 decades, right? How have you seen the age of intelligence, shape how data comes in, how data is processed, especially at Yatra? And you can also talk about Make My Trip if you want.
Sure. See, I have been in this area of data analytics, data sciences since late 90s. That's when data warehousing technology was introduced in the world for the first time. And since then, I've stayed in this area, I have worked in multiple domains, and I've seen almost all the facets of data sciences. That includes data engineering, data modeling, data analytics, business intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and now most recently like Gen AI and LLM. One thing that's common across everything here is basically data. Everything is centered around data. Data need not be numbers. It could be, like text. It could be video images. Earlier, I'm like started with data because everything had to be structured. But now when it comes to Gen AI and all that, the data could be simply textual, simply it could be a binary file and like all that. So now what I've seen is that, see, data was always there but in 1997, 1 terabyte would cost $300,000. Now 1 terabyte costs $30, $40. Pentium was not even there. Now you have got H100 CPUs, which have got 80 billion transistors. So all this processing and all this is improved. Because of that, you are able to collect a lot more data. So in travel, like what do? We collect all the web clicks, so that actually helps us gauge the interest of a customer. If I go to a hotel, I click on a hotel, I look at the room, am I looking at the breakfast option? Am I looking at the cancellation policy? Did I go to the review page? That should be the level of interest. Then did I book the hotel? Right? So all the searches are collect. If that customer has contacted us through email, through voice, do I have that information? Am I able to collect the sentiment of that person, over Facebook or Instagram, something like that? If I want to do hyper personalization, do I know what kind of music the person likes, and so basically you create a persona, right? And then you create cohorts and you create personas for the cohorts. And that way, if you can somehow impact a business metrics, that helps. There's something called look to book ratio in the travel industry, which says how many of the searches are actually converted to bookings. Can I do that? Can I increase that even by a 1/4%? Right? So all like this is where the industry has moved. Algorithms are already there. The neural network algorithm was introduced in 1950. But hardware was not there. Now what we're doing is we are able to apply algorithms like hierarchical recurrent neural network, which also Amazon uses. They're like a collaborative filtering. What that will do is when you search for a hotel, it will show the hotels exactly the ones you want, as if the system has read your mind. Right? If you enter a hotel and if I know your preferences, I can play Sinatra music, as soon as you open the door. I mean, the fragrance would be according to your liking. You would have rose petals or you may have lilies on the bed, All this is hyper personalization, but you have that data. That is the thing. As a B2C customer, there is sparsity of data, right? As a B2B customer who's a captive customer who has made repeated bookings, you know what the customer likes. Also, and all that is there. So I have seen the journey from, from MIS, from doing slicing and dicing of data and now doing the super hyper personalization.
Amazing, amazing. I think we can have a masterclass on data with Dr. Goyal someday. I think this is one of the most experienced panels that we have today. So we haven't had questions. A lot of marketers are here. Instead of me asking questions, do you have any questions before I go? To anybody? Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So journey level, customer journey level.
The question, let me, because for the audience, please. Yeah. So the question is that has there been a change in incremental value from an era to an AI era?
So, two instances that I can call out. One is our PRM, which is patient relationship management, which is our voice, where we have introduced at as a co-pilot place for our agents who are picking up the calls. So it's a support. It's not directly being a voice, AI voice to be taking care of your calls. So that I'm seeing a 16% earlier conversion to now 43%. On customer journeys, which of course at Marketing Cloud, Salesforce Marketing Cloud, you were running at 22% conversions. You have gone past 55 because it's one scale, better targeting, basically, and your better personalization of creatives. And I'm able to churn out much, much faster. That's it. Have you let go of people? No. That's not part of the plan as well. So the first thing we did, we trained our entire middle management. The first thing they did 12 weeks training to figure out how it can add value into what is that they are doing in the marketing team, which can be added over with the top of AI. Now they themselves are becoming the masters and they're every day teaching me.
Yeah. So just to add, right? So the value is increased, right? So in twofold, right? So one, you have increased the amount of personalization you were able to do earlier to what you are, which is impacting the overall conversions. And I would not say just like so conversions, right? So one of the other things which we have started looking at is more granular intents. Earlier, if you used to just look at it more from funnel analytics, you were just looking at like so listing review, detail, and thank you pages, etc. But now you have very granular understanding of the data, and hence, right. So you are looking at more granular intents and intent level reporting itself, right? And hence we are saying, right. So if you compare it to, and we keep on running those experiments from now also, right? So without Mara Assist, with Assist, etc. Right? So we are seeing, right. So with Mara Assist, good amount of incremental conversion uplift is there, right? The second part is, right, so there is good amount of operational efficiencies at the back you are able to do across the board, including the call center part of it. Because, for example, from a human agent used to take some notes, do the call tagging, etc. All those things are now automated, right? So you have the transcription, etc. So you were able to reduce some bit of, right? So like the outsourced cost per se, right? The dollar cost has significantly reduced over there. The second is, right, so on the agentic marketing part of it, right? So earlier, you used to create a campaign brief, give it to a content copywriter, etc., and saying, okay, for this campaign, here are the thing, notification, email, and different copies which you need to create. Now you are able to like automate using AI. And then the human in the loop is able to now say, okay, these are verified approval flows, etc. So you are able to reduce the TAT. So for example, a 3 hour journey between back and forth between you humans have reduced to 15 minutes per se. So that has given operational efficiencies also. The other part is, right, so the amount of, right, so, and I was discussing the same with Dr. Shakti Goyal as well earlier, right, which is, right, so using Adobe Firefly APIs, etc., right? So you have a Photoshop template, you are able to now do the generative AI to every layer. And hence, right, so you are able to now use a lot of personalization on with creatives, which typically a human would take a lot of time, right, creating those copies, etc. So definitely there is good amount of operational efficiencies across many areas where we have seen the impact.
Any other question? Okay.
So to add to that, I can give you some context on a project or on a product that we developed at Yatra. It's an expense management solution. So like when the corporate travelers, the employees travel, they have to submit receipts. So receipts that we looked at, analyzed, so now let's say we have about 100 people at 4 lakhs per year of salary, just analyzing receipts, that's 4 crores, right? Now, using the vision capabilities of LLMs, right? I can analyze receipts in any of the 100+ languages. And it will give me far more information in detail than a regular OCR solution. And the cost is not cut down from 4 crores. I don't know if how much I'll pay for LLM, probably a few thousand rupees, probably a lakh, right? That is where things like come in handy. And also, like Piyush mentioned, same thing can go for marketing, right? You have to run a marketing campaign, you design a campaign, creatives will be there for you. And then through APIs, you can like load those campaigns on Facebook, Instagram, wherever, use APIs to download the information, and then use LLMs to analyze that information. All that can be done without any human involvement. So let's just imagine the saving in cost there.
There is one place where human involvement is needed. If somebody sends you an Indigo receipt because they never flew, right, that receipt doesn't exist.
That is so true. Yeah. See, actually, I can relate that to in some way. I mean, when I started working data warehousing, 80% of the projects would fail because they were sponsored by IT and there was no business involvement. Who's the user? It's the business, right? So, I mean, basically, you know, in an AI project, there are 5 things that are involved, and I call them B dots, BDOTS. The business involvement has to be there, data has to be there, operations team, the right technology has to be available and the skill set. If you have all these 5, along with the strong use case, I don't see why a project will fail. Now let's just look at like what like Make My Trip is doing. You know, I was having a discussion with Piyush. You know, this Myra AI is everywhere, right? You can do any kind of search, ask any kind of question, and that has helped Make My Trip, right? So I'm like, if you have the right use case, if you're doing it the right way, then I don't see why. You know.
Yeah, and Myra is not just a bot. I mean, a lot of companies are using chat bots, but not intelligent bots. Myra is a perfect example of an intelligent bot. But can you give us some insights which people might not know, because you gather a lot of data, especially through Myra and people coming, some very interesting insights which audience may not know of. I know I'm drifting away from the topic, but
Yeah, no, absolutely. So twofold, right? So one, there is a shift in consumer behavior which we are seeing, and the second is right. So especially right. So the context part of it, right? So let me first cover the customer behavior part of it, which we are seeing, right? So earlier it was a typical funnel, right? So people fill in some forms and saying, I want to go from A to B, so and so date, etc. You see the listing, etc., and responses, right? The behavior shifting is now people are able to express, right, why they are traveling, where they are traveling, etc., in with more verbatim, right? And which is helping us understand the intent better, which was not the case earlier, right? For similar set of users, right, I have good amount of proxy signals, as Dr. Shakti was earlier saying, right? If a user is browsing an image of breakfast, buffet, etc., we understand, okay, he may be interested into those things, right? And you would use those proxy signals to improve the overall personalization. But here, right, there are 2 signals which are coming in. One, the explicit signals, and then the implicit signals which you are driving from the conversation itself. So explicitly, a user is able to now tell you a lot more about his or her preferences, which you were not able to gather and then give a better response back to the user itself. And the second is, right, so user are also using their local languages, right? Hindi, English, all kind of words. So the change in behavior is, right, so people are opting for voice, right? Which is again a consumer behavior change in saying, okay, rather than me explaining by typing, right, better to explain how to form a trip, right? So better nuanced pieces are coming in through voice, right? Because if you ask Indians to just type in and explain their problems, I'm sure, right, in healthcare also it is true.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And even kids, my kids, they don't type. They don't know what typing is.
Yeah.
Absolutely no.
Yeah. So voice is getting a bigger piece. Second is like, so geography wise, we are seeing very different behavior of the customers very differently when they are interacting to Myra, either through voice or through typing and etc. So And then like sometimes people are saying very different things. कोई मायरा को भैया बोल रहा है, कुछ कोई hi, hello, etc. दीदी, etc. All those nuances, the emotion is getting very differently.
What is the best proposal Myra has got?
So, and hence, right? So, and with that, right, the frustration level, right? So, the bigger problem is, right? So, the token consumption which you are paying to for large language model, which you should be aware of, because right. So, when scaling things, right, and I was sharing the same learnings with Dr. Shakti and saying, okay, right. So, the problem we had was, right. So, we were doing good amount of evaluation for every conversation we had, right? Which with Indigo fiasco, right? So the number of conversation also exploded like how, right? People were very anxious and they were utilizing Mara to talk to whatever channel they had, right? They were, where is my refund? What is going to happen? Reschedule is going to happen, etc. Myra was at rescue, right? You can't scale like by humans deploying, etc. So we saw, right, good, like in a bad situation, but a good usage of the same. But you need to be cognizant while deploying these solutions, right? You need to be cognizant of the cost consumption on both the sides. So we had to do sampling, etc. at the back to do right the evaluation.
Shall I'm so sorry, we're paucity on time, and I want other panelists to jump in as well. Vivek, I have a kind of a unique question for you. What has been the biggest aha moment for you recently where a data-driven insight proved or disproved something your marketing team assumed for many years?
No, so typically I would answer it like this. So essentially in our banking, and in fact, this is true for any other field also. So we often talk about correlation versus causation. So typically what happens if a customer, say if I take the digital channel, so if he's coming to my mobile or web and if the customer is doing some action, I construe something on her behalf, right? So that may not be the causation, right? So essentially from that perspective, what we have done, so it is not a recent thing. So basically in a recent past, if I may say so. So what we have done, so we have trained our models to ensure that we have a time series view. So essentially we do not, so the signal to noise ratio as we talk about. So we ensure that the signals are multifaceted. This is not restricted to only one narrow lens, because a very colloquial saying goes that if you beat a data, it will tell the truth what you want to hear. So I think from that perspective, and this is also a thought which I'm leaving to all the audience also. So you have to be very, very sure about the correlation versus causation. So from that perspective, any click, any impressions which you are getting, we do not immediately jump into that this product or this journey is working. So we see it from a different aspect. So basically, if a usage journey we have done, so if it is a frictionless, so then we observe that how the performance of the product is happening in the near future. So that is a thing in a short, if I can talk about. I think that's how we
Dr. Bajaj, do talk about ROI in your latest book very briefly.
Yes, one of the KPI metric, definitely, but ROI channel wise, like you pointed out while we were having the conversation also, is something that I refrain from using even with my team as well. Those ROIs work in totality. If somebody can build the sense on the black box, which is whatever I'm spending onto the mediums which are not tracked, putting it all together, that is the right metric. Otherwise, only NPS.
Wonderful. One last set of questions. I know the time is up. Favorite travel destination, Piyush?
मुझसे सर्जरी पूछोगे?
Kashmir itself.
Kashmir. Okay. Primary bank account and not ICICI.
First ICICI only.
The primary, उसके बाद वाला.
State Bank of India. Huh? State Bank of India. I think everyone will have SBI.
So
Bank of India.
If not Narayana Health, God forbid, which hospital would you go to?
The nearest to my home, which is BNK. It's Manipal there.
Manipal. Which is better, Yatra or Make My Trip?
Well, we got both are good. Make My Trip in B2C space, Yatra in the corporate travel space.
Okay. Thank you so much, panelists, for giving us your time. It was an amazing session. And next time when you come, I hope you also have a doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. Could I please request all of you to kindly come up front for a quick picture? Joining us on stage to present a token of appreciation to the entire panel is the Chief Business Strategy and Data Alliances Chief Business Strategy and Data Alliances at Sacramento. Please welcome Mr. Pervez Aslam. अगर आप गेस कर रहे हैं कि ताली बजनी चाहिए तो ताली बज ही जानी चाहिए, राइट? And also on that note, a quick shout out to all the attendees, ladies and gentlemen, each and every one of you stands a chance to win an exciting Amazon voucher. Simply, all you need to do to participate is keep posting on social media by ensure that you use the hashtag MarTech AI conference in case you are planning on posting a selfie with a fellow attendee or with a new friend that you've made during the course of the summit, or any capture-worthy moment that you felt is special for you in some sense. Just keep posting and we will pick out one lucky winner who will win an exciting Amazon voucher. With this, we head towards the next session, which is the second fireside chat for the day, leadership lessons in building AI-ready marketing organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We already have on the stage with us the man of PR, Mr. Pawa, in conversation with the head of MarTech at HDFC Bank. Please put your hands together for Mr. Deepak Iran.
Round of applause, please.
Thank you, Deepak. Deepak has been here with us since morning and he has traveled via Indigo. So how was that experience, Deepak?
Bang on time in the morning. Can't say that about the evening flight because I've been tracking it.
But I have also coming and we put him in Air India. Deepak.
So the good part is I can stay for the party now.
Yes. And a lot of people are also here. So yes.
Yeah, lovely.
We'd love for you to
be I cannot stay for the party, so thank you, Indigo.
Okay, so for the knowledge of our audience, Deepak is the head of MarTech of the largest bank in India and one of the largest banks in the world. So, while he's very chilled out, he has a plethora of knowledge for all the marketers sitting around here. So, Deepak, let's start with a serious question. How has AI changed marketing technology in the last 5 years at HDFC? Because I remember 5 years ago, I didn't want to use HDFC app. Now I want to. So how has it changed?
So before I go into that, you have to understand the context of banking. So we are not a Yatra, we are not Make My Trip. We are a banking organization. So with that in mind, the entire concept of AI changes over, right? We can't have a bot because when your money is at stake, you don't want to talk to a bot. It's just not going to work, right? So just keep that in your mind while I answer these questions, right? So AI is not very easy in banking. So when it comes to marketing, we have very, very clearly understood that the biggest field that generative AI, not agentic, generative AI is going to disrupt is marketing. A lot of people think that what is it that AI will do, man? People are very confused. Agentic, chatbot. The world has a $600 billion creative services industry. If you look at the biggest creative service industry names, the big groups and chains, the stock is down 30%. Yeah, this is a marketing event, so I can say this. No one is a sponsor here, right? All the big media, not media, but creative services guys, the stock is down 30%. And we know that. Now, that is what proves this point, that it is going to change marketing in a humongous way, whether it is creating an image, is it creating an email, is it creating a film? It's going to get disrupted big time. So we have realized that. And because we are banking, it is not about making the next big media campaign, because the media campaign is about convince you to switch your banks. There's no chance. Just because I make a media campaign, are you going to switch your bank? No, you will care about service, the salience of the employees, how we talk to you, and how we service you, right? So this is what has changed in the thinking of marketing in HDFC Bank. We no longer think that we will convince you through a large media campaign. We now think that we will be able to service you at a very small cohort level, at the Delhi marketing fraternity level, at the Mumbai IT employee fraternity level. So all your emailers, the will change. You will have a video at your cohort level saying this is what you can do if you are a techie working in IT who likes to travel. So everything is going to change, and that has completely blown our minds in marketing. Right. So that's the biggest change, that we don't think of ourselves as something that does mass marketing. We are now thinking we are going to do marketing at a multimodal level where there'll be a film for the smallest cohort for HDFC Bank.
Slightly more complicated question. We are moving in an era where a lot of skills are also required, and many marketers are not equipped with them, right? And of course, there are a lot of courses going around, etc., etc., etc. But how do you train your team? With something as dynamic as MarTech, around 16,000 plus tools globally, according to Scott Brinker's latest report. How do you upskill your team, or do you just fire them?
So here's the twist, right? The problem was that some a generic marketer from Mica cannot operate Adobe Analytics or Google Analytics.
Yes.
In the best possible way, right? Mica is when we do hire from Mica, and we also hire from IITs. But you know what? IIT guys also can't use analytics tools as well. It requires someone who is really, really keen to use these tools, right? Now, this was a problem which AI actually solved. Because now, instead of the human manipulating the tools, you are just approving. You are the human in the loop. Because the segmentation has come, right? The report has come, and you're just validating it for errors which the AI has generated. So there was a time when MarTech and MarTech leaders were also marketing operations leaders, where they had these big 60, 70, 90, 100 member teams of people who work on web analytics, who work on personalization, activity creation, who work on segmentation. Right now, these teams are going to disappear. I keep telling all the MarTech partners, some of them may be here. If there is a big revenue line you have on providing these outsourcing services to large airlines, banks, I don't know, telcos, because they can't insource this kind of stuff, that is going to go away. And that is where your answer is. You don't need to have tool proficiency to operate tools anymore, because there is going to be a layer on top that will make it super easy for you to operate it, right? So the skill gap is actually closing. In the end, on that operation side, where the skill gap is increasing, is that you now need to know the creative marketing communication guy now needs to know how to tune the AI to generate the right kind of imagery, which you don't want to go to a large creative service provider anymore.
So we need prompt engineers.
Yeah, prompt engineers. So if you look at a typical Marcom guy and you give them chat GPT, they can enter things and generate the image, right? But what Marcom guys know is they can write a brief. This is the visual I want. This is the key visual I want. What the production house does is they get the prime lens, they get the wide angle, and they get the post-production done for that shot or that video. The prompt engineering needs you to know that what is it that is a type of shooting, right? So I want a aerial shot. I want a wide angle shot of a playground. I want the child to be in slow motion across the running across the field, and the camera has to be at V level and following the child. Now, this is something a marketer does not know. This is what a cinematographer knows. True. Right? So now you can make a video with a prompt, but now you're shocked. I need to know cinematography. I need to know photography, which you don't know. Now, this is not a prompt engineering problem. It's not even an engineering problem. This is a art problem. True. Right. So these are like new things that I'm very, very stumped with. So when they say prompt engineering, it is not prompt engineering. It is knowing photography. It is knowing cinematography. It is knowing script writing. It is knowing poetry. It is knowing music direction. Go figure that out.
So
That's a big problem.
we are talking about campaigns. Any latest campaign which gave you some very interesting results? Consumer insights, etc.
Work. Now I'll talk about AI when it comes to consumer insight. So and I moved away from describing marketing as campaign management because that's something very old, right? So what we realized is that if you take your typical onboarding campaign for a credit card, or you take a typical um, uh, usage campaign for a credit card, for example, here are the offers this weekend. Please go ahead and shop. Please go ahead and dine, and so on and so forth, right? We noticed that that has been running as an automated campaign for God knows 10 years, right? And we always assumed that this campaign is going to have an open rate of 30%. And we are happy with 30% बहुत होता है, right? It's not acquisition campaign, but it's huge. And we never thought any better, right? But then we realized that you have to A/B test not because someone thought of it, but you have to A/B test because it is the nature of what you are in. So we took that same long-term campaign and we A/B tested the subject line and we A/B tested the content of the email. 50% of the time, the A/B test is successful. Okay, and the average lift is 10%. So if you do 30 A/B tests, you can increase the 30% to 40%. The problem was human beings don't do 30 A/B tests because they think campaign. Exactly the problem. I want a new campaign. No one is looking at the campaign that is running for 10 years. Right? So that is what I would want to reply saying, what is the big campaign that you're doing? That answer is, I'm not doing any new campaign. You have to use AI to crush this bottleneck, which is testing and iterative improvement of creative and communication segmentation. That is what AI will crush, and we should move away from campaign management and campaign thinking.
Why was PayZapp not marketed in a way it should have been? I see a lot of people not using PayZapp when it was marketed with the Paytms and PhonePes of the world.
I think
what lacked?
So PayZapp definitely has a large user base because it obviously draws from the HDFC Bank brand, right? What it does not have is an independent user base that is nationwide and in tier 4. That is obviously that is a scale you can only achieve if you are a Google Pay or a Phone Pay, right? I think it is because of the fact that it is a platform designed to attract new customers to the bank, right? It is almost like a freemium plan. You know, freemium you use when you go to ChatGPT is a freemium, right? Use for free, but if you want deep research, you have to pay $20, right? So PayZapp is the freemium. It is not designed to have a huge coverage or equal to a phone pay. If someone wants to try HDFC Bank Lite, please go and download PayZapp. So that's kind of been the strategy around it. So we don't expect it to have huge market share, but we want someone who is upset with a competition and doesn't want to open an account right away, they can try. If PhonePe screws up, if Google Pay screws up, PayZapp is right there for you to try, and it's a trusted brand. It's from a trusted brand in the country.
We have almost a minute left, and I'll ask a question which might reveal some secrets. What does HDFC Bank's MarTech stack look like?
It is a crisscross of wires, to be honest, which I've been unbundling and trying to fix for about almost a decade now, and I'm far from done.
So not going to answer.
See, it is okay. So straight answer, it is one large enterprise player that they have invested in.
Thank you, Deepak, for your time. I know I have a lot more questions to you, but paucity of time, and we'll do a nice speaker bite. Thank you so much, audience. Please give a big round of applause for Deepak Oram.
Thank you.
He's one of the most chilled out panelists. He has been here since morning, listening to all of us, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do love to commemorate special moments here at MarTech Summit 2025. Requesting both of you to kindly join us in the center for a quick picture, and also requesting the moderator to kindly present Mr. Iram with a token of appreciation for his time and insights.
Just a second. Yeah, please. So there's one last panel, so I'd request all of you to please stay in the hall. We have four amazing speakers, and they've been waiting since morning. So please do sit inside the hall for this one last session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pava. There goes my 4 minutes of preparation on the scripting of what I wanted to say for the final panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the next words from my mouth are going to be your favorite ones. We are headed towards the absolute final discussion, the absolute final session for today's summit. Marketing automation, no-code workflows, and adaptive journeys. Without any further ado, join me as I welcome our panelists. Head of MarTech at Birla Opus Paints. Please welcome Anand Pika. Anand, you take four steps back. Okay. The final session, I'm sure that your energy is drained, but I'm certain that we will be serving a cup of tea in an absolute short while. Could I please request you to muster up the last element, the last component of energy that you have left in you, and welcome, Mr. Tikka. Amazing. Thank you very much. That's befitting. Up next, please join me as I welcome the Global Product Lead at Mondelez International. Please put your hands together for Sheila Desai. The final panelist, Digital Marketing Head at Telstar. Please welcome Sonal Srivastav. I'm lucky I did not add a miss as a suffix, as a prefix to Sonal. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Gallagher India. Please welcome Ishani Doshi.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I know it's the last panel of the entire day. Kudos to each and every one of you sitting right here till the end. Can we please have a round of applause for you guys first before we start our conversation? Thank you. Thank you so much. I think at the end of this day, there are probably two things which have happened so far. One, you've absorbed so much of MarTech that I'm sure one of you all can at least start and launch your own platform by now. Huh? Yeah, and second, probably everybody is thinking that, when's the food being served? We want our coffee, we can't keep our eyes open. But here's my promise, trust me, this is the last session. It will be worth your final burst of attention. So I'm Ishani Doshi, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Gallagher Insurance Brokers in India, and your chairperson for this conversation. Where my world intersects, amongst chaotic problems, too many things happening at once. Marcom, you all know, with AI integrated, it's become a nightmare for us to justify the content that we are creating alongside the genuine, authentic conversations that we have to keep flowing, and the customer expectations that are evolving faster than our campaign calendars. So it's just fitting that today's session is so relevant, and it's going to be one interesting panel for you guys. Because let's be honest, earlier MarTech used to be a good to have thing. You use MarTech, very nice. But in 2025 and coming 2026, there are questions like, oh, how are we even functioning without it, right? I'm sure there must be at least 1 or 2 platforms that we must be using or planning to use after today. We are now serving customers who expect real-time responses, personalized experiences, and frictionless journeys, all while switching apps and experiences faster than the lightning speed. So, and do you know, only 18% of the brands feel that they can deliver this kind of connected experiences. So, what about the remaining set of brands? What are we doing about it? How are we leveraging the whole AI, the MarTech, the platform, the LLMs, the entire, no code workflows, APIs, automations? What are we doing about it? That's where the no-code workflows, APIs, adaptive journeys stop being the buzzwords and they start becoming our survival strategies as marketers. Today, we are joined by three exceptional leaders, each bringing very different lens to the future of MarTech, from enterprise scale APIs to behavior-led automation to global customer experience design. So let's dive straight in with energy, clarity, and hopefully a little fun along the way, assuming this is the last session. So let's start with Anand. Anand, leading MarTech innovation at Birla Opus Paints, you've built automation inside a complex ecosystem. So today brands want speed without depending on heavy engineering. Where do you think no-code automation platforms offer the biggest real-world advantage? And where must organizations still rely on deeper engineering and API-led solutions?
I think you have kind of answered in your question itself. I think personally, the best user segment that is going to be benefited from this kind of tools, automation journeys, are the business folks, right? Especially those who are kind of doing experimentation. They want to catch the result from low hanging fruit. So those things are, this very easy to do with these kind of flows, because in my experience, what I've seen, when we get into designing customer experience, consumer journeys, we get into a lot of discussions. We are analyzing so many things, what if scenarios, edge cases, and there are multiple alignments, coming on the way. So I think, and I feel that's very natural to us Indians, right? We love to analyze. No wonder cricket is our most favorite sport, because after every ball, the equation changes, and after every over, we love to analyze 5 data points and
probably overanalyze.
Yeah, definitely overanalyze. Definitely overanalyze. But that's how we are. So that comes naturally to our work life as well. So here's a better thing to do if you are a marketer. Don't get into complex discussions. Try it out first yourself without the need of any tech guy. Do it on your own. Use these workflows for a simple journey. Maybe something that is caters to most of your large chunk of audience. Bring a simple journey. Create 2-3 segments of your customers. Bring formulate 3-4 communication strategies. Just try it out and see the results in like 1 or 2 weeks. Gather the data and then go back to your teams and scale it up and integrate with APIs with 10 different functions and cater to the large use case. I think that's how.
So are you saying that we should be just doing trial and error and learn on the go?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Moving on to Sonal, as the digital marketing head at Kenstar, you sit across product, brand, and customer life cycles where automation meets the actual buying moments. How can brands design adaptive journeys that won't just react to behavior, but actually predict the intent and personalize in real time without overwhelming the customer? Because sometimes the customer gets overwhelmed with so many options and so many experience touch points. So what is it that you suggest?
So the future of customer journey is not reactive, it is predictive. So now brands have understanding of both data and technology. But you have to understand what kind of chronology your audience will understand. So you need to provide a solution instead of overwhelming. So here comes into the picture of 3 pillars. First is unified data.
So currently, most of the organization or company are using data, but the data is fragmented. But if you have unified data, so unified data is a collection of all data, like whether it is from the retailer or a person is coming into your website, browsing something, or doing chat or calling you. So you have a data at one place. For example, if a person is coming into your website and browsing some product, and you are changing using WhatsApp or different media channels, but they bought your product from offline store, but you have no information about that data. So you are wasting your money. So if you have a unified data, then you can resolve your problem. And as per the report of McKinsey, if you are using 30, if you are using data not fragmented, unified data, then your conversion will increase by 20 to 30%. And secondly, you can use real-time search in the type of adaptive journey. So so I have also seen that whenever user is coming in your website or using your apps, you need to provide the information that the person is looking for. Like if he is looking for a mixer grinder, then you need to provide information related to mixer grinder, not a microwave. Okay, so he is looking for mixer grinder. With the help of adaptive real-time journey, you can implement the real thing, like if he whether he's looking for his family or only for himself. So whether he is looking for 500 watt mixer, 750 watt mixer, 1000 watt of mixer. So by the help of it, you can get more conversion. And third and most important is prediction. So you can predict only by understanding your audience. If you are not understanding, then you cannot predict. So as per the report of Accenture, 83% of the user want to share the data. But they want to share the data just if you provide relevant stuff to them. Otherwise, they are not. So, for example, if you are missing something on a card and you are sending a WhatsApp notification, push notification, you left something at 8:32 p.m. So instead of this, you can write something related to, like, here is a comparison table. You left something, here is a comparison table. So as per the research, if you do something related to this thing, then your conversion, your awareness will increase.
So I believe you're saying that it should be more of a pull strategy rather than a push strategy.
Yeah.
But the mixer grinder example is very, very relevant. I'm not sure. Can we raise hands? Like, how many of y'all search random things and then y'all keep seeing all those things? Yeah. So many of y'all, right? I mean, the other day I was just looking for my daughter's sunglasses, and I could see all ranges of sunglasses and tropical destinations that I can go on to. Like the word sunglasses was picked up in so many different ways. I could not even imagine this could happen. So I think we've all faced that. Now, changing the perspective a little bit, coming to Sheena with your global product experience, you've seen how challenging it is to scale automation across different regions and customer expectations. How do you balance automation efficiency with human-led authenticity when scaling digital experiences globally? I think there are a lot of jargons and a lot of words in that, but I hope you simplify it for us.
Thank you, Shani. So I will take it as two parts. The question one is bringing in the human experience, and the second one is scaling the automation journeys. I'll just ignore that for now. So to bring in the human empathy or to bring in the human connection, we have to understand that automations and customer journeys are basically executions that we need a human to come in and set the brand tone, the content, what is going to go out. The brand voice basically needs to come out in every touch point of your communications. Sometimes that also means that, for example, sometimes like you come on the website, you find you download an ebook, it can be a 17 touch point automation or a customer journey. Sometimes what happens is when your brand is more premium, you will tend to scale down on the number of touch points versus something more mass. One example I can give for that is Big Basket versus Swiggy. Like if you see the Big Basket brand voice, it is more family friendly, oriented, freshness, savings versus Swiggy, which would be new, convenience, exciting. And one of the best customer journeys or automations I have seen so far has been Big Basket's mango selling journey every year in summer. They have an in-depth WhatsApp experience that allows you to pick the type of mango you want depending on where you are, get it delivered fresh, and that has one of the strongest response rates that I have seen. So when you bring in that bland flavor, when you bring in the authenticity, when you target the right audience for your brand, it brings in that wonderful authenticity.
I think the emotional touch point is what you're talking about here. Yeah, I think that's the exact key word, because I think the more emotionally available you are for your customer, the more they are.
Yes.
Uh,
Your authenticity needs to show, and it should not just be like a random campaign that is mass sent out to everybody, but your actual values, your authenticity, your outlook at current events or something, that is something that really brings out the authenticity in your brand.
Fair. Now, the next question is for all three of you all. What is the single biggest challenge organizations must solve in the coming year 2026 to unlock true automation and connected journeys? Anand, would you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think still not all the organizations have found the key to having a unified view. I think that is very important for any automation to be successful, because when the data is in silos, you will not get the full picture. So I think there's still, many organizations have to do this.
Fair. Sheena?
Yeah. So I think in 2026, especially for India, we have the DPDP Act launched, which is going to govern a lot of ID resolution, data subject rights. And for every automation that we run, we have to be very cognizant of these events. So I think that's going to be an opportunity/challenge for marketers in 2026 in India to solve.
I think I would love to see how the DPDP Act evolves and how it evolves with the current scenario. And there's so many conspiracy theories also going around with it. So we'll just time will tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unified intelligence layer. It is the foundation of any data.
Fair. Okay, coming to the last and the final leg of our conversation, my favorite rapid fire question. And I think I'll keep it open for the audience as well. If you all are interested, and I would want to hear and see if you all are listening to this panel or not. Yeah, I'm a little. One word or one sentence. Automation superpower every marketer needs in 2026. Quick.
Unified data.
Banned, that word is banned for you now.
Experimentation.
Experimentation. Sheena?
Empathetic journeys.
Empathetic journeys. Sona?
Predictive.
Predictability. Okay. Somebody from the audience would want to answer? Yeah? SLMs. Right. Okay. One MarTech tool you cannot live without.
Analytics.
Analytics.
I'm going to say N8N because it democratizes the autonomous journey.
Oh, yes. My favorite as well.
CDP.
Anyone from the audience? One MarTech tool you cannot live without? Come on, guys. Are you guys awake or no? I'm sure everybody uses one tool at least. Yes? Employee advocacy. Very interesting. Web applicants. Web analytics. Ah, okay. Anyone else? No? Yes? Yes? SEO or GEO?
Now GEO.
Yeah. SEO. Sure. Okay. Data or creativity, what wins when there's a conflict?
Okay, this
I don't want answer of and diplomacy over here. I want to be very brutally honest answer.
I would say creativity.
Creativity? I would pick data. Left brain versus right brain. This is Sonal.
Data with creativity.
See? Diplomatic answer. Anybody? Data or creativity? What would you pick? Okay, let's do a poll. Data. How many of you all think data wins the game? 3, 4, 6. Okay, how many of you all think creativity wins the game? Yay, clear winner. My favorite as well. I think that was one question that I answered in the other speaker section as well. I think creativity definitely wins the game because data can say what it can say, but human emotions say better. And last question, one automation myth that needs to die.
So basically, AI is your co-pilot. It is not a pilot. Pilot is you. You are the pilot.
Yeah, good one. Sheena?
Actually, very similar that that automations help you. They are not a solution. Yeah.
They're not a solution.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Okay. One myth, I think automation is not about just sending blast with a CTA. It's much more than that.
It's much more than that. Anyone would want to answer that? No? I'll spare you. Yeah, sure. Yes, please. Correct. It's the prompt that you put. Yes.
The actual incident, it was put on autopilot, it had landed Mumbai, and the pilot was late. So it went ahead, immediately had to call, and so it is not your co-pilot, it is not your pilot. That was good.
Correct. Correct. Absolutely agreed. Anyone else wants to take an answer? No? Okay, fair. I think you guys have been an amazing audience, and I'm glad you all were awake for this conversation. Thank you, Anand, Sonal, and Sheena. And thank you to everyone here for shaping the next decade of MarTech. If there's one thing that I take away today, it's that automation doesn't replace marketers, it just helps us to get more strategic, more creative, and more human, right? So the future of marketing isn't about replacing intuition with algorithms. It's about combining intelligence with imagination to build experiences that can anticipate, adapt, and accelerate growth. That's it. Signing out from this. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, all of you. Thanks for being such an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Could I please request all of you to kindly join us in the center stage for a quick picture and to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf. Joining us on stage is Mr. Siddharth from Notified Visitors and Mr. Aditya Sharma, Business Head at Notified Visitors as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to each and every one of you present here. This brings us to the end of the fourth edition of MarTech Summit, the conference part. We are to begin with a highly anticipated segment of the award ceremony, sharp at 6:30 p.m. today, in an absolute short while. But for you to participate in the award ceremony, you must re-register yourselves with us. The registration counter is right outside. But prior to that, feel free to pick your poison, a cup of chai, a cup of coffee, or a cup of tea. With the same, hoping to see all your lovely faces back here at 6:30 p.m. sharp on the highly anticipated MarTech Awards, the 3rd edition 2025. Hoping that you will find some refreshment and